Vasilaki today, and we're going to get started with planning and development. I will turn things over to Chair Knodel. Go ahead, please.
There, found the mute button. I'd like to make a motion to accept the agenda for the Planning and Development Committee. Moved by Director Bauer, seconded by Director Robinson. The first issue on is the Q4 report, and I'll turn it over to CAO Newell for that.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So, for those who have forgotten, since this is the second meeting after the end of Q4 in 2020, you get all of our activity reports on Q4 and what we got planned in each of our departments for Q1 of 2021. We have two departments reporting out under Planning and Development Services. So that's our Planning Department, Chris Garish, and our Building and Enforcement Department, which is Laura Miller. So I'll turn it over to those two to give their activity report for Q4 and Q1, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. We've got a PowerPoint presentation, Danny, if you're able to activate our share content option. Great, thank you. Okay, so Q4 activity report for development services. I think the first few slides are building and bylaw enforcement, so I'll let Laura speak to those.
Yeah, so our activity for the year balanced pretty much out with what we did in 2019, had 525 building permits compared to the 527 in 2019. Dollar value was up about $4 million, just over $4 million. And revenue, we hit our budgeted amount of 600, and that's a little higher than 2019 as well. Average permit issuance is 38 days, and for bylaw enforcement, we received 22 complaints in, that was Q4 numbers, and resolved 38. I don't have the year-to-date there. And this slide breaks down the permit values based on the electoral areas. So area A and E saw the most activity. And this slide is the ratio for the number of permits or complaints received compared to closed. So you'll see in Q3 that there was a very high ratio, and that was because of the ransomware attack. We just couldn't process our complaints.
Okay, so moving on to some planning department numbers. So I believe this is all for Q4, and it's just a summary of some of the items that we brought forward to the board, as well as the Planning and Development Committee. So there was 5 reports on OCP and rezoning amendments. In Q4, we also were able to approve 17 development permits under delegation. We received 5 MOT subdivision referrals, which we're working on, and also liquor and cannabis referrals we received 4, and I think those are generally in relation to winery changes and some small scale stuff. So this next chart shows just some comparisons with previous years, applications being the blue bar, referrals from external agencies being the green. So a little bit lower in terms of applications from previous years, referrals were slightly higher. And then this provides a breakdown of where the activity was by electoral area. So I think somewhat similar, tracking the building permit stats, area A, and well, maybe not so much E, but certainly D were the big areas for us. In terms of projects, and this is a bit of what we did in Q4 and what we also had planned coming up for Q1. So as the board is aware, we did a presentation, kind of a kickoff meeting committee with the RGS review. And for Q1, we're going to continue with the analysis phase, that project. The Economic Development Office in Area D, in Q3, the board had accepted the recovery plan, and so the implementation of that is just ongoing. A number of different items. The housing needs report draft was completed towards the end of last year, and we're now into Q1 and reviewing that, and also looking at setting up workshops with staff at the member municipalities to walk through the report and explain how it works. Area A OCP review. We've had a nearly complete draft done for a while now, certainly in Q4 of last year. Now for Q1, we're moving to a final engagement process. So we're going to give the community one more chance to provide feedback on the plan. We're going to present it one more time at an electronic town hall / public information meeting. And we're still anticipating bringing it forward for consideration of first reading in Q1. And I forgot to mention before that, also bringing it to the board to go over the policy changes within the plan, just so they have an overview of that. Area G OCP bylaw is moving along. The contract was awarded at the end of last year. I believe on the board's regular agenda today, we have the appointment of the committee for the OCP project. And we've also been working with the consultant on doing some basic background work and research for the plan. Zoning bylaw review, so this would be the single zoning bylaw for the Okanagan electoral areas. The CD zone review, which is part of the residential review, is adopted and completed primarily in Q4. And knock on wood, we're hoping to get into the residential and small holding zones in Q1. And still hoping to have a draft of the bylaw to the board shortly. It's out for external review at the moment, and we're just waiting to get some feedback on that. Wildfire DPA is moving along. We're still working towards the end of last year and finalizing the text and the mapping with the consultant, and we're aiming at presenting that once that finalization is done at committee in Q1. Subdivision servicing bylaw, we're still working on finalizing the draft. Some unexpected delays with that, but my fingers are crossed we can get to P&D in Q1 and present that. And similarly, West Bench Geotech, still working with the consultants to finalize some components of the draft report. And once that's complete, we're anticipating bringing it to committee in Q1 for presentation and further direction. As the electoral area directors are aware, because we've been going to all of your APCs to present, at least for those electoral areas that are looking at the solar energy device regulations, that consultation has been ongoing throughout Q4. And we've now, I think, been to all the applicable APCs, and so we're going to bring back some of the comments that we received to committee to seek direction from the board on that one. DOC regulations just recently adopted, so that project's now done. The discussions with the province on LU6D, which is the land use contract that applies up at St. Andrews and around the observatory, is ongoing. As the board is aware, we provided a letter of support for extending the contract to 2029, so I believe provincial staff are now working on the details of how to enact that. Official community plan and zoning bylaw review for the village of Karameas. We've been assisting with that at a staff level. We're able to get those those bylaws to first reading in Q4, and we're anticipating adoption hopefully middle of February, so that'll bring that project to a close. Again, as the electoral area directors are aware, we've been visiting all of your APCs over the last few months in relation to the ESDP review and proposed changes that the board directed at its September meeting. I think we have one more electoral area to go. I believe it's Area D, and then once that's complete, we're going to come back to committee, present the recommendations that the APCs have provided, as well as some external agencies, and seek direction. The ALR exclusion policy, again, has been making its way through the APCs as part of consultation, and we're hoping to bring that forward shortly for first reading. And I believe this is my last slide. We're also gearing up now and starting to work on the request for proposals for a consultant to assist us with the electoral area E OCP review, and we're hoping to have that at least released by the end of Q1 in 2021. And that's it for our slides. I'm happy to answer any questions the board might have, or committee might have.
Rick, did you have a question? Any question for Mr. Garish? I'm not seeing any.
Chair Knodel, I do have a
Director
question.
Knodel, there's Director Bauer and Director Monteith have hands up.
Thank you. Director Bauer, please.
Yeah, sorry, I don't know what you see on here. So, Mr. Garish, I see the draft for the housing needs assessment is up for review. Now, I read the draft for the Carameos area, and a lot of those numbers are just not correct. We've been trying to contact the consultant, and they will not tell us where those numbers are derived from. And also, some of the statements are incorrect. And when I researched it with the agencies, they told me that they were not talking about Carameos proper, but about areas outside of rural areas that I don't want to talk about now. So, you know, just heads up, I think you should really go through this with a very fine comb. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Director Monteith, did you have a question?
Yeah, sort of. So to the chair, I hear often from residents concerns about the timeline for bylaw and complaints and resolutions. And I'm wondering if that is an opportunity for a education campaign around the process, what it looks like, what they're, where they can get information, the process, so that they understand. Because quite often, I know I get calls with residents who feel that, they put a complaint in October and they never heard anything back by December, and they're just feeling lost. And I don't think they maybe understand the process and where to find information and all those sort of things. And I understand that at one point there was a conversation about the bylaws being trackable online. Is that still in motion, to have a program that the website where residents can go and see active complaints and whether that's being resolved? Thanks.
Any comment to that, Mr. Garish?
I'll pass it over to Laura to.
Yeah, so through our software program that's being developed, there will be some trackability. I'm not sure about what the functionality will be, if just the general public will be able to go and track bylaw complaints, or if it's limited to the complainant and the property owner. So it's going to be a better system, but I'm just not sure of the complete functionality yet. And then I've made notes about the education campaign, so I'll discuss that.
Just to follow up, do you have any idea when that will be available on the website, or when that'll be launched?
Yeah, actually just had a meeting with the project manager from Avocet this week, and the components of it are just wrapping up now, and the go live date is scheduled for August.
Are there any other questions on this from anyone?
I'm not seeing any, Director Knodel.
All right, I'm not seeing any on this side either. Very good. We'll move on then to the next.
I'm seeing here again.
Am I good to go?
I'm just waiting. Director Knodel, so staff have been now coached to wait for the chair of the committee to ask if they want staff to chip in or present. So when you want somebody, you're going to have to call them.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Garish, would you report, please?
Thank you. I've got another PowerPoint I'm going to get up here. Okay, so this presentation is on the siting permits, which are a requirement to place a metal storage container on a property under the Regional District's building bylaw number 2805. And sorry, I can't recall if I have this in a subsequent slide, but I just want to clarify for committee that the reason this is on the agenda today is because at the previous meeting, the board in considering the zoning regulations for metal storage containers, deferred and made a request of staff to have a discussion in relation to this citing permit issue in the building bylaw. So that's what's before you today. So in terms of background, and Laura can correct me if I've got any of this wrong here, but prior to 2018, the building bylaw was silent on metal storage containers. And in terms of the zoning bylaws, the interpretation that we had internally is that basically metal storage containers were considered to be a form of accessory building or structure, and so therefore permitted in almost all of our zones in the zoning bylaw, subject, of course, to meeting setbacks, parcel coverage, and building height, which I touch on in this next slide. So that shifted when the board adopted the new building bylaw number 2805 in May of 2018. It introduced citing permit requirements for storage containers, but those requirements didn't take effect until July 1st of 2019. And from that date forward, people seeking to put a container on their property would be required to submit plans and documents demonstrating compliance with the zoning bylaw, i.e. the building envelope, which is basically setbacks, building heights, and parcel coverage again, and also confirming the use of the structure, primarily for zoning compliance, because of course we do consider them accessory buildings and structures, which are supposed to be non-habitable. And I suspect that also relates to the building code as well. And also the building code when there's modifications being proposed for the containers, such as cutting in windows or doors or
Stacking.
Yeah, stacking and other stuff like that. And then finally, the bylaw contained a fee of $150 that's to be submitted with an application for a citing permit. So just some basic stats. Since that regulation came into effect, it's my understanding that there have been 14 permits issued for metal storage containers. I believe some of those relate to citing, some of those relate to containers that have been modified. And similarly, in that same time period, there have also been 10 enforcement files opened in relation to metal storage containers, but I believe the majority of those related to situations where modifications have been made to the container, as opposed to, I think there was just 2 that related to citing without a permit. And as well, just more background, and again, as the board is aware, for most of 2020, we've been working on drafting those zoning regulations that would govern the placement of shipping containers within certain zones, where they can be located, and also this idea of originally having them clad in a similar material, which we've moved away from now, and simply having them painted a similar color as the principal dwelling, which is currently sitting at second reading post-public hearing. So from a staff perspective, I believe the issues that we see with these permits in terms of their benefits certainly is that it's a proactive, effective, and efficient way to do bylaw enforcement. We see the alternative where we're responding to written complaints as being time-consuming and costly. And we also feel that there's a strong argument to be made that particularly going down this route of potentially introducing zoning regulations for storage containers, that the citing permit is an important component of that and will help us ensure that, if we are concerned about these containers from a zoning perspective, then the permits will ensure that we can assess them and make sure that they're complying with what we want to put in the zoning bylaws. From an enforcement end of it, and this is just to give the board a perspective on how we deal with the containers since July 1st of 2019. It's not that we're out there actively pursuing every single instance of a container coming to our attention. It's more where there's a direct contravention of the zoning bylaws, or we've received a written complaint, or the building inspector has observed a container being put on a property where there's been modifications that might affect the structural integrity. And those are the ones that catch our attention and that we've been pursuing further. So that's the end of my presentation. I just put some options here for the board to consider, and I believe it's also in the report. Basically, the standard 3 that if the board so inclined, the option to certainly amend the bylaw is available. If you feel that there's a need for more information, you can certainly defer and send us back to do some more work on this. Or if you feel that there's merit in the citing permits, but no amendment to the bylaws is initiated. And I think that's all we have.
That's pretty much it.
Yeah, that's all we have to say, and we're happy to answer any questions.
you very much, Mr. Garish. Are there any questions for Mr. Garish?
Director Knodel, Director Monteith has her hand up, and Director Pendergraft.
Director Monteith, will you ask your question?
To the chair, when we talk about the siting permit, is that every time the container is moved, they have to reapply for another siting permit, or is there amendments to the siting permit? Is it a one-time fee? Is it continuous? As long as it stays on the same property, are they paying the same fee if they move it from spot to spot, is what I'm asking.
Director Knodel, you want to call on?
Respond to that?
Okay, I'll jump in and answer that one. So we haven't actually run into the situation where the storage containers are being moved from spot to spot on a property. Unless it was being put into a DP area or a hazardous area, I don't think we'd really pay too much attention if if we noted that it was being moved here and there on the property.
Thank you. Does that answer your question, Director Monteith? Director Pendergraft, you have a question?
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, I am a little bit concerned about these siting permits. And I guess the question I have to ask is, what really is the difference between the containers and solar installations? You're not requiring any siting permit for a solar installation, which is, if placed in the wrong spot, extremely hard to move. Where a container is little more than hooking onto it and moving a foot or two over if need be. I really don't see the difference between the two. So could you explain that to me?
Over to Ms. Miller.
Actually, we are considering siting permits for solar arrays. We're just waiting for the consultation to be finished and seeing where it's going in the zoning bylaw so that we can coordinate that.
Okay. As a follow-up, of the complaints that were received, were they actually complaints, or were they noticed by the bylaw or building inspectors? And I'm referring to the ones that were modifications.
The modifications would have been noted by the building officials. And I think we've had a couple complaints, but I would have to check back in the records to see specifically on those two files whether they were came in through a complaint or whether they were observed through the building official.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions from the Dr. Olbrich? Dr. Olbrich?
Yeah, thank you very much. A comment and a question. I think Director Pendergraft's comment is an excellent one. I think the siting permits for solar panels also deserve consideration. I heard staff say that's being considered. I think it's a real good idea. I want to thank staff for the excellent job done on this work. Our APC had a very good conversation pertaining to the issue. I think it's a difficult balance to find. I've had feedback in our community. Many people have these containers. They like them. They do a good job siting them appropriately and keeping them relatively aesthetically in order. A lot of times they're not even visible, or they're very visible but very well done. I can think of one in Vintage Views. The house has a industrial style. The container is spectacular. It's a small lot, maybe 4,000 or 5,000 square feet, and yet if you saw it, you'd think, wow, that looks good. People in my community, they really want to have the containers, and but they also have concerns about them being unsightly or in a wrong location. So my question is, this siting permit, it sounds to me like that addresses that. It helps everybody in the community find that balance. The siting is subject to a permit, and there's a chance that that there's variances for some that maybe deserve special consideration because of particulars that may not be the same one property to the other. So I just want clarification on that thought. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Garish?
Well, I think, I mean, at least what I thought I heard is that the question relates more to the zoning regulations that we have in place. And I think the whole reason, at least from my perspective, why we're into this other separate discussion now about introducing new zoning regulations is that our interpretation and reliance on provisions for accessory dwellings may not have been suitable or appropriate for shipping containers. So we're now updating those and potentially providing, I guess, guidance for how and where shipping containers will be placed through the zoning bylaw. The siting permit simply supports that by allowing us to review them before they're put on the property to make sure that they're complying with whichever direction the board sets for these through the zoning bylaws.
Did I have a question, Director Ober?
No, thank you very much. Thank you.
Director Bush?
Okay, Director Knodel, there's questions from Director Roberts and Director Bush.
Thank you.
So who goes first?
Director Bush, please.
Okay, thank you. This seems like this citing thing seems to make sense to me, and I'd like to move the recommendation too.
Is there a seconder for the motion?
Is it Director Gettens is seconding?
Very good. Well, I think we should carry on with the discussion. Director Roberts, do you have a question?
Thank you to the chair. I like the idea of citing, but I also have a couple questions, and one of them is in regards to how do you determine, for instance, there's a lot of times people are moving in, moving out, we've got a temporary placement. Is every time that, for instance, somebody is moving something, I have my mother moving in with me, and I will be taking her physical estate in a container and then placing it on the property as we unload it, or go through it, etc., and then it will be removed. Is that something that would be a citing fee, or is there something in regards to a timeline around the temporary placement of something? For instance, you see these rental units that come in as people are doing a renovation and or moving in. That's question number one. And question number two is, are there parameters in regards to, like, let's say the size of agricultural property, and it's just the setbacks that are part of the provincial zoning? I'm wondering whether or not there's a difference in regards to sizes, hectares, etc. Anyways, that's it. Thank you very much.
Mr. Garish, do you have any comeback on that, please?
Sure, thank you. To the chair, so those questions are unrelated to the building bylaw. The citing permit doesn't address that. Those are the zoning issues that we're working through at the moment. And as far
There's a temporary.
was there a temporary permit? Okay. I'll finish my part, and Laura might add some more. So with it, as the board's aware, in the zoning bylaw changes that are proposed, there is the allowance for short-term placement of containers in relation to loading or unloading of goods for the relocation of a commercial or residential use, and that's 30 days. So I think that addresses the first question. And in relation to the second one, I think what primarily drove the request for the zoning changes was concerns in our residential zones. The example that comes to mind obviously is Apex. And so the regulations aren't really interested in the larger parcel sizes. So all we're saying in relation to agricultural zones is, don't stack them more than 2 high. But there's otherwise no limits on the numbers and no other special provisions other than just complying with the established setbacks in the ag zones and parcel coverages and building heights. And then I think you were going to add.
Yeah, as far as the temporary, so it's kind of touching on both. We have a provision in our building bylaw for siting permits as well as temporary permits. So if it was a storage container and it was for a short term, we've developed a procedure in our building department that there's certain exemptions for putting a storage container on property. So if there's an active building permit and a contractor is storing his tools on there, they wouldn't need to get a siting permit. And same thing as a short term, somebody's moving in and it's there for 3 weeks, that would be exempt as well. I mean, it would take longer to process a permit for it than it would for this container to be there.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Director Knodel, there's questions from Director Coyne Senior and Director Pendergraft.
Director Coyne?
Yes, so I guess I got two questions. Does this apply to all areas? And I got a little confused on the last bit that, is this only for residential areas and doesn't bother like RS or ag zones?
Well, I'll speak to the zoning changes briefly, and then I'll let Laura speak to the building bylaw. So the zoning changes are being done electoral areas. So area H is not part of the zoning amendment. And then
as far as the building bylaw, only areas B and G are exempt from the building inspection service. So it applies in all the other electoral areas.
That answers your question, Director Coyne?
Yeah.
Director Pendergraft?
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, a question on the turnaround times for these permits. How long does it take for a siting permit?
I'll just jump.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'll jump in. Building permits in general are taking about 38 days. So just over about 6 weeks. A siting permit, we would probably fast track that. So once it went through zoning, there's very little review. We would just sign off on it. So probably a matter of a couple of weeks.
Are there any other questions, staff?
Director Obert?
Go ahead, Director Obert.
Yes, thank you. And I'm just having trouble understanding the motion, so just a question if anyone can help me with clarification. If I'm reading it correctly, it says an amendment to the bylaw to revise requirements for a siting permit of metal storage containers not be initiated. I'm not sure what that means in consequence. Does that mean we would have siting permits, or does it mean we wouldn't have siting permits? Just exactly what's the result of that motion?
Mr. Garish, do you answer that?
Thank you. It would be status quo, that the building bylaw would not be amended and the current requirements for siting permits would remain.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Are there any other questions out there? I'm not seeing any, so I do have a comment. I think this is one of those bylaws that may not fit all areas. In the wine growing areas and the grape growing industries, I'm seeing these cargo containers moved around a fair bit. They're reasonably secure from theft with proper locks on them. So a couple of the wineries, smaller wineries, will move them a number of times because they're easy to move, as Director Pendergraft pointed out. So we have that issue. Also, you got to be a little bit careful where we're going with these. These containers, like you say, they're extremely secure as opposed to, say, a garden shed, and they're getting smaller and smaller. They're all the way down to like an 8 by 10 container with the same type of doors on them. so I can see them being used even more. The siting permits can become quite an issue as they get smaller. Traditionally around here, the smallest container we're seeing is the 8 by 20, but there are much smaller ones coming on the market now, and I'm sure they're going to grow in their popularity. And like I say, they are very secure, and they're also quite tight from rodent and weather. So as opposed to a garden shed, we may see these growing in other areas, and they may become a lot more popular. That being said, in Area C, I don't see this bylaw as fitting us, and I'm just wondering if there's an option to remove an area from it, not included in this particular bylaw, because it really does not fit Area C. I have some large acreages that are not agricultural, but that use these containers for various purposes. There's going to be some difficulties with them. And as you know, if you've got a bylaw, they're in a subsequent discussion with Ms. Miller about that. She says, well, we just don't have to enforce. Well, if you have a bylaw, it starts getting enforced. And you know, I think every area has someone that feels that our bylaws are more like criminal law and they want to play super cop, and we'll start getting a number of complaints. And I know that there's a few of them out there now. So that being said, I'd like to make a motion that Area C be removed from this bylaw and not included in this bylaw. Can I get a seconder on that? I guess not. I guess I'm in it.
We do have a motion on the floor, Director Knoll.
I'm not sure how to proceed with that then.
I don't think he realizes that there was a second.
Yes, so there was a seconder for the motion that the siting permit for metal storage containers not be initiated. So that motion's on the floor right now.
All right, very good. I guess I'll vote on that then. All in favor? All right, opposed?
It looks like, if we're correct, Director Pendergraft is opposed. Is that correct? Okay. Anybody else? That appears to be the only opposed.
Motion passes. I guess that brings us to an end of this one. Looking for a motion to close the planning and development.
Hang on, Director Bush has a hand up. I don't know if you're...
I can't see him, sorry, no.
Okay, yep. His hand is back down. He's okay now. Go ahead, Director Knoll.
I'm looking for a motion to close the Planning and Development Committee. Moved by Director Bauer, seconded by Director Holmes. All in favor? Any opposed? So moved. Motion meeting closed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, directors. We're going to move on to Environment and Infrastructure Committee, and I'll turn things over to Chair Gettens. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda, please? Great, thank you. Second, thank you. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Great, thank you. The first item up for discussion is B, the Q4 activity report, and I'll put that over to you, please, CAO.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just to follow up on previous committee, I'm not sure if all the members recall, under our procedure bylaw, everybody votes. So whether it's a rural issue or a financial issue or whatever type of issue it is, everybody gets a vote. And I didn't notice a lot of hands going up during the last call. So if there was any misunderstanding on that, then just be aware that you're all invited to vote, in fact obligated to do so on each issue. So again, second meeting after the end of a quarter, so we've got the activity report on for the Environment Committee. So that entails our engineering manager, Lisa Bloomfield, and our operations manager, Andrew Reeder. And they have a combined report. So I'm going to then, Madam Chair, turn that over to those two to provide the report.
Great, thank you, CAO. I'll start with you, Ms. Bloomfield, or?
Yep.
Yeah, perfect.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Yeah, in the interest of time, I was just wanting to put it out for questions as opposed to going through some of the highlights on our report.
Okay, thank you so much. Are there any questions from the board around the Q4 report? Okay, Director Obrecht, please.
Thank you very much to the chair. My question pertains to the Okanagan Falls wastewater treatment plant solids dewatering project. Just curious about a brief update. I know there were a grant and then the bids came in about 50% above pre-grant estimates. So just thoughts on prospects and timelines if there's any update. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Director. Ms. Bloomfield?
Yep, thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we are proceeding with that project this year. We're doing a revised scope and we're currently in the redesign of it right now with anticipating going to tender in March.
Okay. That's good, perfect. Are there any other questions about the Q4 update from the directors? Okay, so seeing none, I'm gonna put us over to our item C, which is the 2021 Mosquito Control Program, use of operating reserves. And if I could refer that back to you, please, CAO.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So during our budget discussions, it was noticed that the costs of the mosquito control program were going up and that the allocation was an impact on some areas more so than others. So there became an interest in really how this program works, what the rules were around it, how we allocated costs. And we were asked to provide an information report really on what are the impacts of the program change that we had in the budget, asking for additional hours, and really was the allocation mechanism that's entrenched in the program fair. So Ms. Bloomfield has Zoe Kirk in the room with her, and they're prepared to give an introduction into the mosquito control program, keeping in mind our budget is due to the province on March 31st. So I'm not sure we have enough time to actually amend the service establishment bylaw where the fee is entrenched, but we can certainly make some amendments to the program prepared for 2021 and then do some more research into it and come back later in the year in order to affect how it operates in 2022. So we'll turn it over to Ms. Bloomfield, Madam Chair, and she can present to the board.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you. As the CAO just stated, he just covered a lot of the main points for the financial aspects of it. But if Danny, if I could get you to put up our presentation, please. So what we've planned today is a mini workshop to discuss budget recommendations for 2021 and also answer in more detail some of the operational questions that have arisen over the past meetings. Basically why we do and how we do it. So in the budget being presented for first reading later today, it does have the program change requests for the mosquito control program included. So during the course of calculating that out, of course, we found some inaccuracies, and we have updated on how it was being calculated this year, which resulted in some substantial changes for some of the areas. So as I stated in the board report, it's a very complex situation, and the different methods of apportionment can be very complicated and different. We have reached out to many different regional districts and municipalities, and we're working on combining all of the different methods of apportionment. So in order to do that a thorough job of it, we're going to be bringing it back probably late Q1, early Q2 with substantial detail, which can go into possibly amending the bylaws. So in the meantime, the mosquito program has accumulated a fair amount of reserve, about 80,000. So what we want to do, it's a little button to the right. This one? That one? Oh, there we go. I haven't used the thing in here yet. Okay, so there's just some of the things, and this is the budget info. So we have some reserve accumulated in the mosquito program, and I'm recommending use of about 43,000 of it to cover some of the increased expenses as well as the program change request for 2021. And by bringing all of the other apportionment options later in Q2, we can figure out the better way to maybe move it forward into 2022 and beyond. So the table shows the what's currently in the budget that's being presented today, as well as what the proposed change would be with this recommended use of reserve funds. So if there was is there any specific questions on the financial recommendations?
Thanks, Ms. Bluefield. I think Director Bush, do you have your hand up?
Well, I don't have any questions, but I would say that I think the new system of allocating the cost is much better than the old system, since I've been paying too much for since the very beginning. But anyways, I like the new system. We've already voted to add the 18,000. And so if it comes out of reserve, I'm fine with that. So I would like to move the recommendation to.
Thank you, Director Bush. Director Roberts, are you seconding, or is that a question? Sorry, I can't see. If you're nodding, I can't see your face on the screen. Sorry. Can you just unmute and just let me know if you're seconding?
My dog and I are seconding.
Okay, thank you. So we've got a motion on the floor. And then did you have a question, Director Roberts, as well? No. Okay, I'm going to go to Director Obrecht then, please.
Yes, thank you very much to the chair. I wonder, is there any projection for 2021? It's been a mild winter. I don't know what the snowpack is. I don't know if there's any expectations on if it's going to be a heavy year, a bad year like 2018 was, or is it going to be a better year? And that's my question. I'm just curious about the future. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Obrecht. I think it's going to go to Ms. Bluefield, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, that's part of what Zoe Kirk will be addressing in the rest of the presentation. So if there weren't any other questions.
I just got Director Holmes, sorry.
Yep.
Director Holmes, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I would prefer to staff recommendation myself, taking the 18,000 and the 25,000 out of reserves. I strongly support that we do this review of the program and how the costs are allocated. We made a change, but it doesn't necessarily, the change that we made doesn't necessarily, it's still a bit all over the place as far as I'm concerned. And just because you made a change doesn't necessarily make it any fairer. You're just making a change because it's a different way to allocate the costs. So I would strongly support this review, and I would also I'd rather see the staff recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. So we do have a motion on the floor, but I'm going to move that over to finish the presentation, and then we'll go back to the motion. And is that to Ms.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm just going to wrap up and just state that we're going to look at a deeper look into the operational requirements now, and I am going to pass it over to Zoe Kirk, our project coordinator, who has been supervising this program for many years now. Thank you, Zoe.
Thank you, Lisa, Madam Chair, Director, CAO. Good morning. I'm very glad that we have this opportunity to come to you today and to discuss this program. It's always bothered me that it is one thing to do to run the program, and it's another whole issue to allocate it correctly. So as we move through this, that will become a little clearer. So what we hope, and I hope to cover today, and I'll have plenty of time for questions, is to go through a bit of the background, which most of you have had in Lisa's board report, and then answer some of the questions that have come to us in the meantime. So we're going to take a bit of a deeper dive into the operations of the plan. So the main objective is to ensure public health and safety. And that means it's a quality of life impact. Human and animal health impacts. For example, mosquitoes carry Western equine encephalitis, canine heartworm, West Nile virus, Zika, and malaria. Now, the last two aren't present here yet, but they are under severe scrutiny. They're being crossbred with the mosquitoes that are in this region because they happen to be the best vectors to move Zika and malaria into the North Hemisphere. And with the climate change, those things are definitely on the radar in places like Florida and those warmer as it moves north. There's also an economic impact through agriculture, reduced tourism, and the cattle industry is affected. The program, as robust as it is for us, isn't capable of eradicating all the mosquitoes, but it attempts to keep those numbers in densely populated areas or areas of concern for agriculture down to a livable level. And how do we do that? Well, the mosquito control program is kind of like being between a rock and a hard place. And forgive my language, it's kind of like one of those damned if you do and damned if you don't. It's a hard stop on one side by the provincial regulations, and that dictates the execution. And on the other hand, the other backstop is the limitations of the bylaw. This situation isn't unique to the RDOS. Everywhere is that I've been in conversation with. Our counterparts around us, they're all in the same boat. Everyone's situation is getting worse or increasing cost and demand. As RDKB said to me, I have dipped significantly into my reserves. I have upped my tax requisitions substantially. And quotes from the other colleagues is, this isn't a luxury program. The norm has changed. So back to our program at hand. The regulations state that in order to conduct any sort of management that includes the use of larvicides, pesticides, treatment on public or private lands, the requirement is the understanding and compliance with an integrated pest management approach. What is a pest management approach? Well, I'm going to read from the regulations. The program, or an IPM, is based on the principles of the process for managing pest populations that includes the following: planning and managing of ecosystems, identifying pest problems and potential problems, monitoring populations of pests, and using injury thresholds in making decisions, suppressing pest population to acceptable levels through biological, physical, cultural, mechanical, behavioral, and chemical controls in appropriate combinations, environmental and human health protection, and also the evaluation and effectiveness of those treatments. In our case, the RDOS plan includes the activities from the regulations of mosquito larval habitat reduction and prevention, public education, and larval control using larvicide applied either by hand, backpack, or helicopter. So integral to the bylaw on one side and the PMP on the other is the understanding that no mosquito control, habitat modification, or larviciding is conducted without the express permission of the applicable owner, agency, or authority. You need the rock. And that's the plan. Our pest management plan outlines the expectations for the execution of all of our program activities. It's, in its simplest form, it's just a science-based approach and includes record keeping, reports back to the ministry, which started 2 weeks ago when I sent in the intent to treat application. Then we have year-end report statistics, and we also have to submit pesticide use notices at the end of the season. And the ministry can also conduct audits or reviews anytime they see fit. So with this in mind, the RDOS conducts its program accordingly. So understanding the parameters under which we have to operate, the next is the how. How sites are established, addressed, added, removed. How do we run the program? How do properties actually become treatment sites? As dictated by the bylaw, the program is driven by property owner requests. And there's been a 139% increase in the number of sites from 161 back in 2013, prior to when I took over the program, to 384 in 2020. This graph that you're looking at here provides the number of treated sites for the past 5 years. So a low of 290 to a high of 512. Not surprisingly, this graph follows exactly along the pattern of hydrologic changes to the region, where groundwater saturation has not diminished and significant hydrologic changes are evident across the whole Okanagan-Similkameen. And we do this program still with only 2 applicator certified seasonal crew members. So, the treatment matrix. What happens in the beginning of each season is before the crews ever hit the ground, the permission to treat letters are sent to all the previous year's property owners by folio number. This allows time for us and for folks that have moved or changed to or physically altered their landscape to advise us, and we can remove them from the program. For municipalities like Penticton and Summerland and Oliver and Osoyoos, we amalgamate all of those treatment sites, and when the crew gets to the office and hits the ground, they make personal visits to the Operations or Public Works Department, and they go over every site to make sure they're still active, to make sure alterations haven't been changed, or if there's special requests. For example, in 2017 and 18, special requests to hit Dale Meadows really hard for the ball tournament. So those are the types of things that they organize with our neighboring municipalities. In late February, following the regulations, an information release is sent out. And this usually results in lots of activity from the media. I get contacted, sometimes even television, and it also encourages property owners to get a hold of us, and sometimes that's when our change of ownership happens. As we know in local government, when somebody sells a property, it's often going to be 6 to 9 months before it hits our finance department or into the assessment rolls. So this program gets out in front of that a lot of the time. So the list of new sites is then tabulated, and once crews start moving through the season, they go to do on-site assessments. They determine whether it should be the RDOS or the property owner deals with the issue. They provide education at that time. Sometimes there are ways that the property owner can drain it themselves, even if they didn't think that they could drain it themselves. And all the way through the season, we have a mosquito hotline, and property owners are responded to all throughout the season. So at the end of the year, when all of the tabulations are taking place, we use that site list as that first initial mail out the following year. So how do we treat identified sites? Well, on-site treatment, again, science, it's just based on the unique situation at each site. It's dipped with about a 200 milliliter dip, which is about the size of an average glass. And identification and the number of larvae as present is written down. Then temperature. And for the ministry, wind direction and speed. All these extra data points must be calculated. Then they have to assess whether it needs to be treated, when does it need to be rechecked by larval development stage, how is the weather going to affect that? All of that is now entered into our ArcGIS system. But it's Mother Nature and weather that drives the program. It dictates operations from the beginning of the season to the end of the season. Things can change really quickly if we get warm spells or rain events. So to answer that question about 2021, I'm worried already. I've been swatting mosquitoes already. So yes, there is a cooler, drier trend. There's still lots of water up there. We have lots of groundwater saturation. We haven't had a heavy freeze, and we have yet to get that overtopping snow, which always comes in March. So 2021 could be a very interesting season. So in this photo, I'm going to illustrate that fact of early season. Before 2016, we didn't head out early enough to get these little babies. These are what they call snowmelt mosquitoes. They survive under the ice. If there is less than a micromillimeter of airspace between ice and water, which is what scientifically happens when water freezes, those mosquitoes can survive in that small little airspace breathing through their bums. So if we don't get that, we miss that first biomass hatch. Now, last year, 2019 and 2020, we got that hatch, which always begs the question when people phone us, why do we need a mosquito control program? There's no mosquitoes. That's the reason. But then, a little later in the season, that's that same dip in a different location. Summerland. So if you can think that every single one of those larvae, if you say there's 50% females, each female is capable, after she becomes an adult, of 24,800 other mosquitoes. So once they have done these site evaluations, whether it's early, middle, or late in the season, then they decide if and how they're going to treat. And this is Shad, and it's a small area that's just a little depression in the field. And he does that just by hand with a bucket and a spreading device. That means he doesn't have to suit up, put on the backpack, he just goes out and does it. Larger sites, like you see here with Cindy, is treated by backpack blower, just because of the actual size of that area. And then about June, when everything starts to push back, Sean's opened the gates at the Penticton Dam for the regulation system. Stuff starts to pool up. That's when we are forced then to go to the helicopter mode, which in fact is some of the most cost-effective work that we do. If you consider areas like Lawrence Ranch, that's a large area. It would take Shad days to try and get through there, where the helicopter can do it in about 8 minutes. So it depends on what the weather's doing, what Mother Nature puts to us, and what happens. And monitoring. So that is one of the things that we have been very hard pressed to calculate to answer Director Bush's question is this allocation, is they have to surveil by law to make sure they know when to come back. And how do they do that? I'm going to go back to the original slide. It's the mosquito biology. So now you get to put your 101 hats for mosquito biology. So to become an adult, all the mosquitoes have to be in non-agitated water in their larval stage. But that's like 3/4 of an inch of water. In the grass water, not just open areas or pools of water. Larvae have to proceed through all those 4 stages called instars. And they have to molt between them as they grow. At the final stage, called the pupae, which is this one here, they stop eating. They stop eating about the end of the 4th larval stage. At this time, they're just all curled up waiting to become adults. And then this entire process, as they emerge to adult, in the spring snowmelt of the one I showed, the picture I showed you in the beginning, can take 1 to 2 weeks, depending on your weather threshold. But with increased temperatures, this starts coming down to between 5 and 7 days. So that means that as the whole situation changes, we need to be on top of it. Adult mosquitoes generally feed on nectar. So they're going to be looking for plants. But a female requires a blood meal. And it doesn't matter when she gets it in her life cycle. If she emerges as an adult, dries up, and finds a cow or a human, she takes her blood meal, it will wait because she needs that blood to develop her eggs. And if she can't find it, she's going to go looking for it. So a mosquito adult, science tells us, if you can even imagine that they tag mosquitoes, that they fly usually 1 to 2 kilometers to satisfy their life cycle. But our mosquitoes, the little Aedes vexans, they can fly great distances for a blood meal, 30 kilometers from their original state of origin, and they can, with the winds and vectors of air, they can move and survive at 10,000 meters high. So if they get into a wind cycle, that's what's going to happen. They're going to move. So that's where we want to treat them. That's a small window, and it gets smaller as the season goes along. So that's the reason that we are very critical on the surveillance. So if you have a site, we do the hectare size, you go in, that's the hectare size is what we report to the ministry, the largest area that pond, pool, stagnant area is. But that doesn't say how many times we go back to treat it. The ministry only wants to know what the size is and that we treated it, and then they cross-reference that with the pesticide use. But monitoring is everything up to the stage of treatment. So you still have to go there, you still have to park, you have to put your gear on, you have to get there, you have to test, you have to do what Cindy's doing, looking at it, figuring what has she got, how much is she gonna have to use. If you don't have to treat, you still have to do everything up to that stage, enter the data, and go somewhere else. So that's what Lisa and I, and what's bugged us about the program for the longest time, is calculating the actual amount of times to the site. So here's our heat map. And this heat map basically has taken the mosquito control sites that we visit on a regular basis and put them into hot zones. So you can see we have hot zones in Summerland, all the way down the main stem lake system, through the Similkameen, all the way up and over past Princeton, and young junior Spencer, Director Spencer, you have to thank Spencer Senior because he's in the program, and Princeton is the benefactor of that program because you can see all the sites right around Princeton, and then we go all the way out to Eastgate. And what do we use? It's very important for our pest management plan to be approved by all of the consulting bodies that have to approve it. If we use the most environmentally safe method of control, it is better for the environment, it does the job, it's the best cost for money, but it's also the most environmentally friendly. So we use Vectorbac, which is bacteria, Theriangensis israelis. It's a naturally occurring bacteria in the soil that is synthesized and added to corn. I have it right here. For those of us of a certain vintage, we're going to recognize this as looking like grape nuts because this is exactly what it's like. And we like it because we don't have to have hazmat suits and we can store it well. So other methods that we could use, and we do use, is the hands-on approach. We try and get property owners to do as much as possible, and we really push them to make those areas that we're going into safe. So if they go, they say, you know, you can aerate that pond. You could drain it, areas of your property, maybe by digging a little ditch. So they're very good at trying to reduce the amount of treatment sites they have and educate owners while they're there. Tires are a big one. But the RDOS does not adulticide, and that is an option that every once in a while somebody brings up to me. But we don't have fogging equipment. We don't have hazmat suits that are required for it. We don't have the equipment, nor does our helicopter or the fixed wing dispersal. And my mind just goes to a different chemical being sprayed from a helicopter when you're sitting on the patio at the winery and you're seeing somebody going through like the old plantation, it just doesn't work. And with the winds that we have in this valley, we can't risk that if we were going to do anything like that, that it's not going to blow over onto somebody else. That's where the helicopter doing the larviciding is the most effective way, because they are so accurate with how they can drop that larvicide. And the restrictions on those other chemicals. People are going to start to push back, because methoprene and some of those other chemicals.
Sorry, are we still on, Danny?
So I'll keep talking while Danny gets us back.
Okay.
But our pest management plan, which I have with me here today, does include all of the chemicals that would be required if Bonnie Henry phoned us up and said, you got to get out there and do X because of West Nile virus or because of some other. So we do have them all listed as applicable for the regional district to use, but we have it stipulated in our plan that the only chemical we use, it's not even a chemical, it's a larvicide, is BTI. And it's in red saying we won't use anything else unless directed by the CDC or the province to use in the event of an emergency. So what happens if we stop? Well, quite frankly, I don't know what would happen. I don't want to even think about it, and I'm going to change my phone number if it ever happens. Because we do know some things. First of all, the regional district has had a program in place since the 70s. So you've got that base layer of continuing suppression. So we know any areas adjacent to larval development habitat sites, mosquito populations become extremely high. And what the scientists that I talked to said, mosquitoes can overwhelm Mother Nature. When this happens, the quality of life for residents in the area can decrease because of the severely limited outdoor activity. I think Director Gittins probably understands that from age, because above max height, people do find it difficult to garden because of mosquitoes. Unfortunately, they're not the type of mosquitoes that we can deal with. They're in a covenant area we cannot treat. So in some cases, human and animal health is affected again. Further, nuisance mosquitoes can have potential impacts economically. As I've said before, I had no idea until I had this job that mosquitoes interfere with cattle putting on weight. Because if cattle are agitated by mosquitoes, they don't eat. They don't eat, they get sick. They get colic, all sorts of things because they're agitated. So it does definitely affect the cattle industry. So that makes the leap to me. No wonder Lawrence Ranch is on us all the time to be out there, because his livelihood depends on it. And losses in the agricultural industry have become much more prominent in the last few years. I've had calls because of people calling me as in the agricultural industry saying their crews are going to walk off the job. So that's why we started the early season, get the snowmelt mosquitoes, because these producers need to have those people in the fields doing their jobs. It was astounding to me that we could have that much of a biomass if we missed that first catch. So what I do know is that I've discussed this with some of the environmental consultants who contract to CORD, TNRD, and Regional District Columbia-Shuswap, that in their experience, if a treatment is suspended or stopped, that it takes a lot more money in the long run to catch up. When citizens demand action, it's a catch-up game. And in one consultant said it can take years. Because it creates a domino effect. And I'll say it takes years because a mosquito egg can last well over a decade. Doesn't matter if it's wet, dry, or frozen. If she lays them in the mud and it freezes over winter and it doesn't thaw out or the pond dries up, it can last for a dozen years. So if you don't and you suspend those, what the consultants have said to me is then now you're getting consistent layer upon layer upon layer, and it creates the domino effect in the frontline workers because they're phoning in. Then it gets to the politicians taking the calls from citizens. And one consultant used the Scotch Creek example to me. Up in the North Shuswap, Scotch Creek area elected to be out of the program, and that lasted only one season. The pressure and demands from the public has had it reinstated. Now I get this from the contractor who, unlike our in-house crews, all he has to do is come in with his crews, treat, educate, leave. But he did keep reminding me about the fact that the mosquito eggs last for decades. And they're just waiting for the perfect conditions. And people are on the move. This is a discussion that most of the other managers I've talked to have discussed, that, you know, we're now putting ourselves into areas we never were before. We're developing subdivisions, agritourism is moving out. When I first moved here 10 years ago, even when I first took over the mosquito control program, other than the Golden Mile and that strip, you didn't have wineries up in Willowbrook where people are on patios. So things are changing. People are recreating more. So that puts additional pressures onto the program.
Sorry, I'm just gonna check in. We've only got another 10 minutes left, and I see a few hands up. Do you
Okay.
mind if I just check in with
Sure.
directors? You're okay here? Great, thank you. So, Director Bush, you've got a question?
Yes, thanks, Zoe. I wanted to thank you for the more accurate change in the allocation costs. I am wondering about the helicopter costs. So how are they allocated out per area?
Thank you. Ms. Kurt?
Madam Chair, well, it's in the mix, Director Bush. I mean, that's the issue here is when we fly the helicopter, it's not just helicopter charges, it's all of the larvicide charges, it's the costs for the safety equipment. That's where this, the way the bylaw is written is not as accurate as it should be. And of course, I don't want to denigrate the bylaw because it was written at a time where all of these other extraneous factors weren't in the mix at the time. Back in the 70s, they didn't run a helicopter. So it was easier to apportion those over that 3 years. But now things have changed, and we find that the helicopter is by far the more, like if you're talking dollar for dollar, when we do get out in that helicopter and do that massive amount of work, it's extremely cost effective.
Does that answer your question, Director Bush?
No, actually it doesn't. I just want to know how it's allocated now.
Lisa? Go ahead, Ms. Bloomfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, it's basically the time spent in the area. The same way we calculate it with the rest of it. We'll look at how many hours the crew spent in the area, and it's all, the amount itself is wrapped up into the bottom line, but we look at the time the crew spent there doing the activities, typically a whole day, and that 8 hours is what they would have spent in area B or area G. But the whole cost itself is just worked into the overall percentage. We don't separate out any particular cost at this point and just allocate it to where actually was occurring. It's all in one cost right now.
Does that help, Director Bush? See nodding. Thanks. I'm going to quickly go through these questions because we do have 10 minutes left in this. So I'm going to go to Director Canovo, please.
Yes, thank you very much for your presentation, Zoe. It's quite informative. One of the questions I have is are all areas, are there any exempted areas, like the north end of Escalius Lake? I've been told there's some concerns about treating that. And I'm just not sure about things like the bird sanctuary at Vassal Lake and BC Parks Land. Do we treat them all equally?
Thank you, Director. Over to you, Ms. Kerr.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair. Great question, and thank you for that. One of the reasons we can't eradicate mosquitoes in the regional district or suppress them beyond a livable amount is because we do have no treat zones. Exactly what you were saying, Bassaw Lake, some of the land conservancies. Now, there is a land conservancy at the north end of Oliver that, because of pressures from the residents, allow us to treat that area. But there are a lot of conservancies that don't. So absolutely, you're correct. There's areas along Golden Mile, so you can understand that it puts additional pressure on our treatment on the side on where we can treat, so that it makes up for those areas that we can't. And in fact, this year, because of the agricultural concerns and the complaints, we actually worked with the Lower Similkameen Indian Band, because we had tidied up everything on our side and it could prove it with 0 dips, but on the other side, there was issues. So Trudy Peterson from the Lower Similkameen Indian Band worked with us, and we may be doing that again in the future.
Great, thank you. Is that helpful?
Yeah, just a follow-up on that, though. Given that situation and the ability of these little critters to put on extreme air miles, this is looking more like a complete regional issue, and yet certain areas are getting hammered very hard tax-wise on this, or cost-wise, and I'm kind of wondering, somewhere along the line, you know, if you're robbing Peter to pay Paul, you always have a friend in Paul, but Peter's getting kind of hungry here. So we're going to have to look at a different way of doing this, and it seems like it's more a total regional issue if these things can travel 30 kilometers and at extreme heights. Mosquitoes from Karamias are settling down in Summerland. Summerland wants more treatment. So the cost allocations are becoming quite burdensome in at least 3 areas that I'm aware of, and we're going to have to look at a different way of dealing with this. And it's not your concern, and I thank you very much for letting us know how the program works. But you've brought some interesting questions to bear on how this is paid for. Example, Area C is paying a fair amount, and I offhand couldn't look it up to see what the town is paying. But perhaps it should be broken down as equal payments right across the whole regional district, and I can just see hackles being brushed there. But I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thanks, Director Knoll. I think that's what staff is looking for, is more time to investigate that as a program as well. So I've got quite a few questions, and we've got about 6 minutes left. So I'm going to go to Director Roberts.
Thank you to the chair, and that was the point that I wanted to talk about. Thank you very much, Zoe, an absolutely fabulous discussion and information provided. That being said, I don't believe any of us see this as not a worthy and necessary program. And going back to Director Holmes and Director Knodl's last statement, it's more about the restructuring that we need to be looking at, read the bylaw, because as you've stated, you know, we're dealing with low density versus high density. We're talking about windage. So you end up in an area with a complaint system where you'll have a very low dense area, and with the taxpayers being, you know, not that many, but having the bulk of the cost, but the neighboring residential area in a municipality may not have the cost because it's not considered in their area, but due to windage, close proximity, they're the ones benefiting by it, but the bulk of the pay is coming from a smaller amount. So again, this is why it's important that as we move into 2021, that we look at a different way of dealing with the bylaw and the fee structure for 2022. Thank you very much, and thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, Director Roberts. I'm going to go to Director Pendergraft, please.
Thank you, through the chair. Most of my points were raised, but I do have one question I wanted to ask of Zoe, and that's in regards to the dips. I know there's a standard or a set amount that as soon as you reach in the dip, then it requires treatment. Who set those dip levels before treatment is required?
Thanks, Director. Mrs. Kirk?
to the chair. Director Pendergraft, that's an excellent question. The province regulations say you can set your own dip requirements. Their recommendation is 1. Our pest management plan says a dip of 3 or more, 2 or 3 instar larvae requires treatment.
Does that answer your question, Dr. Pendergraft?
So just to be clear, if there's in one dip, there's 2 or 3 larvae, that means treat it?
Yes, that's correct, because that one dip is 1 200 milliliter dip.
Yeah.
And if one mosquito can do 24,000 adults if left, you can extrapolate that across the water body in the water column. And that's why the province actually prefers 1.
1. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Director. I'm going to go to Director Bauer and then Director Bush, please. So Director Bauer?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So I don't know whether it's Ms. Bloomfield or Ms. Or Zoe is going to answer this. So the 80,000 in the reserve, what do you usually use that money for? Reserves are usually for incidental or, you know, unforeseen kind of incidents. So it strikes me like a lot of money. And to some of the other comments in regards municipal participation or better, higher participation, what are we going to do about all the bad smokes from the fires in Keremeos that is solely from the outlying areas? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Director. Ms. Bloomfield?
Yes, thank you, Chair. The reserve is exactly what you indicated. It is for those unforeseen expenses, the years that maybe we require an extra helicopter flight, but then in the years that we don't, those extra costs go into the operating reserve so that we can pull them out as needed.
Great, thank you, Ms. Bloomfield.
Can I just follow? Can I just follow up on that one, Chair?
Please, go ahead.
Chair?
Yes, please go ahead.
Oh, sorry. So for that matter, I would say that using reserve funding to offset tax requisition is not a good idea. It's in general not a good practice, period. I would never do that. So I would have to vote against that. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Bauer. I'm going to go up to Director Bush, please.
Well, thank you. Just in answer to Director Bauer, I mean, the portion that they're going to use and what we have in reserve, I don't think it's a bad idea. I mean, I think they said there was $80,000 in there, so I'm still in favor of the motion. The other thing I wanted to say is I don't think we should focus on how far a mosquito can fly. I mean, that depends on the wind and the heat. I know when the temperature is hot, they don't go anywhere. They just hunker down, mostly in our hay fields. But that's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Director Bush. Director Bauer, is that a leftover hand? Okay, great. So I don't see any more questions happening, just to double check here. And we do have a motion on the floor, which I believe, Director Bush, is the administrative recommendation, right? That we use the $18,458 to offset from the operational reserves to help offset this budget, along with an additional $25,000 from the reserve as well. And that's going to buy the staff the time they need to come back with a plan that we can discuss further. Are there any questions or comments on the motion that's on the floor? Okay, yes, Director Holmes?
Just clarification, that was the motion that was put on the table, was the administrative recommendation?
Yes, Director Bush is nodding yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Is that right? Any comments from Christy Molden? Okay.
No comments.
Thank you. Okay, so let's call the question then. All those in favor of the motion? Thank you. All of those opposed? I've got Director Bauer. Is there anybody else opposed? Okay, the motion passes. And I think, where's my agenda? I think that's it. Oh, that's it. 10:31. Let's adjourn. Thank you.
Excellent.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you very much, Chair Gittens. We're going to move on to Protective Services Committee, and I'll turn things over to Chair Roberts. Go ahead, please.
Thank you to the chair. I'd like somebody to make a motion that we open the Protective Services Committee. And whomever's picking up the hands, I see lots of hands wavings and nothing up on my little screen on the side. So if the chair can help me with picking who we want to have. I saw lots of hands.
We've got Director Coyne Jr. and Director Traynor seconding.
Okay. Could I now like to ask the CAO to speak on the activity report of the Q4?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Wood shortly, but again, two important things. I know we have gotten into some bad habits in the past where we just brush over our activity reports. Usually we use them to balance out our timing if we're behind on our schedule during the day. Because committees roll from one into another, we tend to just overlook the activity reports. But it is an important tool. It's one of our accountability tools to the board, for one thing. But secondly, it's part of the board's oversight responsibility to keep track of what is going on in the local government organization. So where you do get the chance, by all means, please don't hesitate to ask any questions. I typically ask each of our managers to point out a few of the higher profile issues that they've either tackled in the previous quarter or that may be coming up. But if you have a project that you're interested in that you don't see on the report at all, then by all means, make sure that you ask that question when the managers come in. So for Protective Services, we cover two important issues. One is our emergency management program, and the other is the 911 telecommunications infrastructure and dispatch. So we've got both of these covered in the report. The committee will recall in 2020 and 2019, we started really reviewing our emergency management bylaw and the establishment bylaw for the service. There was a concern at that point from some of the members, these are regional programs, concerned about how the costs were allocated. And that is entrenched in the service establishment bylaw. Whereas how we operate is in our emergency management bylaw. And that's when we changed our responsibility to the Protective Services Committee for emergency management. And then we charged the CAO group with the responsibility to report out to Protective Services. And I've been working with the CAO group over the last 6-7 months, looking at, well, first of all, we took the budget in because that was one of the delegated responsibilities, was that the CAO group now is responsible for recommending the emergency management budget up to the board. So that happened, and we went through it thoroughly and they endorsed it. And then secondly, we've been looking at the service establishment bylaw as to an allocation method, and we had a facilitated workshop with Ron Matusi, and we started looking at how we could sort of parcel this out. We still have some work to finish on this. I have a brief I have to write for the group. But generally, what I've come to, we were looking at sort of what would a basic program look like, and then member municipalities either purchasing or not purchasing additional services. And we started out along that way, and we thought, okay, have a basic program and then maybe enter into contracts or agreements with member municipalities as to what services are provided. And, you know, looking at our program, we only have a basic program. So the services that are required are usually based on population. Our smaller members don't have a lot of staff. They don't have the capability to provide a full response. Our larger members do have staff and are interested in participating. And we can do that through one emergency management program and through one emergency operations center. So I haven't told them this yet, but I'm going to go back to the CAO group and re-enter that discussion about what a regional program looks like instead of trying to parse this out in different areas. So just a heads up for committee, you may hear about that, but shortly into Q1, we're going to report back to Protective Services about where we see this heading as far as a regional program for emergency management in the future. So I am now then going to turn this over to Mr. Woods, and he can take you through the rest of his report, Mr. Chair. You have to call him.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Woods, would you speak to the matter, please? Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so just a reminder on the structure of this Protective Services Committee report update. This is emergency management, as the CIO was just alluding to. It sometimes touches on policing, our E911 and our fire dispatch program, as well as the initiatives under the Fire Smart umbrella. Can you hear me? Okay, good, thanks. So just within the sphere of emergency management, one of the big components we do work on is training and engagement with the different groups. So you'll note on the file here, we've got right out of the gate, our emergency program coordinator and manager of emergency services are often out working with the various groups. We did do 2 presentations at 2 fairly large conferences, virtually, of course, this year, speaking to the lessons learned with not only COVID and Loose Bay, but also with the Christie Mountain Fire. We try our best to get out and do those presentations where we get the opportunity, because it shares the lessons that we've learned, but also gives us an opportunity to showcase what we actually work on as a program. More on the training side, each quarter we bring forward a list of what we've accomplished, and collectively we now have, I think it's up to almost 500 individuals that were trained within 2020, which I think is quite good considering the COVID requirements. But we switched gears and went into a virtual mode, and it was actually quite helpful for us, because as much as the medium changed, it still gave us a chance to focus on the objectives and also test out our regional nature with the virtual world. Over into the project management side, one I wanted to touch on that we still do through our project management group, the Naramata Satellite Fire Hall. We have 2 projects that are satellite fire halls, one in Tulameen in the community of Colmont, actually, the Tulameen Fire Service, and then one in Naramata for the North Naramata District. Our role in that is to assist in facilitating provincial support, whether that's through a license of occupation and some of the many parameters that are required, from licensing to well creation and testing of wells. So our project management staff help the fire departments in those endeavors, and those are 2 examples of where we're going. And one that's coming up next year that's being talked about is the Apex Fire Brigade as well. So just a little bit on that side. Switching gears into the E911 side of things and fire dispatch. I've mentioned before the Clean Emergency Communications Tower. That project is moving forward. We're getting past the permitting and licensing phase and awarding the design and build construction component of that project. That'll roll through into next year, but in the last quarter, a lot of work was done just to secure those locations and the co-location agreements, which we often do, in this case with Transport Canada. Emergency support services, which is really a component of emergency management, but it's a big piece of what we do. This is where our volunteers come out to assist us during evacuations, during house fires throughout the year. Those very unfortunate and awkward situations where individuals are thrust into these situations where they have to head down to the reception center or receive some services in the middle of the night due to a fire. Through our emergency program coordinator, we do our best to coordinate a regional approach to that, to ensure that we've got individuals available in those wee hours when the fire departments, for example, are dealing with an event, and to approach the human side of that, we bring individuals in that are part of the program There's a lot of training involved in that, which goes into it. And it's also a big part in the virtual world with the online registration process that really kicked into high gear at the same time that the Christie Mountain Fire was going on. So the point that I have here is that we do have throughout the year events where we go in and support the fire departments, and just some examples of where those fires have occurred and we've supported them. You'll see here the person supported. There's 56 people there that were involved in these situations, so it is an ongoing challenge. We continue on the Emergency Operations Center. We're still active for COVID, of course, at a level 1. We respond as we need to with the provincial government and any changes that they might make. I wanted to point out that the Luce Bay oversight that we provided through the context of emergency management, we introduced a COVID coordinator function in that site to ensure that we had some measures in place because of the amount and volume of people that go through the area. Some statistics on that, up to October 31st, when the facility closed down, we had 1,451 persons that stayed, with a total of 1,342 nights cumulatively. So that's a lot of individuals that were coming in. We're very happy that there were no exposures or outbreaks in that location. So that's something that I wanted to share with you as well. Within the Fire Smart and wildfire preparedness focus, we, as you know, we in Q4 of last year applied for $600,000 grant. We should know about that shortly. In the event that we do receive those funds, we'll continue on with the focus we've had. Ideally, we'll have a much stronger connection with each of the communities, as this time the province has endorsed each electoral area has access to funds. So we'll be looking to work with local fire departments and community fire smart boards in that process. But meanwhile, in Q4, we were able to pilot a couple of community events. One of them was championed by the Naramata Fire Smart Group, which we just provided some support in the background on, but also one that we took a more of a stronger role in the West Bench, because there was no community group there yet. We hope that there will be at some point. And that'll be really a focus of the new program as well. On the wildfire mitigation side, over the years, we've done a lot of work working with the Crown to do actual fuel mitigation. I know we talked about this briefly last quarter, but the focus is now on having the Crown themselves undertake that work, where we've developed our community fire smart plan, and we have had in the past had actual applications for targeted areas where the fuel loads are significant. We will still share that information as we go through our planning processes, but the province has changed their funding formula to move money to us to do more of the education side, the training side on community fire smarts, to really empower and engage communities to do that work internally. And then they are going to take on that lead role for doing fuel modification. So that is a big change in what we've done in the past. So I just wanted to raise that again to you. Moving into Q1, we haven't talked for a while on flood mitigation planning. 2019 and 2020, we received grants to work on the Similkameen flood response planning, as well as the system, the Park Rill, Horn Creek, Currens Creek system. Those projects are rolling on. They continue. There's a lot of work being done with our engineers and the hydrological experts. That's really mapping out exactly what the challenges are, so that moving forward, if there's an interest in establishing some mitigation strategies, that can be done off of that foundation work for flood response mapping. And we will continue to wrap up what we did this year. We're going to continue with Luce Bay. We're still involved with them. Back to Luce Bay, we did receive $200,000 worth of funding from the Ministry of Agriculture to assist us in upgrading amenities at that location. So we were able to secure 2 buildings that house our laundry and washrooms and showers. We've also got some Wi-Fi going in, so we were able to get the bulk of that work. There was a new septic field, so quite a large expansion of amenities in that location. And we'll be wrapping that up in Q1 into Q2 in preparation for that service moving forward. So that's all I was going to raise today, Chair, unless there's any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Woods, for your report. Any questions?
I have a question, Carla.
I see Director Bauer and Director Olbrich and Director Monteith. Can I have some help on who came first there, Chair?
I saw Director Bauer. You've got Director Gettens as well from the boardroom.
Okay, so Director Bauer, you're first up then. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm wondering if Mr. Wood could elaborate a little bit more on the risk assessment, Similkameen flood risk assessment, and the mapping, in particularly timelines, because it seems to me like we've been looking at this for many, many years now, and every year we're going to hear the same in another study, and new regs and new whatever, and nothing ever happens. So, and I'm not saying it's Mr. Wood's fault. I'm just want to get some clarification of timelines. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Woods, could you speak to the question?
Sure. Yeah. So the board will know we're not in the business of doing flood mitigation. That's something that we have brought forward as a new service until such time that we are in the business of mitigating for these disasters. We wouldn't actually be doing work to physically change those river systems or streams. This work was money made available by the province for us to have that foundation of flood mapping completed. So at the very least, during an event, the hydrological experts and the engineers that come into our emergency operations center have a better sense of how to install gabion baskets or flooding measures of some kind. I know that it's frustrating. It's frustrating for staff when we're responding as opposed to strategically approaching these things in advance. It's an ongoing subject province-wide within the rural communities where these streams typically reside and move water towards the urban centers. This particular project was lengthy. We required LiDAR data set, so a stronger, more appropriate level of data for the engineers. Where this project first came forward to you as a board probably 18 months ago, the province was willing to fund not only the mapping, but the establishment of the LiDAR data. They then changed their minds on that and moved that over to one of their provincial agencies. At that point, the provincial agency was in control of how quickly that LiDAR data could come forward, and really it was beyond our control. So as soon as we had that information made available to us, our engineers were back at it. So our process has been quite short but lengthy because we had a time lag there due to getting data sets out of the province. So once the data's there, once the mapping's there, it'll allow us to bring that back forward to you if there is an interest in working towards mitigation solutions, which we know from initial and cursory reviews from the engineers, those would be pretty substantial financially. But certainly this gives us more information to work off of.
Director Bauer, do you have any follow-up question? Chair, I believe it's Director Gettens next.
Great, thank you to the chair. I've just got a comment and a question. I wanted just to commend the group that that handled Loose Bay Campground so well. That was a pretty high-risk population early when we didn't have the public knowledge base that we have now. So the work that you did there definitely paid off. I think it's pretty spectacular that there wasn't an outbreak there. So that was really great work. I also wanted to follow up on the Christie Mountain fire because in last year, I think it was in October or so, we asked as a board just to have a bit of a debrief around that fire. And I don't see it in the Q1 activities. And I just wanted to make sure that's still on the radar, that we'll just have an opportunity to talk about that incident together as a board, please.
Mr. Wood, could you speak to that, please? Thank you.
Yes, we did receive funding from the province to undertake that post-operational review, and it was completed near the tail end of the year, and the report is now in our hands. We apologize, we didn't have it on our list for where we're going for Q1. We absolutely will bring and can bring that back in. I know we did have some hesitation because of how the CIO described the conversations happening at the CIO level. I know for me, I'd like to see how we bring that in as a learning opportunity, first with yourselves, but also with the CIO group, and also with our players, the fire departments, the emergency response agencies, our emergency program coordinators. So lots of lessons learned there. The document is available, and we will bring that back to you shortly.
Thank you very much.
Director Gettens, any follow-up?
Nope, just greatly appreciate it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And apologies to Director Olberich and or Monteith. Not sure who was first, so I'll just go with Director Olberich, if that is all right.
Thank you to the chair, and it's okay by me if it's okay by Director Monteith. I'll just continue. Thank you very much. I had two questions, and the first question was the same question as Director Gettens. And so thank you for that answer. Very interested in the learning opportunity, as Mr. Woods referred to. I think it's real important to our community where the fire was. We like to know what happened. We'd like to know, we kind of look at it like an airplane crash. It's good to learn from these things. And there's lots of interesting opportunity, I'm sure, to learn when we get that information, and I appreciate other members of the board are also curious. And the second, which relates to the same fire, Fire Chief Dennis Goddard out of Toledo approached me after a Fire Chief Association meeting back in about November, and he expressed to me concern about mitigation. He met with me subsequently. Chief Goddard, I understand, is an expert when it comes to wildfire and mitigation. And he cautioned me that we're in extreme danger on that mountain because of the fire. There's going to be trees that fall. When water comes, there's going to be potential harm and issues. And he said there's a real opportunity for post-fire mitigation, fire smarting, and so forth. So my question is to Mr. Woods, do you have any information, any thoughts, any plans on that? And if not, is that something that could be undertaken and reviewed? Thank you.
Mr. Woods, if you could address the question, thanks.
Yes, so the Christie Mountain fire occurred in an area where, going way back, where we were actually still doing flood or fire mitigation work. There was work done immediately east of the community through a grant through the province, and that was where our community wildfire protection plan identified some high-risk areas, that one being one of them. And I would share that what I've been told by our experts over the many years we've been doing this, that level of risk exists behind virtually all of our communities that are adjacent to the forest. So there is a significant amount of fuel that needs to be removed. When we undertook that work, that was through our then consultants that brought in a crew and did the thinning of the fuel load behind that community. We all wanted to know what the outcome would be. I did have an opportunity to watch a video where that consultant, he's a registered professional forester as well as a wildfire expert, was interviewed on the field work that they did. And he explained that in that specific area, fire crews were able to see that the fire actually did drop down to the forest floor as opposed to being up in the trees. So they experienced what they wanted to see. I think that would be good to explore that further as funds were made available through the province. I think if it is a good example, we want to be able to showcase that. It doesn't change the fact that there's still significant fuel out there. With respect to that particular fire, I recently spoke with some provincial reps. After a wildfire event, the Ministry of Forest Lands Resource Operations, through geomorphologists and water specialists, they will undertake a post-fire review. It's a bit of a cursory look of what has occurred on that section of Crown. It looks at anything from debris like burnt trees that might roll down into a community to hydrological issues related to runoff. So there is a report that's been completed. We had that sent to us in December. And what the province is asking us to do now is to share that with communities that are affected by these fires. How we go about mitigating those challenges is the next question, because it could be anything from flooding to cleanup of debris. I have had some inquiries on that particular study. And what we do is we share it. It's a public document. We make it available because if you do reside in that area, why wouldn't you have access to that type of information? And the Crown is made it very clear that we're welcome to share it. So there's a number of things
Hello,
going
sorry,
on.
I muted out, sorry.
Sorry, go ahead.
That's all right, I just had a little bit of a problem with my computer. Sorry, I think I'm all back now.
So just wrapping up on that one, Chair, I think that, again, Christie is a learning opportunity. This process of the government doing post-fire assessments is new in the last few years, and they are making these documents available to us as local governments to do with as we choose. I think it's important for us to talk about it further because there's a lot of information in those reports. So how we go about disseminating that, I think, is worth further discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Woods, for a very detailed response. We are quite along and beyond our moments here. I wouldn't mind just touching base if there's anything that Director Monteith wanted to add.
To the chair, I guess more of a statement. So Cleveland has a Fire Smart committee, and they've been holding annual events for the last couple of years. This year they found quite a struggle, not having support with communication, getting the word out with the brand of the regional district and supporting Fire Smart. And when I have great volunteers that are struggling, I want to encourage staff to maybe making sure that we're reaching out to not only creating new Fire Smart committees in new communities, because I believe all communities need to have Fire Smart, but making sure that we're supporting those that are existing as well. I'd hate to have a momentum lost when we have such a great opportunity and communities working really hard together. Anyways, so just maybe just to follow up on that.
If you could have a quick response to that, Mr. Woods, thank you.
Sure, I would say that with the grant that we've applied for 2021, it's very specific to each electoral area, and it allows us to actually have some funds to have an individual that can go out and firstly make sure they are aware of those groups, and then secondly find out what they can do to support them. I know there's training funds available, there's communication funds available, so we're very hopeful that that grant will come in and it'll help us. Outside of that, we with our communications team, if we're aware of these groups and their individuals working on them, we'll certainly do our best to help them with the resources we have at the time.
Thank you, Mr. Woods, for very detailed responses. Really appreciate all the hard work that you're doing. Could I have someone make a motion to close the protective services? I see Director Holmes and I saw Director Bauer. I call it closed.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair Roberts. And Director Monteith, is that a leftover hand? Yes, okay, thank you. So normally we would have community services next, then corporate services. My suggestion is we switch the order because our delegation is on the line for corporate services. So Chair Bauer, hopefully you're okay if we just switch that sequence. So folks, if I could have you please have a look at your Corporate Services Committee agenda. I'm looking for a motion to approve the agenda as presented. Director Robinson, seconded by Director Traynor. All in favor? Thank you. Hands can come down. Anybody opposed? Okay, motion carries. So first item B is our delegation, which is John Summerland, Chair of the Board of Directors of the Okanagan Film Commission. And Mr. Summerland will address the board regarding the ongoing activities of the Okanagan Film Commission. So have we got John brought into the call, Danny? There, okay, I see John's name. So John, welcome. Thank you for attending today. And we're going to turn the floor over to you to give an update on the Okanagan Film Commission. Go ahead, please.
Oh yeah, sorry, I'm just having technical difficulties here. Yeah, my computer wouldn't let me join in. I kept saying you were kicked from you guys. So I don't know what's happening. So I'm doing it on my cell phone. I apologize. Yeah, it's been a interesting year. It was busier than we've ever been. I don't know how I'm going to do my PowerPoint from my phone though. So I think you guys may have it.
You have it,
Do you guys
Danny?
have it?
Yes, we have it, John, so Danny can load that.
Okay, that would be great. So yeah, it's been a good year. We've been busy. 1 month into the pandemic, we were already quarantining crews in hotels and shooting Hallmark movies. So we were the first in Canada to have film, and we've been steady since. We were instrumental in creating the protocol for COVID with WorkSafe BC. They were on our sets every day in the beginning. So we created the health and safety officer, which became full-time crew members. Now there's 3 on each set. So we're doing pretty well. As you can see, there's, we're important to the BC industry. You can go to the next slide. I'll be really quick here. I'm sorry, I'm scrambling. You already know my movies and animation here. This is an interesting slide, plus the fact that we made a lot of money here this year, mainly because of the Hallmarks and the Lifetime shows. They were all about $1.5 million, but there were so many of them that they added into this. But if you look at this drawing here, so this is what we're working on now. We are working with graphic novelists to do graphic novels and film. And in this particular graphic novel, we sent the locations, and that is a house in the Okanagan. That is a real house that they've drawn into the graphic novel. So all the locations in the book are real locations in the Okanagan. And then from that, we're using that as a storyboard to then move forward and make these films. And that was something that came right from this office. We got the storyboard artists, we got the projects, we put them together and said, hey, you make them here, we'll make them happen. So that's how we did that. But as you can see, we had a little bit bigger budget last year, which allowed us to get more help. We had an administrator up until Christmas, but then he was poached by the film industry. But now we have a scout from Penticton, Gord Wiley, you may know. He's on the payroll and not just a gun for hire. And we have what we call our CFO, but she's our bookkeeper. And so we've been, it's been a lot of work off my shoulders, and it's been really great. And we're on the hunt for a new administrator too, but we're not rushing into that because so far it's been okay, except for this computer thing. He would have been great on that, or she. Next slide. And my board of directors, only one that matters is Riley. She's best. And yeah, anyways, that's our gang. I just got off the phone with Loyal. We're working with the Economic Development Commission here to do a start, and it's been really great. All right, you can go to the slide. Try and get through this quick. So this is interesting too. I say there's all the movies, but you see this advertisement. So before we kicked into getting all our work, we said, how can we market this? Because Hollywood came and said, we are not traveling. We're going to shoot everything inside sound stages, blah, blah, blah. So we went back. I called my film commissions in the Thompson Nicola Shuswap. I called everybody really, but Thompson Nicola Shuswap joined in. And what we did is we took out an advertisement in this magazine, and they gave us a good deal. We got 6 pages in this one magazine, including the cover, and we got 6 each advertisements through the year. And basically our wording was, there's a lot of fresh air out here. Instead of being inside a building that's HEPA filtered, why not come stand 6 feet apart from each other and shoot in the great wide open? So that's what this whole thing was about. And if you look at the numbers there, you'll see a lot of 1.5s because that is the MO of that company. They do one after another of basically the same movie with different actors, different, it's the same movie. It's Hallmark. It's movies for shut-ins. So there's 4 people in my household. 2 of us can't stand them. 2 of us love them. So they definitely have a market. Like we got Hallmark mugs. So that's why you can see. So for $1.5 million, they are making a good amount of money back from Hallmark on these films. So they're probably tripling their input in there by doing them here. The reason they're doing them here is they can. It's safe. The locations are great. We can shoot top to bottom all along the lake mainly. For these ones, they're mainly all along the lake. And Summerland's a big. They love the Summerland, and they love Peachland, and they love Kelowna, and they haven't gone north too much, but they do. Yeah. Anyways, you guys had a good year because you had Neil Blomkamp shoot here, which is going to be amazing. I'm really looking forward to that film, and he's a Naramata native now. And Stephen, you also got some really strong crew this year. Stephen Arnett, who moved to Naramata, lives right beside Neil Blomkamp, is a producer for Netflix. You have, oh my gosh, now I'm blacking out. Dennis Swartman, who was the producer, line producer on Change of Pace, which is, locally made movie, and they did a great job. So all of them have been great tools in my tool belt to talk to Netflix, who I spoke with yesterday, to talk to bigger feature films who are now already calling us, because all these little shows that nobody watches, Hollywood watches. Hollywood goes, where are these being done? So they are now, we're on the radar. I got called 3 days ago and did a package for a film that, and they called straight to us, not Creative BC, that is upwards to $180 million. Chances of it coming here are pretty low. However, the fact that they called us without calling Creative BC first is pretty amazing. So that's why we're moving ahead. We are growing as a film community. Okay, we can move on. This is kind of last year's slide, but I put it in there and realized that I'd had you guys already giving an increase. So last year, everybody gave an increase, but you guys have the, I don't know what's going on with the way your funding works, but you couldn't do it last year. And now this year, I know it's super challenging with the way the government is and what you had to deal with this year. So I commend you on surviving politically through the nightmare that you have. But this is a good industry. This is we hired your marketing people from Sandman when they lost their jobs. We continued to create jobs for this. So if we could get the increase we were hoping for last year, which I believe is like $7,000, like it's not even that much, it would really help out getting us through, especially payroll. But yeah, so everyone else, we got an increase, and we survived. That's good. Next slide. Yeah, so we serviced 104 scripts. Like, I can show you them here. I don't know if you can see me or just the slides. Do you see me?
Yep. And the slides.
Okay, so this is what I'm working on since Christmas. These are all in play, right? These are the ones that came in this week, and these are the ones that are still around but are just quiet. So we have a lot of films. We have a lot of potential films. I'm not saying they're all brilliant, because they are far from it. We have 2 companies that have moved here, and one's just starting up. That was Enderby Entertainment. So when I say Enderby Entertainment, anyone in the Okanagan thinks it's like a little small video company, but in LA, they think it's a big company. Because the LA guy is from Enderby, he thought, I'm going to say I did this. I'm going to name this after my hometown. And of course, he wants to come back here and shoot, but then nobody takes it seriously because it says Enderby Entertainment. Everyone thinks it's a tiny little thing. But it is a big company doing big shows, and there are a lot of science fiction. So the first one we'll be doing is Shattered, and that should happen right away. And there'll be big movie stars in it. So it's a pretty exciting thing. And now they've set up head office up here in the Okanagan. Dennis Schwartzman hoping to set up a satellite Netflix here in Penticton. I showed a guy yesterday the Britgo building for a potential soundstage. He wanted to buy it, so it's already sold. So we'll see what happens. But I'm showing buildings left, right, and center. Anyways, we landed 25 films. So normally I would show you guys even the documentaries and all those. They didn't happen as much. Documentaries went down, commercials went down, just because of COVID. But because we had this niche for the MOWs, we were able to keep those flowing. And now because of that, the company is now out of Rutland. Okay, that's next. I think now it's questions. And I don't know if you can tell, but I had a lot of tea, so I'm a bit amped. Anyways, any questions?
Okay, great. Thanks very much for your update, John. I did see a hand up from Director Trainer. Do you still have a question, Director Trainer?
Time, I'll just quickly ask quickly to John. I noticed on your slide where you had all of the costs, the production expenditures, and a lot of the movies had, like, for example, 1.5 million. Is that the money that they're spending when they're coming here to film, or how do you get that figure again?
So that's below the line. So that is everything that it costs to make the movie here, right? So above the line is actors, directors, producers. So that's not included in there. So that's the money they come and say, this is how we can make this movie. You got to make it work for 1.5 million bucks. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. But generally, that's the number. It's really hard to come up with the exact number they spend because they don't want to share those numbers. But they say generally we're 1.5 million bucks. We have an AFCI template, which is about $100,000 a day is what the AFCI is Association of Film Commissioners, and that's how we sort of do the calculations. But that's if they're just coming to town, right? So, and $100,000 for a 15-day movie is $1.5 million. So it'd be the same number, kind of. However, this is better because they tell you how much it is, and then you go, okay, you're doing post, you're doing prep, and you're marketing the picture all from here. So we're not just getting the location shoots, we're getting everything. And trust me, there's people working on these Kelowna ones here that are in Penticton, that are in Summerland, that are in Oliver, like they're all over.
Okay, thank you.
Did I answer that?
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. We'll go to Director Gettins.
Thank you to the chair. John, earlier in your presentation, you had said we've made a lot of money. Do you mean that the Okanagan Film Commission has made a lot of money, or that so can you just clarify that statement, please?
Oh, sorry. So the Film Commission doesn't make any money. We're a nonprofit society, so we're funded by you. We made the province, we made the region, we made the municipalities quite a bit of money. We were able to help in a time when there was a lot of people working from home worried. However, we're funded solely by you, so I can't go get money from them, or I cease to be a film commissioner. I become a producer, right? So, and then, there's a conflict of interest. They're not going to generally hire someone like me. I'm being enforced on them. But when I'm free, I am a tool, or we, I should say, now that they're in the we, are a tool that they can use to get their movies going. And we're a good one. We're a good tool. A lot of the film commissions are, tourism on the side and economic development on the side, and that's great, but they can't speak the language. They can't show them. They can't read a script and go, oh, I know exactly where that should be. I know who should work on that. They're just going to go, okay, here you go. Here's a square peg. We solve a ton of problems for them, so we are definitely an asset and a benefit to all productions, and they all take advantage of that. However, we would cease to exist if you guys didn't fund us.
Great. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. We have a couple more questions here. Director Sentis, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair. John, mine is more a comment, and I just had to smile to myself when you referenced the movies and the content and for the sake of the shut-ins. I guess over Christmas and the holiday season, I was one of those quasi shut-ins, but I actually saw 9 of those movies, and they made me smile. And in a time when there's so much, frustration and difficulty, it was lovely to just simply be entertained. Right. And then at the end, as the credits were rolling, that it indeed was British Columbia.
Yeah.
So thank you for your efforts.
Oh, thank you. It's funny. I always, when I watch them, I always say the best part of that show is the Okanagan. What the scenery in the background is always the best part. And of course, when the mayor of Summerland is in the movie, that's pretty cool too.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Director Holmes.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, John. Yeah, it was quite a novelty in summer here with film crews constantly coming in, and I know it was for the municipality. We weren't sure how to approach it at sometimes in terms of the fees and charges for putting Christmas lights up in the middle of July and all that kind of stuff. And I think we did a good job of trying to accommodate all the film crews in that respect. But I was just wondering if you would have, and we talked briefly about this on one of the cents in the summer, if you remember.
Yeah.
But I'm just wondering if there was any kind of direction for local governments for the fees that should be charged,
Right.
and if you would think that we should take a regional approach to that, so that now we're not competing against each other, or is that not really a big deal for these film companies?
I don't know if you're setting me up for this, because we've been doing that. I've sent out and we've done our first Zoom with various regional governments, Penticton and Summerlin, to talk about fees, the permit application, and to make it not region-wise, but all of them similar, so that they are all the same. These protections that are Hallmark are the first things they're going to say to you is, we have no money. They always have no money. We're not. They're all going to say that because they don't want to spend money. Right on. So it should definitely always be worthwhile to any town. Like, if it costs you money to have a movie in town, that's a joke. You should never have that happen. It should make a little money, and at all things it should break even, including for the other stores or whatever that are being impacted. Nobody should be paying for this movie. So yes, we are working to try and create a fee for that. In the intern, you can look at things like, if you go on the websites for Langley, they've been doing so many movies there. There's fee schedules set right up. You don't want to go Vancouver because it costs a lot more to own a meter than it does, like a parking meter, than it does to own like a piece of street that doesn't so much have that. So I would, just if you're administrators or whoever's dealing with this, they can start by just doing a little research. When they're using city property, like, you can have a fee for that. It should never become a pain in the butt, because once it's a pain in the butt, you don't want the industry anymore. So it should always break even or make a little bit of money, even though they say, oh, we have no money. Well, because then you shouldn't make a movie if you have no money. So, yeah, I hope I'm answering your question. Yes, I will help your municipalities. That's what we're working on right now, to create a fee schedule. Also, there's so much more to it. When there's special effects, when there's fake snow, when there's rain, there's all these things. You need to have cleanup packages ready. A love story walking down the street in Summerland doing a Christmas thing is going to be a heck of a lot different than a war movie running down the street shooting things and blowing up cars. So we definitely need to have different fee schedules through the entire thing. And I'm telling you, those war movies are coming. Those exploding cars and those fake snows and all those ones that are like, oh my, that everybody really wants because they're neat. Oh, look, such and such is in town. They're neat, but they're a huge footprint. So right now we should sort of embrace these guys that are little, still charge them, but they don't need to be the same fee as a guy blowing up a car on your street. They don't need to be the same as that. So,
Oh, we've lost you, John. Okay, we've lost sound with John. I don't see any other questions. So, being that we've lost sound with John anyways, I think we will conclude, and we will thank John for his update and for being with us today. And we appreciate an annual update from you, John. So, sorry, we still can't hear you.
Oh,
so thanks. Oh, now we've got you.
I couldn't hear you
Anything
either.
Further? Oh, you couldn't hear us either. Okay,
No.
I was just thanking you for coming today, John, and giving us an update, and that we appreciate an annual update from you. I don't see any other hands up from directors. So we're going to conclude, and thanks again for providing us an update. We look forward to seeing more movies and having a break from the Hallmark Christmas series for a while.
It's not going to end. But you should, honestly, in one time, if you guys can afford something, like another speaker, you might want to invite either Stephen Artrand or Dennis Schwartzman, who are RDOS people, and bring them on to see, to hear about the film industry from somebody else other than me, because they're the ones that are going to bring the bigger films, and they may have things to say to you that I don't say, and it might be good for you to learn. It's they're good people, and I'm sure they'd be glad to come in and talk to you.
Great. Good. Thank you very much for that suggestion, John, and thank you for all your hard work. And we look forward to seeing what else comes to the region.
Thank you, guys.
So thank you, John.
Take care.
Thank you. So, directors, we're going to move on to item C, which is SILGA resolutions, call for resolutions. I'll go to CAO.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So you're aware that we received the call for resolutions for the SILGA conference coming up in the new year, and we started thinking about them. We have, and we still have some time. We don't have to have the resolutions in until our last meeting in February. We have two suggestions. I don't believe they got out in the report, but two that we could put on for discussion, Madam Chair. Mr. Safino came up with one. We currently pay 5.25% collection fee on tax collection. So regional districts are not taxing authorities. We send a requisition to the province and they collect for us, but they charge us at 5.25% on our requisition. So that would affect all of the 29 regional districts in the province, and it might be worth an effort to go to SILGA and see if they'd like to advocate on our behalf to either reduce that or remove it. So we'd put that one forward. And then we've had a lot of discussion lately about derelict vehicles on Crown land, either out in the rural areas or on road allowances, so both for Ministry of Transportation and for Ministry of Forest, Lands, Natural Resources. There's a lot of jurisdictions that are involved in that. I think ICBC is in there too. So a lot of jurisdictions that are confusing to people who are requesting that vehicles be removed from Crown land. We thought it might be worth a discussion. I'm sure other regional districts and municipalities have the same issue. Might be worth a discussion to put something forward, asking them to coordinate one body that we could deal with, or a change in legislation that would make it easier, or come up with some sort of a system that would provide an opportunity for success, whereas right now it's more or less banging our heads against the wall. So we would put those two forward, Madam Chair.
Okay, great. Thank you, CAO. So we would see some information come forward at a future meeting on those two, so we can discuss them. And I think that it's really important, again, to remind the board that we're looking for resolutions that are regional in nature, not area specific. So both of these check those boxes. I'll go to Director Robinson. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One that's just come up that I'd like to make a motion to bring forward to SILGA. It was on the news the other night. The province of Nova Scotia has brought in what they call presumed consent regarding organ donation. This is something that I've been fighting for here probably 26, almost 30 years. We tried to get it back in the day when we still had the Union Board of Health here. And I'm really hoping that BC will follow their lead and get on this. There's an extreme demand for organ donation, and I think most people would go along with it with no problem, but it just doesn't come up. And doctors, in times of crisis when someone has died or near death, it's a very difficult subject to bring up. So with the presumed consent, they are presuming that everybody will be an organ donor unless you specify otherwise. And I think this is a huge step in the right direction, and I was hoping to convince the board to support that motion and bring it forward to SILGA.
Thank you, Director Robinson. Yeah, I just actually was reading a news article on that, and I think that would be interesting to bring forward to a next meeting. and have a discussion on that. Okay, I see Director Holmes. I think you were next, but did your hand? Yeah, go ahead, Director Holmes.
Yeah, no, this is just a different topic. I don't know if this is an issue or not, to take advisement from the CAO perhaps, but I was quite surprised, you know, with the COVID relief funding, that the municipalities, we don't have a deadline of when we have to spend that money. We could stretch it out for years if we want. Whereas in the regional district here, we have to spend it by the end of the year. So I don't know if that's an issue for the regional district or not, to spend that money by the end of the year or to have that deadline. But I don't really see the fairness that the municipalities don't have to spend it by the end of the year, but regional districts do. And if that is an issue for us, then maybe we should bring that forward as a resolution. Just a suggestion.
Thank you. CAO, did you have any feedback on that?
I mean, more flexibility is always good, Madam Chair. We have a COVID relief report coming forward later on under the board. We could certainly discuss it there. Our option, because for the rural areas, we couldn't quite identify specific projects. We just identified reduction in taxes. If we had more time, we could probably find more specific projects for the electoral areas to contribute to. So that would be, I think we'd be happy to draw something up if the board wanted to go that way.
Great. And do you know, CAO, why the difference, why the province designated a deadline for regional districts and not municipalities?
I do not. No.
Okay. And what made that something we could look into as well to see what feedback they give us on why they made that difference of dates. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that, Director Holmes. We've added that to the list. Director Obrick, go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you. And I wanted to say thank you to Director Robinson. I have shared your same position for over 25 years, and I strongly support that suggestion. I think it's really a good one, and thank you. And also Director Holmes, thank you for that. I think we all probably saw the email last weekend from Grace in Christina Lake regarding COVID restart money, and I got an email yesterday about UBCM motion as well, or UBCM on that issue, because there is disparity on even the way those funds were calculated. You probably all know that, you know, Summerland got 2.724 million, Oliver 1.59 million, and taken around 4 million, and the electoral areas very little. We, for the entire regional district, 700 and some thousand. I know it's on the agenda later today, but when you look at how a community like ours in OK Falls, it's real hard to get things done when you don't receive a similar experience. And I think the electoral areas, we sometimes are in a shadow, in a blind spot. And so those kinds of questions, why are we different? I'm sure curious to learn why, and anything we can do to change that, I think, is very positive. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other suggestions at this time? We've got 4 items on the list. There's certainly time, and I would suggest if you have any ideas of resolutions, you can send those in to Ms. Malden so that they can be added to the list for future discussion in February, and then we can get them moved forward to the SILGA executive. Anything further before we move to the next item on the agenda? Okay, I'm not seeing any hands up. We'll move on to item D, which is the Q4 2021 activity report. CAO.
Oh, thanks, Madam Chair. So these are our 4 internal departments. So really, we call them our support functions, ones that mostly support other employees in the line department. So that means human resources, finance, information services, and legislative services. So we've got, again, our activities that were accomplished during the fourth quarter of 2020 and that are on the docket for the first quarter of 2021. The only thing I'd add, Madam Chair, under completed activities and typically what we do is managers will put on those activities that took up most of their time during the previous quarter or is upcoming. Not everything that they're doing, but certainly the ones that the board might be interested in. The only other ones we should include under legislative services is that we do spend a lot of time in the fourth quarter on the preparation of for strategic planning and for performance planning. And then under finance, of course, a heavy occupation of time in the preparation of the budget. So those are sort of standout activities for the Q4 because we're on a calendar year, as are all municipalities. But other than that, Madam Chair, I think maybe what I'll do is, we still have a few minutes here, just do a roll call of our 4 managers in these functions and see if they had anything else that they wanted to point out. So I'll go to legislative services first and see if Ms. Malden had anything she wanted to point out.
Thanks, Matt. In having a look through the list here, yeah, as the CAO mentioned, there's a lot of things that we do on a regular basis that just aren't listed in here. This is kind of the highlights. So most of our last quarter was spent preparing for the new year and rolling everything forward. In the new year here, we are undertaking a lot of service reviews, referendum, AAPs, that sort of thing, which can really take up all the time in the department. And so that's where we're likely to spend a lot of our Q1. We're also continuing to work forward with the Indigenous liaison position. And we're going to start to tackle the invasive species services, because there's several of them, and try to wrap that up by the end of Q1. So that's a significant project for us as well. That's about it for me.
Thanks. And let me just say on information services, when we go through this, typically these are the types of activities that are very important to staff, but not highly attractive to elected officials. But I have to say that in 2020, Danny came to us mid-March, just a couple days after the declaration of the global pandemic, which had a significant impact on information services and the requirement for electronic meetings because of distancing, and rolled right into the information services assessment that his predecessor had included in the plan and then left. So Danny was left responsible for it, working through all of that. We had our cyber attack in August that put significant work requirements on the manager of information services. And while he may have only been with us 9 months so far, he's probably got 3 years of work in. So I just want to say that as we wind up on 2020. And then what we're looking at now, of course, is he did some significant work at the end of the year looking at what we need to do to improve our services for this new reality. The increased reliance on information services. We've always had it in our business plan saying that our opportunity is to make better use of technology. And Danny has advanced that for us and the kids in his department. So we appreciate that. But the identification of 184 Main Street as a possible data center for us, the new requirements that we have for space to improve our telecommunications and our technology infrastructure are all going to be very important. So that if the board approves the budget, the COVID restart and some of the projects that we want to start early on prior to budget, we'll start negotiating on that lease. But he has only a few items on his Q4 and Q1 report, but there's a lot riding underneath that. So I'll see if Mr. Francisco is then wants to point out anything else.
Okay, thank you.
Let's get into a closer microphone. Thank you, CIO. It's a great summary of what's happened the last little while. I just wanted to add that we're basically in my last, I guess, 8, 9 months, 10 months, lots of information gathering. I've actually learned a lot here. And I've also attending so many board meetings, I think has given me a great opportunity of really understanding the regional district at a political level and its regional level. So that's been invaluable, I think, to the kind of information received so far. The roller coaster continues to grow up and down for us. We have, just due to circumstances, losing a third of our staff right now to other areas. Sad to see them go, but that's added another challenge into some of the tools and things we want to deploy, and also some of the planning and organization of the department. So the roller coaster continues. So we'll be looking at our personnel and probably doing a bit of restructuring that was recommended in our IT assessment at the same time. So there will be a little bit of a drop, in efficiencies from us, just as we try to settle that out and move forward. So please be patient with us as that workload kind of continues to expand. It feels like, speaking of films, like a James Bond movie, like we're just jumped out of an airplane and landing into a car that's still moving. So this year's definitely kicked off to a fast start already. Having said that, we're really looking forward to kind of get going with the plans now that we have in place to really move into that 21st century. One thing I wanted to make people aware of too is that we do have to look at things in a 21st century. From our cyberware attack and things like that, there are certain requirements that just aren't an option anymore. I mean, years ago we didn't do things, maybe they were optional. Nowadays they're just not. Things like disaster recovery, some of the things that we do, two-factor authentication, some of these other security protocols, cyber insurance, those kinds of things just aren't options anymore. You won't buy a car or house without insurance. You shouldn't have an IT department without insurance as well. So I think it's just a new reality that I'd like to continue to educate and move forward with the regional district in the sense of what we need to do to have an IT department that's 21st century ready and moving forward. So we're looking at getting at it as soon as we know what dollars we have to work with and make those plans happen. Thank you, and any other questions?
Okay, thank you very much, Danny. Any questions? Otherwise, I'll go. Oh, yeah, Director Pendergraft, go ahead, please.
Thank you, through the chair. First, I'll thank Danny for all his work. It's been amazing how hard he has worked on getting everything done. I do have the one question, and it's in regards to the board internet. I know that's something that was discussed a few meetings back, and the board, for the most part, doesn't have access to that any longer. Is that in the plans in the future to get that on our laptops or anything to that effect?
Yeah, there's actually a plan, sorry, through the chair. There's a plan in there to actually revamp that entire service. There's a lot happening with websites. We are trying to rein that back in. It's been identified as another area of improvement in the sense of the number of websites we have, how they're hosted, where there's access to them. There's a combination of director websites, websites that regional municipalities we host for and use, our OK Falls economic development websites. There's some, I guess, improvements to coordinate that and really manage that properly, both from an IT and kind of branding point of view. So there's been this internal discussions with legislative services and IT to really hammer out the best way and most efficient way to kind of run those services. The board intranet is part of that package because it's a website that we'll be hosting and making available. What was there is an older version of it. We're having to modify that so that it's, again, accessible to all directors in a safe manner. So there's more to happen that as we improve our security access from the outside world. Still have to do a bit more work on that before we can open it all up.
Okay, thank you. Director Holmes, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Just a question through to Danny. I just curious to know if you've a volume licensee claim in the Microsoft class action suit. We could try and get some money back that way from those guys.
Yeah, I have gone through it. We haven't submitted anything yet, but they come. A lot of those do come around once in a while.
I think it'd be worthwhile doing. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Okay, back to CIO Newell. We still have the finance section there, plus we have a communications update. And folks, we do want to try and get the community services Q1 in before we break for lunch. Back to you, CIO.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So Danny actually has seniority on our manager of finance. He's been with us about 3 months now and came to us just as the budget preparation process was heating up. So Jim has, of course, with his experience both in regional districts and incorporated communities, and with our regional district many years ago, he had a great introduction already. Really needs nothing from me as far as orientation. He's self-motivated and really plods along on his own. So he also has his Q4 activities that he did. Mostly Q4 in the finance department is about budget preparation and year end, and then as we go into Q1, it's about getting ready for the audit on the previous years, preparing those financial statements, which we do in-house, and then getting the auditor in to review them and getting the hopefully the unqualified audit report. So I'll turn this over to Mr. Safino, and he can answer any questions on finance, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Have we got Mr. Zavino? Oh, there he is. Okay. Mr. Zafino, did you have anything to add, or do you want me to just go out to questions?
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
So just two things I'd like to add is I'm proud of is we did hire the asset management position, which the board authorized earlier last year, I believe, and the person will go full tilt starting next Monday will be the first day. It was an internal promotion, so we're just waiting to backfill. With her starting, we're also looking at a asset management committee. Asset management is not successful unless it's a teamwork, so there will be required one member from each of the departments to help her do the job that we'll need, and we're going to have a lot of more information for the CAO on the board. The other area that I'm anticipating and actually happy that it's going to happen is start using the purchasing module. We own it. We've owned it for quite a while, and we're going to be training the staff on how to use it, training the managers, which will allow us to have the expense committed at the time the purchase is made, not at the time the purchase is paid. So that will have up-to-date figures, and it will allow a lot of the managers who probably are worried that they're over budget to know exactly where they are at any given time. That's all. That's the two areas.
Any questions from the board? Okay, doesn't look like any. We will be hearing from Mr. Zafino again this afternoon when we get to budget. So I'll go back to CIO Newell. Anything under human resources?
I'll turn this over to Ms. Morgan, Madam Chair. The only thing I'd point out is, and I'm not sure it went out with the report, we did administer the recruitment of the Naramata Fire Chief in Q4. Turned out very well. We were very pleased with that. And he's going through his orientation process now. And again, Dennis Smith, returning member to the Naramata Fire Department, had been there for many years earlier on, and had been the assistant chief of the Naramata Fire Department previously. So a good hire for Naramata. And then other than that, we've just been engaged by the town of Oliver to assist with their recruitment due to the retirement of their chief administrative officer, Kathy Cowan, a previous employee of the regional district of Okanagan-Similkameen, I should mention, and previous CAO in Karamias. So Kathy's had a long and successful career in municipal administration. We'll miss her. And then also their chief financial officer is preparing to leave mid next year. So we're going to assist council with those two recruitments. And other than that, I just want to, Carmen can elaborate on this, but our focus in 2021 is more about occupational health and safety, not only now to ensure that we comply with all the COVID requirements, but as the COVID pandemic perpetuates, employers are noticing more and more stress in organizations. Mental health is becoming a big issue, and we are intending to focus on that in 2021 to make sure that we take care of our employees and keep them healthy. But I'll turn it over to Carmen, Madam Chair, and see if she wants to add anything.
Okay, thank you. Do we have Carmen Morgan on the line? Danny? I didn't see her name.
Oh.
I don't think she's on the call.
Well, if there are any questions, Madam Chair, I'll be happy to take those.
Okay, any questions for CIO Newell? Director Pendergraft, go ahead, please.
Oh, thank you, through the chair. I have a question in regards to the 360-degree reviews that were done on managers and supervisors. Is there any plan in the future to extend those out to the fire chiefs of the departments?
Nothing pending. We had talked, and you may remember this, Director Pendergraft, we had talked years ago about doing 360 reviews on the fire chief, and I'm not sure if they ever really did get started or not. They're a unique group, and we could certainly provide that to them if they were interested, but I think we would leave it up to the fire chief to determine if they thought that would be beneficial to them or not.
Okay, thank you. I just, as a heads up, at one of our last meetings with the committee and the fire chiefs, they were expressing an interest to maybe have that happen. So please do extend that invitation out to them. And I think it would benefit us and them.
Sure, we'd be happy to do that. These are electronic, they're easy to do and administer, and they provide a fairly decent report. So sure, we can make that offer out.
And if I might, one more question, and it would have to do with the the citizen or the staff surveys that are done, the staff perception surveys. Are those given to all the external people as well, like fire departments or the people working at the landfills and such, or is it strictly with folks that are inside the regional district building?
Yeah, we do landfills. We've never done the fire department, but yeah, all of our I shouldn't say all because we don't do fire departments, but yeah, all of the satellite employees that work in other areas other than 101 Martin, they're included in the survey.
Okay. It wouldn't hurt to just ask if they would like to take part in that as well as a thought. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Director Pendergraft. Anything further under human resources before we move on to the communications update? I'm not seeing any hands up. I'll go to CIO Newell for item E, which is the Q1 communications update.
Oh, I'll just turn that over to Ms. Malden, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Malden.
Thanks very much, and I'll just turn that over to Eric Thompson, who can speak to the report better than I right now. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Thompson.
Hi there, just want to make sure I'm unmuted. Everyone can hear me?
Yes.
All right, and I'll start my video too. So you've probably all seen the report. I'll keep this fairly quick to the chair. I know that we have another presentation pending, so I'm just going to mention a couple of things very quickly, and then I'll see if there are any questions. But I wanted to mention that public engagement provides an opportunity to ensure that residents and the board have the information they need. And that's something we find that every single day we're working on in different ways, whether we're receiving calls from the media or emails or calls from the public, is making sure the information is accurate and available. And it really is what we spend a lot of our time on. And public engagement also, very importantly, like social media, it is a two-way conversation. It allows residents to share their feedback, which is very, very important. All the people I speak with want to have their voice heard, and they want that information to then be forwarded to either the appropriate staff or to the board. And that, again, is something we spend a lot of time on. Very quickly, in 2020, the Emergency Operations Center, as you know, was active, and it was very, very busy with the Christie Mountain wildfire. And one of the plans that we worked with the city of Penticton on was these daily live news conferences, and the uptick from that, from both the media and the public, I should say the reception from the media and the public was profound, actually. We've done similar at the RDOS, but not to that extent where we had a live daily news conference. What we found is when we provided that information at a set time every day, the number of phone calls and emails into the RDOS came down. And that's really important because that means the public has the information they need. The media was very receptive, and I was getting phone calls directly from the media throughout the day. As they got what they needed and had accurate information, they could then share that with the public. So we found those to be very effective. The communications team, which is very small, as you know, has been working on COVID-19 since March 16th, as the CAO mentioned earlier, and we're providing both external and internal updates. We have a citizen survey that has been analyzed, and that will be going to the board in Q1 of 2021. We started an intercom committee, which has been very successful in starting down that road of having better conversations about communications and the website so that we can really refine those processes. The communications department has worked on a whole bunch of different projects. I won't get into all of them, but one of them that we're very proud of is the RDOS board and committee meeting highlights, which while this meeting is going on and taking notes and gathering that information, we release that update once a month, so it's after the second meeting of each month. We have had some very good response to that because it provides some highlights of what happened at the board and committee meetings, because not everybody can follow along. And especially if there are items that we need to draw some attention to specifically. For Q1, we are working on a number of programs, and one of them is the Community Champions program. I'm working with my colleague Andrea Rendell on that. Community Champions have been something we've been focused on for a while, and we're now really going to make sure this happens in 2021, because when we put information out, we always think in terms of digital. But there are people, especially in some of the rural areas, that either don't have access to the internet or don't have internet at all. So when we have information, especially coming from the Emergency Operations Center, for example, it's vital to be able to know how people are getting that information. Some of them may be getting it on a bulletin board at their local, where their mailboxes are, that type of thing. So as a group, the RDOS staff want to make sure that information is available to everyone in many different ways. The alternative approval process and referendum process is very active right now. We recently hosted an electronic town hall for Sickle Point. Another one is coming up. And then, of course, we're focusing our attention now on Apex Mountain Fire Service. And I think right there, I'll just leave it with the department communication requests. Each department has information that has to go out in a timely and accurate fashion. So we work with those departments to make sure we can provide as much support as possible through the communications team. And with that, to the chair, I will send it back.
Okay, thank you very much, Eric. Are there any questions for Eric? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Oh, Director Obert, go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you. And both information and a question. Yesterday, I was on a Zoom meeting with Minister, help me with his name, Ravi Kahlon, regarding economic development for the province, and he was speaking about connectivity. He said something that caught my ear. He said it's becoming a human right because healthcare and so many services are online, and there's a real disenfranchisement of those who don't have good connectivity. And so he spoke to the amount of money that's being available to help us. I know Karameas has had some success recently, but our area needs help. And spoke also of the federal government putting forth a very large amount of money regarding that issue. So I just wanted to ask, I know it crosses over to Danny Francisco's area as well, but the question is do you have any ideas, any plans, any information you can share on what we can do better? I know we sure need help in our area. I'm sure that's common through many of the electoral areas. Thank you.
Do you have a response for that, Mr. Thompson?
Thank you to the chair. I don't have a response directly, but I do agree, of course, that that is a very important process that has many levels of government and many players, we'll say. So I'll certainly take note of this as far as seeing if there's anything we can do. And I think, as you mentioned, Danny Francisco, Manager of Information Services, would be more involved, I think, in the actual connectivity part. But as far as the role the RDOS plays, we'll certainly look into that and find out what that might entail.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions for Eric while we have him on the line? Okay, not seeing any. Thank you very much for your report, Mr. Thompson. Folks, that takes us to the end of corporate services. So I will adjourn corporate services. It's 11:58, and we do want to try and squeeze in community services to get through that Q1 report and still have time for a short lunch break. And then we will be starting the hospital board meeting promptly at 12:30. So I'm going to turn over community services to Chair Bauer. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair. And just to the board, please don't blame me for going into lunch hour. That honor belongs to Director Robertson. So may I have a motion to approve the agenda, please? Director Holmes, seconded Director Bush. All in favor? Thank you. Motion carries. Last quarter activity report, CAO.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So this is one of those times when it might be more prudent to just ask if there are questions on this. Community services report covers parks, recreation, transit, cemeteries, rural projects, and facilities. So if anybody has any questions on those, Mr. Woods is available to answer questions.
Okay, are there any questions of Mr. Wood regarding the activity report? I don't see anything on my screen. Do you see anything, Chair?
I do not see any hands up at this time.
Okay. I guess it's lunchtime.
So everybody wants to eat. People can certainly follow up to Mr. Woods directly if a question comes up on his report.
Then maybe I just have a quick comment. The tender I see on the report, it says it's going out in the first quarter to construct the trail between Karameas and Carsten. Can you elaborate a little bit on that, Mr. Wood?
Yeah, the Similkameen Rail Corridor Chair is a project that we've had ongoing for some time. That's a grant that we received through the provincial government in 2020. We do hold the lease on the BC Transportation Finance Authority owned former rail corridor. We've been active with that agency as well as the adjacent landowners in the past weeks and months to align a trail. There's some activity that's started to encroach in the space, so we're working with the owners to come up with an appropriate plan. But we anticipate we'll have that plan ready to go in Q1, which would allow us to go ahead and start constructing And that would be the note that we make in the activity report, being tender the design build.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other questions that came up? Seeing none, then this meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much and have a good lunch.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair Bauer. Folks, we are going to take lunch, and Chair Sentis will begin at 12:30 with the hospital board meeting. Okay, directors, good afternoon. We are going to get started with the Regional Hospital District Board meeting, and I'll turn things over to Chair Sentis. Go ahead, please, Chair Sentis.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, directors. I will begin this meeting with an adoption of the agenda, please.
I'll second it.
And thank you. It's I don't have to identify who has made the motions, do I?
No, you're okay.
Okay. All right. The motion certainly is accepted, and I will call for the motion now. All in favor? Thank you, directors. I don't believe there were any objections. I'll then move to item B, which is a motion that we accept the minutes of the Okanagan-Similkameen Regional Hospital District Board as of January 7th. Do I have a motion to accept? Thank you. Or pardon me, motion to put it on the floor. I'll call the motion. All those in acceptance of that motion? Thank you very much. I don't believe I saw any objections, so thank you. I'll now go to item C, which is the IHA 2021 capital request. This is going to be spoken to by a delegation, which I believe we have on board. The delegation, as you'll see, consists of Carl Meadows, who is the executive director now of all the South Okanagan clinical operations, both acute and community, as well as Dan, who is the corporate director of business operations. So are you there, Carl?
Yeah. Can you hear me? Can you hear me okay? Yes. Amen. Yes. I was having a panic attack. I'm not as familiar with WebEx, so, but I can't see myself. Not that, oh, I see Dan. He looks so nice, but I don't see myself, so I don't know if that's...
We don't see you either, Carl.
Oh, that's because I haven't started my video.
Ah.
Okay, let me do that. Camera. Can you see me now?
It's on the ceiling.
Oh, for gosh sakes, this Mary Mother of God. Here, let me try this. Oh!
There you go.
Good.
Well, now that we can see you and we can hear you, Mr. Meadows, you have the floor.
Well, I will get Dan, my amazing counterpart, to start our presentation. So one of the pieces is just to bring everybody up to speed and some language, and just hopefully with our presentation, we can bring some awareness and some just some knowledge to this group about our work we're doing. So Dan, over to you.
Hi, everyone. Yes, thank you for having us today. I will just get my screen shared here. And check if you can all see this okay. Yes, Carl, yes, you're nodding. Great, wonderful, yeah. Thank you. Thank you. So we'll jump right in. So we're here today to present and take questions, have discussion about the funding request that we are bringing forward to the Okanagan-Similkameen Regional Hospital District. First, though, I thought I would do a quick update on some of the projects that you have funded previously, just to kind of give you a sense of where we're at. So a select few of some of the larger ones. So Penticton Regional Hospital, the Phase 2 renovation. So that's the emergency department, pharmacy, laundry, and material stores within the site. So the 2 east phase of the project has achieved construction completion, and it's expected to go live near the end of January. And then the 2 west phase is under construction with construction completion expected in March. And then planning for the major transition from the emergency department to the newly renovated areas is underway, with the plan to vacate the existing emergency for renos to start in that space in April. Also associated with the large Penticton project was what we call the various infrastructure projects. So this addresses electrical, heating, ventilation, and air conditioning HVAC deficiencies within the old building at Pier 8. So that was part of the transition over to P3 maintenance provider. So the majority of that's now complete. So really we're just dealing with some of the smaller HVAC and plumbing renovations that are left. The PRH additional CT scanner, so the design RFP has been released and is expected to close very shortly here by the end of the month. And then by mid-February, we should have the consultant under contract. And once we know that, we'll have a better sense of what the overall project schedule looks like. Another big one at PRH, the medical vacuum system replacement. So new vacuum system, controls, alarms, that sort of thing. The consultants are now under contract, and we expect the tender and all the equipment to be completed by February of this year. And then the last one, Princeton General Hospital electrical infrastructure first phase. So that's to develop the design of the electrical system and replace a backup generator from 1999. And so the consultant procurement for that has begun and is expected to be complete in 2021, after which work can begin. So turning to the new funding request, I thought I would start out by kind of giving the higher level view of what the requests look like for this year. So this chart you're seeing on screen is the total of the funding request to all our regional hospital districts in IH. So this is our current year with historical years behind, 5-year trend. So the total amount, as you can see, is higher, certainly, than years prior. And then the colors is the breakdown between the different districts. And I apologize, it's quite small, likely on your screens there. Specific to the Okanagan-Similkameen, which is this sort of darker blue color, you can see year over year how it's kind of varied as a proportion of the overall ask. So for this year, it works out to 12% of our request. So essentially, we're investing of our capital plan. 12% of that plan is being invested in the Okanagan-Similkameen region. To give some scale or perspective, based on the population people 2020 population stats, the region represents 11% of IH's overall region. So the proportionate request is fairly close this year, although you can see how in years past, sometimes it's been substantially higher, sometimes lower. So this year we're close to that percentage, although a higher ask. So the dollar amount is higher this year, certainly, as you would have seen. So then the next slide, you would have had this table in the funding request letter that I believe would have been a part of the agenda package. So this is just that table there, which gives the specific breakdown of all the items. The total budget, or the total value of everything in the list, is just shy of 11 million, of which the RHD share is 4.39 million. And actually, before we jump to the next one, what I will say is for our presentation today, we weren't going to go into a great level of detail about most of what's in the list there. I think from the letter and the descriptions, it's fairly explanatory, but of course, willing to take any questions you might have. But what we're really focusing on for the remainder is really this first line, the South Okanagan-Similkameen Primary Care Network. It is sort of the largest request, and certainly we know there's been lots of discussion in past meetings, so we'll go into a bit more detail there. And I'll pass it now over to Carl to speak to the next few slides. And Carl, maybe just let me know when you want me to change.
Okay, so you can change right now. Thanks so much, Dan. So the purpose of the next few slides is really to paint a picture and trying to keep the concept around primary and community care transformation, and mainly around primary care networks, just try to get some awareness of it. And many of you, I saw Martin there, are in some way or the other part of planning around primary care networks in various areas, but we thought it was a great opportunity to just do a review today. So really, this is an overview of the vision across the province. So there's many bubbles here For example, you've got your patient medical home there to the lighter blue to the left. And so this is basically the conceptual map for interior health and provincially. So the patient and family are part of the patient medical home. And currently we have a work going on in Central in this model. So various models are being tried in certain areas of interior health, sometimes simultaneously. So, and of course, South Okanagan doesn't have all of this yet. So so the patient medical home is part of it. And it's part of a network, again, around that primary care network. And together with primary care homes, they're joining with urgent and primary care centers, again, across interior health, health authority services, and community health centers to form, again, a primary care network. So it's really that network part that's really critical. And these network works with community services, acute services, specialized community services programs to create an integrated system of care. So just as one example, we have been one of the pilots around team-based care for the specialized community services work, and our intake for home health, as an example, runs now 7 days a week with extended hours. And so that is one small part of the network for referrals into home health, and both from acute care, be it the hospitals, and some of our primary care clinics. Next slide, Dan. So this is really around primary and community care transformation. And again, this would be similar in many of the health authorities, but this is specific around interior health. So we've got primary care network implementation. And so that was part of the work. Summerland and Penticton were #1 out of the gate for those primary care clinics. And for those that are familiar, Ponderosa is one of those. We are in the planning stage, really around our primary care network planning currently in the South Okanagan, and obviously in Central and West Kelowna has developed some urgent primary care centers. So this is just a visual that PCN planning, we call it, is occurring everywhere. And the Okanagan-Similkameen area ask is related to the primary care network planning. Other proposals, and there was some confusion around the divisions of family practice because they had at one time come and presented their work. So that is the divisions of family practice with the associated funds to support physician clinics in the community are entirely separate from this request and from this plan and the associated capital requests that we've got in front of you. Urgent primary care urgent primary and community care clinics are also in the planning too, and they are not finished for interior health for sure, led by government and informed by interior health data on attachment. And when I say attachment, that's attaching patients to either physicians or nurse practitioners. And of course, community need. Next slide, Dan. So these are some of the primary care initiatives. Government approves the interior health supports and contract templates, the construction advice and management, and then supply of some staff were directed and included in the proposal. And this is where interior health staff work within a primary care clinic as part of the overarching team-based care. So nursing staff, allied staff, social worker, OTs, PTs. So we work nurse practitioners, physicians, and interior health staff as a partnership and as a team. South Okanagan-Similkameen is implementing its primary care network, and primary care networks in collaboration between interior health, the South Okanagan Division of Family Practice, and our First Nations communities. A central focus of the primary care network is to increase access and attachment to team-based care and multidisciplinary primary care. And the Penticton Summerland component, as I mentioned earlier, was approved in 2018 and implementation is underway. So over to you, Dan. So that my intention was to just provide an overview of primary care networks, with the distinction that this is not to be confused with the ask that came forward with the Division of Family Practice. While we support their work absolutely wholeheartedly, this is in transition throughout the South Okanagan-Similkameen for over the next years. Next, over to you, Dan.
Thanks, Carl. So yes, I'll talk a little bit more specifically about the request that you have in front of you and how it ties into and the additional investments that we're planning to make for this South Okanagan-Similkameen PCN. So any clinics that have PCN-funded staff, so as Carl mentioned, general practitioner contracts, nurse practitioners, nursing allied staff are considered a PCN clinic. Nearly all the clinics covered by our planned additional investment will be PCN clinics through the integration of PCN resources, and will increase our attachments to and access to the team-based primary care. One of the things, though, when looking at how we establish these networks and where to put people that are associated with the PCN IH staff and how where they go, whether it's integrating into existing physician practices and their clinics, or whether it's our own spaces. Space is one of the primary challenges in achieving our vision of an integrated team-based care. Lots of people needing to come together needs lots of space. The capital funding request is really for renovation of spaces within our communities that would be part of the PCN to accommodate the expanded services and the associated staff that go in there. With the anticipated timing of the ministry approval for what we're planning as far as additional investment, we had estimated what the capital renovation costs would be based on the current options that we see, and then knowing sort of what sort of square footage is required based on the number of staff, the services that might go in there, and so on. So that might include the potential for leased space if that's deemed appropriate and necessary, based upon what space we have in our existing facilities. Some are better than others as far as a capacity for this additional investment and resource. So with that, IH certainly can apply to the ministry for any space to be designated under the Hospital District Act. Once we've received formal request from the RHD to ask that a space be designated. And we have a process that is fairly well laid out and something that we can share. And with the key piece being, as long as that space is being used to provide healthcare services. I'll jump to the next one, and I'm sure there'll be lots of questions on this, but I did have one more slide that kind of speaks to looking ahead down the road. So to start out, I definitely wanted to recognize the need for IH to provide the RHDs with predictability in our funding requests where that's possible. And certainly, as of late, that has been a challenge, especially with these primary care network and urgent primary care centers sort of happening sequentially as opposed to sort of a more thought out time frame. So much of this comes down to sharing what information that we can to limit any sort of surprises and help with budget planning, both from our perspective, of course, and from the RHDs. Of course, we often have to deal with restrictions on what can be shared based on the different levels of approvals that are needed, and ultimately requiring the ministry to sign off on what information can be shared, particularly in a public forum. So, you know, we'll endeavor, in spite of that, to provide what information we can once we have confidence about what is upcoming, and ensure that we're keeping the RHD informed of that to as I say, to limit those surprises. One of the things that I did want to mention, as far as sort of that longer term horizon, long-term care beds is one area. And I know we've talked before, Carl and I, at a previous meeting, and concerns about long-term care, certainly within the context of the pandemic that we're right in the middle of. And so there has been discussion provincially about the need to look at replacement of our old bed stock, many of which are quite dated layouts. They might have multi-bed rooms up to 4 people per room, and starting to see some failing infrastructure, as well as always, as we do, look at future bed needs based on changing populations in our communities. So for a number of years, IH's practice and sort of guided by the government of the time was to seek contracted long-term care beds, which means, or as a means to replace our older beds as well as adding new. This is an operating cost to us as opposed to capital, because of course we wouldn't own the asset. However, recent discussions with the ministry has been to explore our options as far as IH actually constructing and operating what would be new long-term care facilities. So we're in the process of reviewing all of our communities to determine the priority of where we need to replace our existing beds, and using our population models to determine where those priorities lie. And Penticton is one of those communities that's in the mix. I don't have a lot more detail at this stage, but certainly it's on our radar and is a major priority of the ministry. So again, we'll continue to keep you informed about that as it comes. Certainly, as you can imagine, a long-term care facility is not a small project by any means in terms of scale and cost. So definitely want to make sure we're able to stay in close contact as that develops. So that's all we had. So we'll turn it over to the board to ask questions.
See any identification of directors with questions. So if indeed you have a question, now is the time. Director Holmes.
Thank you. So I'm still a little bit confused for the primary care network, exactly where that request and where that money is going. It says to be, in the thing it says to be determined. So when are you going to determine that? And I'm still not clear to me exactly what that money's for. And connected to that, are there plans? I got the impression, are there plans to install a UPCC in Penticton or anywhere else in the region? Is that being is that in the works?
It's in the planning, but we are we're going to be learning from Kelowna. Obviously, they were first out of the gate, and as I shared the vision for interior health, most of those things, if not actually all of them, will be in every community over the next few years. So absolutely in the planning. We've had a few. So for example, Penticton and Summerland were the first phase of the primary care network. Kelowna's been, I believe, a few communities were the first ones in interior health for the urgent primary care. So absolutely in the planning. So to your other question though, it's around with our staff around the team-based care. I'm going to use Princeton as an example. These dollars would be for capital to be able to do tenant improvements so we can physically fit people into the building. without it, we would not be able to fit. And most of our IH spaces are maxed out for space. So when I talk about team-based care, that is getting some of these squeezed spaces to have nurse practitioner, social worker, nurse. We actually don't have the space to do that. So that's where the capital dollars would go.
Director Holmes, does that satisfy the question, or do you have more?
No, if I could follow up, please. So
Surely.
I don't know how then you can separate that out from the division's efforts for what they're planning for the community. I see it that they're totally connected. And if you separate what the division's efforts are, then it's not about providing even coverage throughout the region because there's going to be different models throughout the region. So how do you accommodate what other communities might be doing with what your own focus is? I just don't understand how you can separate out the division's efforts. And if I could also add, you've mentioned a couple of times about the Penticton and Summerland that we were the first out the gate. Frankly, I don't see anything from Summerland. I see a lot for Penticton, and what's happening in Summerland is that we're losing doctors, and if and when they are reattached, they're being reattached to a clinic in Penticton, and this is just a continued trend of centralizing essential services where people are having to leave their communities to go to Penticton for now healthcare, primary healthcare, and I really think Summerland is in this respect is a bellwether for the whole region because we're so close to Penticton that that with the UPCC being set up there, we're all going to have to go to Penticton to get primary care, unless you can work with the division to incorporate what they're trying to do into the larger model. Thank you.
Do you have a reply to that, Mr. Meadows?
I'm mute.
Oh.
Mute is working.
Okay.
There it is. Thank you so much. We work very collaboratively with our divisions of family practice. So that is first and foremost. Our vision is that every clinic in the South Okanagan will be a primary care, part of the primary care network and a primary care clinic. Obviously, it's not going to happen overnight. The planning for the PCN absolutely included Summerland in that planning. So it wasn't done in isolation of, I know Tony Boot was involved in those discussions and many of the physicians in Summerland, so Morelli and a bunch of them. So it was a planning that was started in the collaborative services committees, which is committees that are jointly run with the divisions and with the health authority. So that work was absolutely in partnership. So I would say that Summerland has been involved in those discussions, much like Martin. I see Martin somewhere in the Hollywood Squares has been involved in the PCN planning for Soyuz Oliver, and I know Sue McCordiff is also. So the vision is that it's all going to be connected. So that's the work that we're doing. It doesn't mean that the divisions, because their requests we absolutely support, it doesn't mean that they can't, do their work, and plan around getting, capital for their amalgamation of the physicians. And that at some point we are very likely to touch each other. But these are things that we are planning together. So they're not in isolation. In fact, we meet with the divisions, as recently as last evening. So we are very much in lockstep with the divisions, but our access to capital might happen differently at different times. So, but I can say that we are working to make sure that every clinic in Interior Health in the South Okanagan-Similkameen is a primary care, part of the primary care network, and will be a primary care clinic.
Director Holmes? Thank you. Director McCord, I saw that you were up there. Your hand is gone, though. Do you still wish to speak?
No, yes, my hand is still there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I've got all the stuff. I printed it all off. I see that numbers on the capital requests, numbers, 2 to the end are quite easy to understand what you need the money for. Whether we, they all seem like a fair amount of money. I am still quite concerned, similar to Director Holmes, on how, number one, the primary care network, you're asking for 1.4 million this year, and with the total budget of 3.5 million, according to the table that you've got. And I don't know how you even start to, because we're all different communities, we all have different needs. How do you decide what comes first? And you already heard me say Asuyas needs to come first, and Director Obrick has backed that. And I just think that it's still a little confusing to us. We do go to divisions meetings. We go to primary care meetings at South Okanagan General. You're asking for money. They're asking for money. Where do we even begin? And I'm sorry, I've tried looking through all this stuff and I've tried to figure it out. I'm still confused. So how will you decide how to spend this 1.4 that you're asking for? And where does it start?
Mr. Meadows?
Dan, do you want to jump in? So do you want to jump in on this one?
Sure. And please back me up if I step aside.
Yeah, absolutely.
Stand astride. So the amount that you see there is based upon the planning work that we've been doing as far as the additional investments that would come for the primary care network. And so in the background, there's all kinds of data analysis and looking at the patient populations, attachment numbers, where the greatest need appears to be based on what the evidence and the data shows. And so we see, or we kind of know where we need to be adding additional resources as far as setting up the additional nurses and allied staff and nurse practitioners and everything that would be a part of this additional investment. And so it came time to saying, okay, where are we going to put them? So if CareMeus, for example, needs so many additional staff to support what the plan is, we need to figure out where we're putting them. And so if it means within existing IH space, we need to convert a location into something that's appropriate for those staff, whether it's touchdown space, whether it's clinical space where they actually see patients. That's the kind of thing that went into this number. We don't actually have yet final ministry blessing on the overall plan, so we're hesitant. There's certain pieces of information that we can't necessarily completely share at this point in time. We're expecting to hear quite soon from the ministry on that, but that's kind of how I can best describe it. I think, we know where we think the resources, the additional staffing needs to go, where the investment needs to be, and so this is the capital that's attached to that in whatever form that takes. And so in mentioning about possibly needing to lease space, if one of the communities that we're looking at, we can't make it fit within one of our own health centers, then we might need to explore that option as a place to put them and set up those services. So, Carl, is there any?
Yeah, so the only thing I'll add is, Sue, the divisions work extremely close to us, and they've got some challenges that they're trying to address around physician shortage. So they'll tell you that actually Oliver has the biggest physician challenge, right? And so, and I know that you want a clinic in your area. So that's where we have to figure out where our staff would be better fitted. And so they've got an impending challenge around, the physician and keeping enough in their, pool and doing a lot of creative stuff around how to keep physicians in their community. And while we absolutely, it affects the primary network around attachment and all that, we're trying to work simultaneously with them around team-based care. So we might put, and so please don't write this down, Sue. We might have a clinic where we actually can find space and do a renovation to actually put interior health staff, nurse practitioner, and a few physicians into a Soyuz. But that's still not going to address the division's issues that they have around physician recruitment, right? So again, we work absolutely in partnership, and I can say unequivocally, when we are in, we want to make sure we've got the same overarching vision of making sure every clinic is based on team-based care and it's a primary care clinic. That's our vision. But right now they've got some serious pressures around physician recruitment. And while we recognize it, we're working more so around building that network across the South Okanagan-Similkameen for our clients to actually be able to be attached to physicians or nurse practitioners and be able to access the team.
Director
Chair,
Bauer,
can I just, Chair, can I ask one additional question with this? So I have this written down at a meeting I was at, and I'm not quite sure where. It was on October the 9th. And I have written down with a star beside it that the ministry will not fund buildings. And therefore, what you're saying is that what IH is wanting to fund is finding places for people, for workers, and not necessarily the buildings, although you now say that you might be able to lease. Is that correct?
Let's use Princeton as an example. If we had two nurses, a social worker, allied health, as in occupational therapy, and PT to work alongside a physician or a nurse practitioner, we wouldn't actually be able to do that. We've got people double bucking. So we need the dollars to be able to create the space for our team-based care. And that's how we're looking at it. Here's the team. And it's also part of Karamias, it's a small office, but we actually are at the gizzards around our space. So we would have to do it in order to support the primary care network and to make it into an established team-based care model for the primary care clinics.
Director McCordoff? Are you good?
Thank you. That answered some of my questions. Thank you.
Okay. I have Director Bauer and then Director Bob Coyne, but if you'll allow me, if I can ask either you, Carl, or Doug, the first line of the proposed budget speaks to 1.4 for primary care network, but I'm under the understanding that it's specifically targeting our Aboriginal neighbors, the PIB and the others. Is that not correct?
They would be included in it, Judy. So remember, it's part of the network, which includes the divisions, First Nations. So whether it's lower or upper Similkameen, they would be part. Our vision is to have a primary, again, remember, attachment to nurse practitioners or physicians across South Okanagan-Similkameen, and the First Nations communities are part of that.
So it's not exclusively targeting
Correct.
them.
Correct.
It is the broader. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you for that. Director Bauer.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So listening to all of this, I think I kind of have the same concerns as the previous speakers. Normally, when we give money, we know exactly what it's for. So I hear a lot of ifs and whens and maybes. And, if, like in the whole other report of your request, it would be very much detailed to say, as you mentioned, Karamias, okay, it'll cost us 100,000 to put 2 offices in. la-di-da, and you would cut that all down to 4.5 million or whatever it is, well, then I think we would all be a little bit more willing to say, yeah, of course, that makes sense. But right now, you are basically asking us good faith, and hopefully the province continues on their path to implement this primary care network that we have been talking about for, I don't know, a year and a half or two now. And as you know, we've had multiple meetings down here in the Similkameen as well. So I think that's the biggest problem. And then secondly, just different question that's easier to answer. I see there's no requests made from the health center in the Similkameen. Does that mean we are happy, we have everything we need, or?
You mean you're in Karamias?
Yes.
You don't have everything you need. I can assure you that. That's why we're here today. We're going to make sure you have what you need in your community.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Maybe I'll take a crack at
sorry,
the easy. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, that's fine. Go ahead.
Oh, just to comment. So certainly, yes. I mean, the needs in the South Similkameen Health Center are they're there. I just say this year, other priorities made it to the top of the list. So it's certainly we have them all tracked and are part of the discussion. It's just this is where we got to for this year based on the funding that was available. Yeah, and I'll try a crack at the first question as well. You know, I get it. It'd make me a bit uncomfortable as well. You know, again, it comes down to a lot of the timing of things. We're wanting to be as prepared as we can to move quickly once we get the green light to do with this additional investment for the PCN. And the ministry expects us to move quickly once that happens, and so this is sort of I guess a preemptive request to inform the RHD of what's coming and so that we're ready to roll. Like I said, there's only so much that we can share at this point in time based on the ministry, but you know, the alternative, of course, is bringing something to you after the fact that's an out of cycle request, which is always an option. But I think with knowing the timing and when we were expecting to get direction from the ministry, we thought it made sense to include it now, knowing that we're being a bit vague on some of the specifics. So, but I hear you, and I completely understand your question.
Thank you, Dan, and I will apologize for renaming you. I'll try and remember you are Dan. Director Bob Coyne.
Yeah, I think Director Bauer summed it up mostly. I mean, my very short takeaway from this is that you guys have got a vision and you want us to come up with $1.5 million and ask our taxpayers to give it to you on good faith. And there's no concrete plan in place. It's like a lot of ifs, ands, and buts. And other than that, the only other criticism or whatever that I have is, boy, you guys talk a strange language with all your acronyms that what us folks that aren't used to listening to those are having to translate your acronyms in our heads back to what you're talking about. And it sure makes for a very confusing presentation. Thank you.
Well, I can assure you that if Dan and I were king for a day, a lot of this gobbledygook would be very simple. But we aren't king today, and we weren't king yesterday, because the world of acronyms, you could be in a meeting in healthcare and you wouldn't have a clue. You would think we were aliens from another species. And here's the amusing part. We quite often have to write them down because we don't have a clue what our colleagues are sometimes talking about. But remember, we take our direction from the Ministry of Health and the province, and even around the terminology around the medical home. While I understand what it is, would it have been my naming of it? Hell no. So, you know, it really looks at, again, how do you simplify something that in the next few years, you guys, all of your communities are front and center for us to create these networks. Access to primary healthcare is absolutely critical for the health of each one of your communities. So, in good faith, we've been very good stewards of your dollars to date. And again, like Dan said, we can't share everything because we aren't the ones that are the ones in control of that piece. So, but yeah.
But also noted, appreciate that feedback to make sure we're being careful about using those acronyms and explaining them when we speak to them. So thanks for that feedback.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Bob Coyne, because I certainly worked in the environment for many years and often thought it sounded like old MacDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-E-I-O. So I think, Dan, if you can take that concern back, you too, Carl, that people that work in IHA, it's so comfortable for them that they don't forget. The rest of us do not have that comfort. Director Bush.
Thank you. So I'm still unsure here. Is the ask 1.4 million from us, or is it just 40% of that?
So it's the 1.4 is the ask of the RHD. The total budget for that project is 3.5 million. So the 1.4 is 40% of the 3.5.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Director Johansson.
Thank you, Chair. This question goes back to, I guess, the definitions that were being talked about earlier about team-based healthcare and UPCCs and PCCs. I seem to have heard something there, and I just wanted to clarify. It sounded like, team-based healthcare and something that Interior Health is willing to fund. They would fund it because it would have allied healthcare workers in there. And as part of our all of our SUIS PCN process, which hasn't been approved yet, we're supposed to get 4.5 of those positions. And of course, finding room for them in all of our SUIS is going to be challenging without some renovations going on in the South Okanagan. So wondering if that would be something that Interior Health would look at funding. And just to follow up a little bit on that, we are working to establish a PCC in Oliver, and we would be looking to make room there for a couple of allied healthcare workers should they be approved through the PCN process. And again, wondering if that's, again, something that Interior Health would be investing money in because we would have those workers in our primary care clinic. So looking for some more definition there. It seems like we're really splitting hairs around what is a UPCC and what is a PCC and what is team-based healthcare. And it would really be good to have a better definition of what that is and where the funding can come from and why the funding could come from that source or not come from that source. And I may have a follow-up, but I'll leave it at that for now. Thank you.
So under the, again, we didn't name it, so please don't hold us for the Specialized Community Services Program. That is, there's a bunch of attributes. And so we could be here for 4 hours talking about SCSP, which is the acronym. So it's really team-based care has multiple aspects around central access for customers so that they go to one place to receive their services or connect into the system. We use a terminology called then they would be attached to an MRC, or otherwise known as a most responsible clinician. Could be a nurse practitioner, could be a GP, could be an RN, could be a social worker. So there's a bunch of attributes that we have to live through, and team-based care is one of them. So we are still working through that work around team-based care. It may look a little different depending on your context, whether it's mental health or the home health office or services out of like Ponderosa or the White Clinic or whatever it is. So it's really around understanding the attributes that should be universal across the province. And it's really about attachment. And then the primary care networks is making sure that people are referred onward. So I think, Martin, I'm thinking with your question, we are working through that. So it may be a renovation to, for example, we've talked about the library. in Oliver, or one of the spaces that they've referred to. So we are going to be working through that together. So it's not a cookie cutter, but that's what we have to work through around how to get, if we need that amount of resources, where are the spaces that IH has possibly that we would need to renovate? Or would we need to renovate lease space? Those are the pieces that haven't been worked out.
Just as a follow-up to that, so it sounds to me like what you're saying is if team-based healthcare, if we get these positions approved through the PCN process and they do occupy a clinic, then that clinic would meet the definition of team-based healthcare, which
they'd have to fit the allied and all that into it, or it would just be a doctor's office. Absolutely.
No, absolutely, that would fit the allied healthcare
Yeah.
works in there, which becomes team-based healthcare, which would meet the definition of and be able to have some funding, not the whole clinic perhaps, but some funding at least associated with those allied healthcare workers.
Yeah, that's part of the ask.
I think that makes sense. Yes. Again, getting into the particulars, it can maybe get complex, but I think the way you described it, that sounds right.
Well, thank you, because that is a very important acknowledgement, I guess, at this point in time. So thank you for that.
Director Holmes?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I'd like to follow up on that and on what Director McCordoff was asking about regarding lease space. And if I could just get clarification that if you needed to lease space for allied workers in a clinic, that would be considered a capital cost, or not? And would it fit into this request or not?
So the lease itself would be an operating cost, which wouldn't be a part of this request. It's the tenant improvements of that space that's the capital.
Right. Thank you.
I mean, Martin, it would make no sense if we needed a primary health care and a primary care clinic in your area if we didn't have space to go into another geographical area so that we could fit them in. So that's why we're looking at each of the areas, Princeton, Terramias, Soyuz, Oliver, Similkameen area, to say where it would these positions best be fitted, be it in interior health that may require bricks and mortar renovations, or is there something in the communities that serves it better?
Good. Director McCordoff?
Thank you very much. Carl and Dan, when we have spoken in the last week, you did mention that you would be giving us a bit of a heads up on some of the things that you were going to be asking for in the future. And certainly we know that this year, the capital request is quite a bit more than we have been used to. So I believe you agreed that that you would not be surprising us next year, and that you would make sure that we understood some of the things that you felt were really essential. Am I correct?
Absolutely.
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes. And there's normally there's a letter, and it should be coming soon, that kind of speaks to that. It's one that's in confidence, but that will give a better idea of that. That letter should be coming soon.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm conscious of the time, so I have on deck Director Robrook and Director Pendergraft, and then because we have still a significant piece of agenda, I'll go to you, Director Robrook, please.
Yes, and thank you, the chair. And I just wanted to add a couple comments. First off, thank you for all your answers to the questions. It's very, very, very helpful. Secondly, I want to say I do support primary care in Soyuz first. And then OK Falls second, please. Get us on the list if you don't mind. We'd sure appreciate that. And finally, I like to say I trust you. I really trust you. I'm very grateful for what you do. And I do support your ask. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Director Pendergraft.
Yeah, thank you, through the chair. I just want to be sure that I'm understanding this correct then. The 3.5 million total budget is to accomplish this in every community in the regional district, or is this for one specific community?
It's a beginning.
Across.
So it's to do Oliver, Osuyas, Princeton, Kermias, Penticton, and Summerland.
Yeah, and remember I said our vision as we're working through it is that every clinic will be a primary care network, part of the network, and a primary care clinic.
Okay, thank you.
Now, unless there's a town, please don't ask me to put one in Headley. But for the most part, I'll work with your communities as they are.
Director Roberts, are you?
Tim wants one in Headley.
Of course I do. And that's also a location in regards to the support of my local First Nations community that's operating out of there.
Yeah.
And of course, be happy to know that we're right online by October to have fiber optics.
Wow, that's pretty incredible.
I see a hand just gone up. Director Bush.
Yeah, has a motion been presented?
No, we don't have a motion at this time. This has still been questions to the presentation.
Okay, well, I would move the motion, recommendation 3.
I don't think it's at this point on our agenda, Director Bush, but hold that thought.
Oh, I'm way ahead of you. I'm trying to push it along.
I hear you. I'm watching the clock as well. So Carl and Dan, I wish to thank you for your presentation. Actually, Carl, we have a further update from you. Are you prepared to do that at this time?
What is that update?
On the COVID, as it relates to our hospitals in the region?
Yeah, I can just give everybody. So first of all, I don't own a TV, but if you do, you'll know that we've had some Pfizer delays. So just so you know, we have right now, I'll just talk about our COVID. Our COVID numbers in the community are dropping, but we have had obviously some significant events at places that have been made public. So it has been a very long few months. We are still in an incident command structure in the South Okanagan. We are primarily focused right now with vaccinations on long-term care, assisted living, staff and citizens that are in long-term care, and or priority around emerge staff. So we've got a tier of how we're doing it. So we've got emerge staff, ICU, our COVID units in Penticton. So, prior to this last fall, even during our response with COVID, we did a great job. In fact, ground zero, the first COVID patient wasn't allowed out of their car. They had been traveling and our team caught it quickly. But the last few months has really changed where we've had our COVID unit up and running. And we're still cautiously optimistic. Our numbers in Penticton or South Okanagan, Penticton and South Okanagan, because they get reported as Penticton, Summerland, and then the rest of the South Okanagan. Our numbers are going down. What we don't know is our testing numbers are also down. So we don't know if people are getting tested. And of course, now we've got the Pfizer vaccine that has been delayed and Moderna. So we're doing a ton of work. What I can say, if you know or hear of a public health nurse, please give them a hug today. They have been just absolutely incredible, along with our teams and our medical health officer. This has tested our health system like we've never experienced, and McKinney was the latest example where it was very challenging. But I can assure you, our teams are, I would say, amazing, nothing short than amazing. You're in very good hands in the South Okanagan. And even with McKinney, we will be doing, I've requested a review for lessons learned, but Dan had mentioned it earlier. There's going to be more awareness around these 4-bed long-term care units and how to do something about them in the near future, because it was very difficult to cordon off or cohort infected patients and with 4-bed units. So I think Judy, I know that you guys are Madam Chairperson, I think that's your name. If you have any questions, that's just the Reader's Digest version of where we're at in South Okanagan.
Well, I have 2 hands up, Director Bauer and Director Bush, or is that a leftover Director Bush? Do you have a current question?
Yeah, so thank you, Chair. Carl, you talked about rollout of the inoculation for COVID. Wondering about dentists. I mean, they are as close to your open mouth as anybody can be. And I'm wondering if they get A, preference on the rollout, and B, do they get tested regularly?
You know what? I'm not head of the Dentist Association, or I'm not involved in dentistry. But what I can say for the health authority, and this is through direction from the province, so this isn't us making lists up, but our areas of priority and most vulnerability is long-term care, assisted living, the staff in those areas, emergency, ICU, COVID units, and or physicians that work in any one of those areas, and staff, including cleaning staff. So that is our first area of focus. You should see some ramping up once we get so Moderna is coming online now, which is the other vaccine. So we're working through it, but dentists would not be, while they may, because they are supposed to be wearing personal protective equipment, they aren't at the front of the epidemic, as in high risk. Our emerge staff are higher risk. So we've kind of tailored it around level of risk. And that's how we are running, doing our implementation of the vaccine. The public, the general public, do not write this down, but it's probably going to be fall that the general public gets access to it. And I'm not sure where dentists would fit in that.
Well, at this point, Carl and Dan, I thank you both on behalf of the OSHR board for coming today and helping to clarify some of our questions. So thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
And thanks for having us. And one of the things to remember, all of our families are part of these communities, and we also have delays around accessing primary health care. So we are passionate about this work, and we care about our citizens, and we care about our families. So thank you so much. I love the level of engagement, and I appreciate the hard work you're doing for our communities in the South Okanagan.
Well, thank you.
Thank you. Take care now.
Bye.
Bye.
Is Carl still there?
How do I get help? Get me out of here. Okay. Okay. This is not working very well. I think, okay, I'm here all afternoon.
Oh, there you go. All right, directors, we have until 2 o'clock, so I'm going to move this right along into item E, which in fact I will refer to our CAO. Mr. Newell, if you would, please.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So this is the administrative response to the IHA capital request that you just discussed. And so, I mean, typically, we're very supportive of the IHA request, and we are again, except for the primary care network ask. And really, not that it's not a good program, from what we've just heard, it's going to be very good. but our job is to test whether it should come out of property tax or not. So typically in the past, what we've funded are tangible assets. So something you can actually hold on to. So a capital request, IHA comes in, they're willing to pay 60%, they're asking us to pay 40%, and the asset remains. And they have 6 categories. 2 of those, the information technology request, both under and over $100,000, that was just added a few years ago. Before that, it was all really tangible assets. So information technology was a new ask just a couple of years ago, and now they've sort of built it into the annual request. And I understand that too, but where I'm going with this is that they're changing the platform on us. So information technology, and now the primary care networks, and my understanding is this is completely different than what we've been discussing the last 2 years, where we would work with the division to put a clinic into Oliver or Soyuz or any of our other communities. This is a partnership that they've been talking about, and again, that's sort of where I get really uncomfortable, is that it's almost ephemeral. They use the words, well, we think we need staff here, and it's possible that we might do this, or we're not in control. It's the ministry that's in control. And I didn't see any tangible or distinct plans as to what they were going to do with our 1.4 million. And then the other concern is really, we don't seem to be in the consultation part of this. So where they have been discussing this with First Nations and other parties, they've never invited the regional districts to the table to talk about a primary care network. We've been sort of struggling on our own over the last 2 years talking about a clinic, but we've never engaged in discussions about really what they mean by this primary care network. They say it's a partnership project for IH with the Division of Family Practice and the Penticton Indian Band. And when they're talking about the funding of it, they're talking about working with Indigenous healthcare units. Well, only Penticton Indian Band pays into the regional hospital district. The other 3 bands don't at all, and Penticton Indian Band does just on non-reserve lands. So it just seems a stretch to me as to whether this would benefit our taxpayers. Typically, they've given us in the past some notice. Certainly on the patient care tower, we had years to prepare for that so that we could build up our reserves and then know exactly how much of our reserves and then how much we had to borrow. I think there's going to be some big asks in the future, whether that's an oncology unit or some other big expansion. But we and in fact, finance will show you this when we get into our budget, but our reserves are going to be very low by the time that we get done with the patient care tower. And I mean, bureaucrats get uncomfortable with that, and especially with surprises. So we don't know what they're going to be asking us about how we can manage our taxes. We get uncomfortable. I wouldn't let one of my managers bring that project forward with that little detail to our budget committee. What you're getting is sort of my response on that, Madam Chair, is that we would recommend the rest of the request, but I don't think the 1.4 million that they want from us for the primary care network is ready for property taxes at this time. So that would be our administrative recommendation, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Newell, for that. So to observe our protocol, board, we would need to put a motion on the floor to continue with this conversation. Director Robinson? Are you moving the motion as recommended? I need a second for that. Director Bauer? Thank you. I have Director Gettens who would like to speak to this.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just curious, if we do move this recommendation, is there opportunity for IH to come back with their partners? So the plan that they're talking about right now is with the Ministry of Health. We haven't heard if it's been approved or not. If that happens in the next few weeks, is there an opportunity for IH to come back with the people that they've listed in their ask and who they're working on this with? Because there is a primary care network steering committee, and tell us more about the plan. Because I'm with you. I don't know the timeline or where it's going to go and that kind of thing. But if that plan is approved in the next few weeks, we might have the information that they say that they can't speak about right now. So is that a possibility to have them come back in time for this budget round?
Mr. Newell?
So Mr. Stefano is going to explain the tax implications to you when we get into budget. But generally, as long as we can still do a budget amendment, then you could consider new information. So if when we bring the budget back at second reading and you want to make an amendment to include a new project, that's still acceptable. Of course, it'll have an impact on, in this case, probably your reserve levels or your requisition, one or the other, or a mixture of both.
Okay, thank you. That answers my question.
Thank you, Director Traynor.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes,
yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, I agree with Director Gettens. If they are able to share some new information with us sooner than later, that would be great, because I'm just, I'm worried that we might miss an opportunity, but it is hard to support, or it is hard to support their request without having more information. So yeah, I would like to hear back from them if we can. And then also I have a separate question for CAO Newell. If we go with the recommendation and don't approve the 1.4 that they asked for, what does that mean for Interior Health? Like, if they don't get the money that they're asking for, what happens? Do they have to change their plans, or how does that work?
Mr. Newell?
I don't know what their plan is, to tell you the truth.
No.
Like, I'm not sure what this buys us.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, and yeah, no, I was just wondering that if they have to change their plans or if they can get money from elsewhere, but you're right, we don't know what it is, so it's hard to know. Thank you.
Madam Chair, can I just add one point? A more typical process would be for them to invite us into the discussion and then make a request. At this point, they've made the request. They don't seem to be inviting us into the discussion, and in fact, in their presentation to us, we're not even on their letter.
No, Mr. Newell, I will agree with you there. And in fact, the Vice Chair, Director McCorduff, and I have been told that they can't divulge anything more because it is confidential. So it does. It makes it extremely challenging for us. Director Oberick, you have a question or comment?
Yes, thank you. I do. And I've been listening, and I listened to Dan and Carl, and I heard things a little bit differently. What I heard is good benefit to our ratepayers. I heard that these funds would be used, the 1.4 million used specifically for things like tenant capital improvements, which would be of incredible value to communities like Osoyoos and Oliver, who may have spaces that require renovations to bring in necessary healthcare services which benefit the entire community. So I do hear it a little bit differently. I don't have trouble supporting this, which means, of course, I'm voting against the motion. And I'd like everybody just to ponder that, because if the reason we're not going to support it is they didn't invite us into a discussion, maybe we need to step up and invite them back for a discussion and get some comfort. I do not think this is a bad idea. I think this is a really good idea. And I've heard a lot of support around the table for primary care. This is our chance to step up and help out. We supported the hospital. I think that's a good thing. It's good for all of us. This is like that. And it may not be as neat and tidy and perfect as some would like, but I sure think it's a good idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Directors, again, I'm conscious of the time and we still have a ways to go. On deck, I have Director Holmes, Monteith, Bob Coyne, and Bush.
I'm the chair. Dr. Kazak.
I'm lost.
Carla wants to speak.
I did earlier.
Oh, you want to be on the list? Sorry.
I thought I was.
All right, if we can continue then with Director Holmes.
Yes, thank you. Yes, absolutely, it's a good idea. Primary care network is a good idea, and I certainly applaud Interior Health for taking an interest to develop one. But I think, as the CIO and other directors said, we can't fund a vision. We can only fund tangible capital projects. And so I certainly encourage Interior Health to come back when they have a specific project for us to fund. And I would also encourage Interior Health to incorporate the division's efforts so that we could fund the entirety of the primary care network's capital requirements, and not just the IHA part of it, because it's much bigger than just a little IHA piece. And for our communities, a lot of it will be outside the IHA piece. So I would certainly encourage them to come back, but when they have something that we can actually fund. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Holmes. I'll go to Director Monteith.
To the chair, I think my comment is probably more of a planning comment, in that based on the presentation that we received from Interior Health, I'm hearing that maybe we need to increase our reserves for this year, because perhaps next year they are going to come with a project that is tangible, that does fit into our funding model. And I'm hearing that they are planning something, and I feel like that's a warning for us to start planning. So if we don't have a healthy reserve planned for this year, maybe we should consider that this year, so we're planning for something for next year. So just thinking ahead.
Thank you for your comment. Director Bob Coyne.
I think it's been said what I wanted to say. The only other thing we have to remember here is we're putting $1 million and $1.4 million on the table here on an idea, but it's not just for this year. We're going to be adding $1.5 million to the pot for every year after this, because this isn't going to end. So we just have to be prepared for that. And I think we're a year too early. We need to have them come back and work out an overall plan that we can actually see. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Bush, were you wanting to make a comment?
Well, I just wanted to know, we don't know what this would cost yet. And so right now I'd probably vote not for it, but I would like to know what it's going to cost with or without the 1.4 million.
Thank you, directors. I'm going to go to Director Kozakovich at this point.
Great, thank you, Chair. I agree with Director Holmes and Director Coyne Sr. I think we all can agree that we want more doctors, we want more facilities, but we need more than a vision right now. And the ask, we're not just talking 1.4 million. The ask is close to 4.4 million. And if we look at the 5-year average, we're pushing about 2.5 million now. Last year was 3.9 million. Before that was 1.385. And we used to spend more around a 2 million mark. So now we're pushing 4.4 million if we include this 1.4. I'm not sure that this is the right year for this. I think we should be taking a year. Let's figure things out. Let's have more information come in and a plan, and look at funding it in 2022 if everything is laid out properly, or I am in support of the motion right now that we don't support the 1.4 million, but if IHA can come back to us before we adopt this budget, we could add that back in. If they could come back with a more detailed plan, we still have time to do that. My question for CIO Newell or Finance Manager Jim Zaffino, because coming up on the board is first reading of the budget. Is this ask of 4.387 million in that first draft of the budget? Or how much money was put in under hospital?
Director Newell, or I'm sorry, CAO Newell?
The 4.3 is in the budget.
It's in the first draft, thank you.
Okay, I see Director Spencer Coyne has a hand up. And I think following that comment, I think we need to look at the motion that's on the floor, considering it's now 10 to 2. So Director Spencer Coyne.
Yeah, thank you. Just a quick question. Since this is the first time a lot of us have heard about anything about this primary care plan from Interior Health, it's the first time I heard that they're looking at something in Princeton. Up until now, there's been nothing on the table. Can we not insist that they bring us into this conversation? We're a funding partner here. We should not be left in the dark. And if they continue to leave us in the dark, then we don't put money on the table. I think it's as simple as that. We answer to our taxpayers. And if they're not willing to participate and tell us what we're paying for, then we owe it to our taxpayers not to pay for it.
CAO, do you have a comment to that?
No, Madam Chair.
Is it possible to carry forward Director Coyne's comment to IHA, or is that something, as the chair of the board, I would take forward, that we need a better partnership with them in terms of information sharing?
Well, depending on what the board decides, if we aren't going to fund the 1.4 million, we would go back with our reasons as to why we're not doing that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, board, I think, again, conscious of the time, and there's been a fair bit of discussion.
Just one quick comment.
Oh, I'm sorry,
Okay.
Director Gettens.
Thanks, sorry, just really quickly to the chair. I think I support the motions on the table right now. I just think because family physicians are so key to primary care, they're the hub of the patient medical home or your family doctor's office or the hospital staff, that I really want to have that partnership piece come back so that we can hear from IH how the family doctors are also incorporated if we're going to pay for allied staff. Without the family doctors as the hub, we need the allied staff to be able to work around a family doctor. So I just want to make sure that they come back in that partnership piece.
Okay, thank you for your comment. I'll just ask, if I might, for Ms. Malden to maybe refresh everyone's mind as to what the motion on the floor is.
So the motion on the floor is that the 2021 capital request from Interior Health be approved, excluding the request for 1.4 million to fund the South Okanagan-SIMILKAMEEN primary care network.
Thank you. So with that clarification, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor?
Important to get
opposed.
I haven't got those all, but I'm going to look to see who's opposed.
Okay. All right. Hands down. Could I have those that are opposed, please raise your hand. Ulrich, is that a leftover hand or is that your vote?
He just put it up.
Okay. Okay, thank
Just
you.
the one, so it carries.
Yeah, that's my vote. That's my vote. I understand it's going the other way, but I think it'd be really great if we get them back and get some more information if it's next year. But, you know, healthcare is important. So I think it was a good discussion. Thanks.
I thank you, Director Ulrich, and I agree. I think there has been an intent given. With that, CAO, can you address item F, which is the 21-25 financial plan?
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Safino and Mr. Cote. They have a presentation they want to present to the board.
Oh, all right.
Can we go? Thank you, Chair, and hello, board. In the December meeting, we received a draft budget with 3 tax options.
We might need Jim to take his mask off.
Can you hear me now?
Thank you, Jim, yes.
Thank you. So at the December meeting, we received a draft budget to the hospital board with 3 options. At that time, we did not have the capital ask for IHA, so it was preliminary. We are now going to present to you a more definitive budget, and I'm going to introduce you to John King, and he's going to lead you through the budget for 2021. Danny, did you want me to pull up that PowerPoint and share it? Okay, I'll just try to go through this quickly. Danny, if you can go to the next slide. So right now, the provisional budget is set at $16.6 million. So that includes all of IHA's asks at this present time. Dan, you can go to the next slide. Thank you. We'll kind of go over this. We've kind of seen this information before in regards to the tower project in Penticton Regional Hospital. We'll skip to the last item. So right now I've presented the budget with all of IHA's capital funding asks at the present time before taking out the $1.4 million ask in regard to the primary care network. Dan, if you can go to the next slide, please. So that is the provisional budget. And as you can see on the expenditure side, that $10 million, that includes the $1.4 million in regards to the primary care network ask. So where that money is currently coming from for that ask is out of reserve. So if you denied that request, that money would go back into the reserves. And we basically held the tax requisition at the current level that it's been at for the past 2 fiscal years, for 2019 and 2020. So based on the completed roll, which is the latest assessment roll that we have right now, the average residential property tax would go up by about 50 cents. But the total pool of money that we're raising doesn't go up at all. I don't think there's anything else really of note other than we start paying on the debt that we converted to long-term in regards to the hospital tower project. We currently, I think the payments on that debt's about $3.2 million a year. Danny, if you can go to the next slide. Right now, that is how the pool of money is divided up amongst the member municipalities and the electoral areas, including Penticton Indian Band. So last year's pool of money, the way it was split up was based on the 2020 revised roll. And the current roll that was released January 1st to us for 2021, you'll see the changes in regards to your particular municipality and electoral area. The reason they've changed is just the change in the assessment. So the pool of money just gets divided up differently from year to year, just based on those changes. Danny, if you can go to the next slide, please. That's just listing what we currently have in long-term debt at the end of 2020. You'll see the biggest issue is at the bottom, the 68.1 or 68.2 million. That's in relation to the tower project. The other issues, I think 2 of them expire this year and 1 next year. The hospital tower debt issue expires in 2045. So you'll notice that there's a bit of a difference. We took out 67.5 million, but they add on an additional % for a debt reserve fund, which they hold in collateral just in case we default, but we get that money back at the end of the term in 2045. It's usually 1%, so it's about 600. I think it was over $600,000, but we sort of list that on the financial statement as an asset. So if you notice that difference, that's why it is. Danny, if you go to the next slide. That just details what our capital reserves are projected out to 2025. So you'll see in 2021, the reductions of $10 million. That includes all of IHA's, the additional amounts we needed for IHA's ask. So if we pull out that $1.4 million, that'll reduce that reduction by $1.4 million. So that money will go back into the reserve. Dan, if you go to the next slide. Thank you. That's just showing a 5-year average calculation of IHA's ask. So up to the end of 2020, the 5-year average was about $2.6 million. And when you include all of the asks for 2021, the 5-year average went up to $3.2 million. Danny, you can go to the next slide, please. So when I presented in December, I didn't know what IHA's asks were at the time. I was using the 5-year average of about $2.6 million. So in this scenario, if we were to fund IHA's asks over that average, we'd have to raise the tax requisition pool by about 27%. So the average residential property tax would go up from about $112 to about $142, so about a $31 increase over last year, just as a way of comparison. Danny, if you can go to the next slide, please. And that's the end of the presentation. Sorry I had to go so quick, but I'll open it up if anybody has any questions in regards to the 5-year plan. Madam Chair, do you see anybody asking or raising their hand?
I have my hand up.
Oh, go ahead, Director Bush.
Okay, so going back to the requisition summary at dash not including adjustment. I understand that, but the other thing I don't understand is why are there such big changes? Like some are way in the minuses, some are in the pluses. And I apologize for not understanding.
Oh, that's okay. So each year, the tax requisition pool of money gets divided up amongst who pays into those services. So for the hospital district, everybody pays into it. So we use the assessment rules, so the land and tax improvements. So what happens is from year to year, those assessment rules change for each participating area. So for 2020, when the taxation is done, it's based on the 2020 assessment rule. So for 2021, we get a new rule. So when we split up the pool of money, it's based on the new assessment rule. So that's why you see those differences. So in regards to, say, if you look at Penticton, their share of the pool went down almost $14,000. So because their assessment in regards to everybody else went down, so their share of the pie went down as well. So you look at, say, Princeton went up about 8,000. Well, their assessment went up over last year, so their share of the pool goes up. So hopefully, does that make sense?
Yes, but it also brings up the question of the assessments, like, care miss assessments are up and then rural costing they're down, but it's in rural care miss are up, but it just doesn't seem to make any sense because prices here haven't changed anywhere and I don't understand it.
Well, through the chair, yeah, Jim, I can pass this over to Jim Safino and he might be able to answer your question a little better in regards to the changes in assessment roles. Okay, one reason that it could be is that you've also
Jim, could I ask that you remove your mask? Thank you.
Sorry. One reason is that you probably had exceptional growth in certain areas. So it's not just the increase in assessment. You have new construction that will add to your assessment. And so that it looks like that the assessments for the market value increased dramatically, but it could also be a non-market value portion of that.
Again, I'm going to interrupt at this point. John, I appreciate you willing to take questions, but the protocol would be to have a motion on the floor and then further the questions. So this recommendation from staff is in 4 parts. And if I might suggest, item 1 and item 2 could be put together in the first motion. If the board is comfortable with that, I would entertain a motion to that effect.
Carla will put forward what else.
Carla? I'm sorry, Chair?
Well, I was going to move the recommendation as listed, so all 4 at once.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to collect all 4. Director Bauer, are you seconding? Fine, okay. Then we're a little bit over time. I think there's been a fair amount of discussion. Unless someone has a burning question, I'm going to ask for the motion on the floor, those in support. Okay, hands down. Those who are not in support. I believe that is carried, and I'll just reinforce what Chair or CEO Newell said earlier. You are obliged to vote, and it just makes it easier when we see a hand up in either the affirmative or the negative. I thank you, board. It's been a journey, and so with that, I will take a motion to adjourn. Thank you. All in favor? Thank you.
Okay, good. Thank you very much, Chair Sentis. Folks, we're going to get started right away with the regular board meetings. So if you can make sure you have your agendas out. I'd like to welcome alternate director Frank Rieger, who's filling in for Director Vasilaki this afternoon. Welcome, Director Rieger. So folks, this is your only opportunity to remove an item from the consent agenda. Would anybody like an item removed from consent? Director Roberts, did you have an item to pull from consent? Can he hear me? Can everybody hear me?
I hear you.
Okay, Director Obrick, go ahead, please.
Yes, I'm not sure if you're limiting it to the number 1 consent agenda corporate issues or number 2 development services, but I'd like to pull 2A on consent agenda and services.
Thank you. So item 2A from consent agenda development services will be pulled and it will move to item C6. Okay, so it will go to C6 for discussion later. Did anybody else have anything they'd like pulled from consent agenda? Director Roberts, did you have an item to pull? I can't hear you. Based on our discussion last night that Director Roberts and I had, I'm not sure if we're not having volume from him. Oh, I think.
Sorry, I'm wanting to have section B off. I had a mute issue.
Good. I thought you were going to pull something. Okay. Director Roberts is pulling item 1B, and that is going to go down to G4. So we have 2 items pulled from consent. Did anybody else have an item to pull from consent agenda? Okay. So now I'm looking for a motion to approve the agenda as amended with items 1B pulled and 2A pulled. And also we will be adding to the agenda item F3, which is a report you were sent by email called Use of COVID-19 Funds. So I'm looking for a motion to approve the agenda as amended. Director Robertson, Director Getton seconding. Call the question. All in favor? Okay, thank you. Hands can come down. And anybody opposed? Okay, that motion carries, and I'm looking for a motion to approve the consent agenda corporate issues. Director Robertson and Director Pendergraft, thank you. Call the question. All in favor? Okay, hands can come down. Anybody opposed? That motion carries, and I'm looking for a motion to approve consent agenda development services. Director Bush is moving that. Is there a seconder? Director Pendergraft, thank you very much. I'll call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Hands can come down. Anybody opposed? Okay, motion carries. And just to advise, if anyone's on the line from consent agenda item 2A, which is 2B, 1005 Moore Park Drive in Area F, that has been approved. We'll go down to item B, Development Services Bylaw Enforcement. B1, Abandoned Vehicles, and as discussed at the December 17th, 2020 Corporate Services Committee. And I'll go to CAO Newell.
This is just a recommendation from committee, Madam Chair, so we're recommending that the board adopt the policy.
Okay, thank you. Director Pendergraft, are you moving that? Yes, thank you. And a seconder? Director Coyne Senior, thank you. Any questions or comments on this? This is a corporate vote. We'll call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Hands can come down. Anybody opposed? Motion carries. We'll go to C, Development Services, Rural Land Use Matters, C1, Agricultural Land Commission referral, 373 Road 14 and 363 Road 14 in Area C, CAO.
This is an application to construct a facility for farm labor housing, Madam Chair. In our mind, it's just inconsistent with the Area C official community plan and the zoning bylaw, so we're recommending that it not proceed.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to Director Knodel on this.
I'd like to move this to my advisory planning committee, please.
Okay, so you're making an alternate recommendation to go to the APC. It looks like it's being seconded by Director Bush. Any comments or questions? I'm not seeing any. This is a rural vote. Call the question. All in favor? Hands can come down. And was anyone opposed? Motion carries. We'll go to C2, Development Variance Permit Application 465 North Beach Road in Area F, CAO.
This is an application for an overheight garage, Madam Chair, on a steep slope, and they want to be allowed to build up to 6.4 meters from the existing 4.5 meter regulation. and we are recommending that this be approved, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to Director Gettens.
Thank you. I'd like to ask this to go back to the APC instead, please. The letters from the community, the APC didn't see that last time we looked at this, and I think it's important that they do.
Okay, so is that an alternative recommendation?
Yeah, an alternative recommendation to go back to the APC.
To go to the APC, it looks like it's seconded by Director Roberts. Thank you. Any questions or comments on this? Director Bush, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I had questions like, I seen in there they were asking for 2 sinks, and I don't know how you can have sinks without septic. I just didn't understand that. Where does the water go? Thank you.
Okay, is Mr. Garish on the line for that one? Okay, go ahead, Mr. Garish. Oh, okay, I see movement in Chris's office. Is he running down the hall? Coming in here?
Does he know we can see him?
Oh, no, he's back in his chair. Okay. Danny, can Chris hear us? Chris, can you hear us? Okay. Oh, somebody else is coming. Oh,
Sorry.
Hi, go ahead, Rushi.
So they'll be hooking up to the on-site septic system.
Okay. So Director Bush, does that answer your question about the sinks?
Yeah. So, you know, I'm thinking in the future, maybe these people have just sinks in mind, but if they're hooking to the underground, under the road to the original septic, it could be set up for a permanent residence.
Okay, thank you.
In the future, yeah.
Okay, we'll go to Director Monteith.
To the chair, I have a question about process. So I know at my APC meetings, one of the questions my APC have often is, you know, what do the neighbors say? So feedback seems to come before it gets to the board, but the APC isn't seeing the community feedback. Is that something that we can look at changing, that the APCs are getting the community feedback so that when they're making their decisions, they're also getting the full picture? Because quite often after residents have given their feedback, it might be different than what the APC's feedback have been, and they're not always aligning. And I'm finding that might be a bit of a challenge. Is that possible?
Mr. Garish, did you want to respond to that, or CIO Newell? CIO?
Well, so always our concern, Madam Chair, on these types of questions is the time it takes to get a permit. And we typically do the referrals concurrently, so we can work through that. What we rely on the APCs for is their community-driven response, and then we ask the direct neighbors if they have any concerns, and all that information comes to the board, which is the final decision maker. So, I mean, we could send it out to the APCs first, but that would probably take another month.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Director Monteith.
Just to follow up, that's sort of what's happening now, is it's coming to the APCs where they're not having the community feedback. So their question every time has been, what do the neighbors say? So the APC is getting the neighbor's perspective, not necessarily the formal perspective.
I think basically we send the administrative report to the APC, and they consider it on its merits, and when it's ready to come to the board, we send out the referrals, and then the board gets all the information.
Okay.
Yeah, I have found in Area E, the APC makes their recommendations often independent of public opinion. They're there to be a voice of the community to us, and then we also get the feedback from the neighbors and other people in the community. So it just adds another voice without them relying on feedback from neighbors. We sometimes find that there's a neighbor to neighbor conflict, and maybe it's not quite representing the whole story. So sometimes APCs like to be independent of those neighborhood opinions and there to represent the community and give one particular voice that may be different than a neighbor's voice. Director Gettens?
Thank you. I would still like to see this one go to the APC. Area F, as you know, we've got Greater West Bench and then also rural Summerland, and then it's a pretty big hop up to North Beach. And I don't have anybody on our APC from North Beach, so I think it's important that APC reads these letters, and that's why I'd like it to go to the APC, please, who are meeting on Monday. So if we can get it in on Monday, that would be great.
Okay, thank you. CAO Newell, you have your hand up?
Yeah, I can sense changing direction here, Madam Chair. So we could undertake to bring the APC policy back to committee for discussion in 2021, and then see if the committee wants to make some sort of adjustment in the process that we have, or what is to be considered by APCs. So we could commit to that, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Director Monteith, you had another question?
Mr. Newell handled my question. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Both hands could come down. Okay, is there anything further? Otherwise, I'll call the question on this. CAO Newell, you had something further?
Oh, sorry.
Leftover hand. Okay, thank you. Okay, so this is a rural vote. I'll call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Hands can come down. Anybody opposed? Director Monteith, you're opposed or leftover hand? Okay, I think that was a leftover hand. Okay, motion passes. Thank you. We're going to move on to C3, early termination of land use contract LU2F in Area F. CAO?
Yeah, we had a petition from the property owners in this area, Madam Chair. So they've requested that we dissolve the land use contract and move them under the zoning bylaw. And I believe we've resolved on small holdings. We're prepared to recommend that this come forward for first and second reading, and that the hearing be held before the board on February 18th.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Director Gettens.
Thank you. Just for clarity, I thought this was from like a provincial direction, not a petition from the neighborhood. I just want to make sure I got that right.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Garish, did you want to respond on that?
Yes, the province has amended the legislation. All the contracts are ending in about 4 years' time now.
Okay.
And so we've been going through and terminating them.
Okay, I will move the administrative recommendation, please.
Okay, thank you. Director Bush is seconding. Any questions or concerns with this one? This is a rural vote. I'll call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Hands can come down. Anybody opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. We'll go down to C4. Petitions to amend fire service areas 326 Highway 97 Area I. CAO?
We've got some confusion on one property in between the Okanagan Falls Fire Service area and the Culleton Fire Service area. So this is just to straighten that up, Madam Chair, and it's to move that property from the Okanagan Falls area into Culleton. So we're recommending that we amend both of those establishment bylaws, giving them 3 readings, and then we'll bring it back for adoption at the next meeting.
Okay, thank you. I'm looking to Director Monteith and Director Obrick on this one.
I would like to make the administrative recommendation, please.
Thank you. Director Obrick, you're seconding. Is that correct? Yep, thank you. Okay, any questions or comments on this? This is a corporate vote. Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Hands can come down. Anybody opposed? Motion carries. We go to C5, Subdivision Servicing Amendment Bylaw Number 2000.10/2021, CAO.
This was at committee at the last committee meeting, Madam Chair, and it's really just housekeeping on our subdivision servicing bylaw, just making sure that we're in compliance with existing common law. So we're recommending that this gets first, second, third reading and adoption.
Looking for a mover on this. Moved by Director Bauer, seconded by Director Coyne Sr. Any questions or comments? This is a corporate vote requiring a 2/3 majority. Call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Hands can come down. And is anybody opposed? Motion carries. We'll go to C6. This is being added, moved from the consent agenda. C6, Development Variance Permit Application for 162 Salacan Drive in Area D, CAO.
Yeah, it's in Upper Carmi. It's on very steep property, and they're an application from for a single-family dwelling, and they need a front yard variance from 7.5 meters to 3, and a side yard variance from 4.5 meters to 3, and we're recommending approval of that, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. And just to remind everybody, you received some emails with comments from the public, I believe 3 separate pink slips. I'll go to Director Obrick on this.
Yes, and thank you very much to the chair. I read those comments and spoke to some community members. A very high percentage of the properties affected have concerns, and so I want to move alternative number 2, referral to the Area D APC. I think that would be of benefit in this matter. Thank you.
Okay, great, thank you. And that's seconded by Director Monteith. Are there any questions or comments? Okay, so I'll call a motion on referral to the APC. All in favor? Thank you. Hands can come down. Anybody opposed? Motion carries. We'll go down to D, Public Works. D1, Cross Connection Control Bylaw, CAO.
This was at committee last week, or 2 weeks ago, Madam Chair. We gave an extensive presentation on this, and we're recommending that the bylaw now get first, second, third reading and adoption.
Okay, thank you. Looking for a mover. Director Sentis is moving, Director Pendergraft seconding. Any questions or concerns? Director Gettens, go ahead, please.
I just had a question around the annual testing. Is this one of the, like another professional reliance model, that, or does this get tested within the mechanism of itself? Like, does somebody have to go out to someone's property and test this every year?
I believe so.
CAO, can you answer that?
I'm sorry, I did not catch that.
Okay. Ask again, Director
I'm gonna take
Gettens.
my mask off. I wanted to know about the testing. Does this require somebody to go on site and test every year? Or does it self-test itself and send in a report? And if it does require someone to go out and test it, are there enough people in the community to do this testing, and how much does that cost?
Yeah, so just remembering this is on commercial industrial properties, large agricultural properties. It would be up to the property owner to test and just send in the results.
They have to pay.
They have to pay somebody. Okay.
Okay, thank you. And Director Coyne Sr., you have a question?
No, I'd really like to support this motion. I have a lot of history in this issue. I worked on this from 1995 onward, and the town of Princeton still doesn't have a cross connection program. So I think this is wonderful, and I wish that Lisa the absolute best luck.
Excellent, thank you.
Good to know.
Anybody else with a comment or question? This is a corporate vote with 2/3 majority required. Okay, I'll call the question then. All in favor? Thank you. Hands can come down. And anybody opposed? Okay, motion carries. We'll go to E, Community Services. E1, COVID-19 Resilience Infrastructure Stream Grant Program, CAO.
This is a new stream of funding that just came out, Madam Chair. So the regional district can apply for an individual application for each electoral area for trails, and we can apply for one regional application for facilities. So we have a schedule of applications that we'd like to make. So we're asking for approval to submit those, Madam Chair, on the understanding this is a competitive program. We'd have to get, we'd have to make our case and hopefully be awarded if they're not guaranteed.
Okay, thank you. Director Roberts, are you moving that? Yes, okay, thank you. Director Pendergraft is seconding. Okay, thank you. Any questions or concerns? This is a corporate vote. Okay, I'll call the question then. All in favor? Thank you. Hands can come down. And anybody opposed? Motion carries. We'll go to E2, RDOS Parks, Trails, and Recreation Master Plan Contract Award, CAO.
Yeah, this is a plan that was approved in the 2020 budget, and it was deferred because COVID and consultation for a master plan. So we're now recommending that we award that to RC Strategies for, what is that, $137,851.
Okay, thank you. Director Monteith, are you moving that? Yes, okay. Is there a seconder? Director Gettens, thank you. I just want to ask CAO, do you know, will they incorporate other master plans that we have? For example, in Area E, several years ago, we did a parks master plan there. Will they pull
absolutely.
in other Good.
Yes, ma'am. If the board's interested in knowing what the consultation process would be, Mr. Woods is prepared to speak to that.
Okay. Director Monteith, did you have a question? Or you'd like to hear from Mr. Woods?
My community is very interested in parks, so please.
Okay. Mr. Woods, did you want to just give us a general background on how this will roll out?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so the process is 8 months long. It's we're starting it as soon as we can after the award. So February roughly to October. The biggest component to this, short of the gathering of details, like we just talked about, existing plans, and the board will recall we do have a regional trails master plan, which has done 10, 11 years of good fulfillment there. They'll build off of some of those existing plans. But one of the biggest components, and it's one of the reasons why we felt RC Strategies did a good job, is their engagement strategy. They've given us a list of items that they'll be using in light of COVID, but also just because it's a good trend for how they go about doing that work. Resident surveys, online interactive crowdsourced mapping, roving kiosks, sounding boards, a component of Indigenous engagement, a series of stakeholder meetings, targeted specific Parks and Recreation Commission workshops. And they're going to bring all that back in 3 different series of what we heard reports for us to be able to get a sense of how things are going. And so we think there's quite a broad spectrum of tools that we can use in light of COVID, but also just because of our geographic nature, such a big area. So that piece will probably take a good 3 months, 2 months. So there'll be a lot of time there. It will allow us to engage with some of the stakeholder groups. We're already hearing from some of those trail groups and outdoor groups that are very keen to get involved. So a number of good opportunities to engage there, Madam Chair.
Great, thank you. Any questions or comments? We do have the motion on the floor. Oh, Director Trainer, go ahead, please.
I just have a quick question. How will the public know to participate in this? Will there be ads in the paper or Facebook, or just wondering how groups will know when to give their feedback and get involved?
Madam Chair, we'll certainly have a communication plan and strategy rolled out for this, which takes us from start to finish. I'm certain we'll use all the various communication mediums that are out there from a social media perspective. We also have a fairly extensive list of user groups that we work with, which we'll certainly share information through. Our municipal partners and our First Nations partners will have some processes there as well. But we'll have a formal plan that will roll all that out.
Okay, thank you. Anything further from directors? This is a weighted corporate vote. Call the question, all in favor? Thank you, hands can come down. Anybody opposed? Motion carries. That takes us down to F, Finance. F1, RDOS 2021 to 2025 5-year financial plan bylaw 2922 2021 CAO.
We have the budget bylaw ready for first reading, Madam Chair, and I believe Mr. Safino has a presentation that he's prepared to make on this, so we'll turn it over to him.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Safino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Board, I'm glad to present for first reading the 2021-2025 financial plan. I do have a presentation before I speak to it. Danny, I think I can share my presentation from here, and I'll try. Are you able to see this?
Not yet.
Not yet. Danny, I'm not able to share. Well, can you? I've got a backup plan, and Danny's got a copy of it. So, Danny, if you can put it up for me. Thank you, Danny. So, as I stated, that this is your 2021 financial plan, and Danny, if you could just worry about this. Yes. So, as I stated earlier, we're a lot different. This is a little different from municipalities. Municipalities have 3 to 5 budgets, general, water, and sewer. Some of them can pick on, some have electric, and others also have storm drains. We have 155 budgets as the budget that was presented to you. Each budget is essentially its own taxing area, and specific people pay that is in the service area. Each service is self-sustaining, much like water and sewer in their local governments. And self-sustaining means that all finances are financed through the tax recognition or user fees. It doesn't carry over into another jurisdiction. Okay?
Mr. Zavino, can I just interrupt for a minute? I think some directors are indicating it's challenging to hear you clearly.
I'll speak up. I was told I was quiet.
Okay, that's better. Up. Thank you. Or if you
okay,
even
thank
get
you.
Closer to the mic, maybe.
How's this?
That sounds better.
Okay. So this next slide tries to compare the 2020 to 2021. I like to do things a little different. Not that I'm a troublemaker, but I like to see for the board to have more information. And in previous years, when you saw the budget for the RDOS expenses, it was a capital and operating and debt combined, not debt, but capital and operating, as you see in the 51.1 billion in 2020. I separated, and going forward, you will see this, so there's a consistent numbers. The capital is split out into 2 components, those that are going to happen for sure, and those that are contingent on grants. So in this case, it's a 9.2 that will be happening. and 5.4, we're contingent on grant approval. Danny? So this is essentially what I just stated. I just wanted to add one more point with the new overhead charge that policy that the board now has included in that included in the capital ask is 295,000 of administration costs, which is 20% of the admin fee that for 2021 was established. Just one more thing I want to elaborate. With the new policy, there's been some up and downs with the changes that we've seen the budget for admin. Whenever there's any material changes in the operating portion of the budget, the administration has to be redistributed back into different areas. It's not that hard to redistribute the costs, but what happens is every time that you look at it, the admin fee would change. And with the budget being going to first reading, that's going to stop now because the majority of the cuts have happened. And other than something materially happening, I don't see any material change in the future budgets, especially for second and third reading. Okay. So with this budget here, this just shows the administration costs that were charged. I stated the amount earlier. I just want to be transparent. I want to show what the admin fee is. And essentially, this is based on the policy that was brought to the board, and the board will be actually looking at one of the things that I looked at is we never did a formal ask for a policy. So the board has asked me to do this in the budget, and this is what the results are. Danny? Well, I thought you might be interested in this. This is essentially, it says administration charge. It's not, it's what it is. It's the tax share per member. So you see the 2021-2020 comparison, no material changes. This is something that is I'll call it a paranoid check that CFOs and finance managers look at. If you see something like a 5, 6, 7%, 1% even, there's something wrong. And if you take a look at this, there's they're very close. And one of the things that you'll see that's fairly obvious is that the municipal numbers have gone down, and the majority of that reason is because of the new overhead policy. In previous year, 2020, the overhead actually looked at and kept the electoral areas administration more and higher for the municipalities. So this reversed the process, and going forward from year to year now, you're going to see the variance going to be very small, unless there's a major change in huge operational costs, whether it's a new water treatment plant or something like that. It's going to be consistent. Okay. So this is just a regular pie that you've seen before. It shows which piece of the pie, who pays more. You'll see that as far as Penticton and electoral area D and E, a good chunk of the pie, and so it's all over. Again, it changes from year to year depending on if there's any major projects. However, for 2021, here it is, and it's not that much different from previous years. Okay. This essentially is a summary of all the tax requisitions. You do have each one of your own included in the package, and it was one of the ones that was sent late, and essentially that was because we had a flaw in the software, and I'll speak to that later under the early approval. So Christy, I'll give you some heads up on that one. So with this, you can see the percentage changes. There are some of them go from negative 2.29 to as high as 6.27. This is what I would call the worst case scenario, because further on in the agenda, you're going to be looking at the use of COVID funds, and the COVID funds will be reducing these amounts depending on the board approval. So that this one here is just a picture in time as of today. Okay. And what I thought would be very interesting is with that picture in time, where are we at with the effect on the average households? As you can see, some electoral areas are high, especially A, and as the director for A could know, a lot of it is wood chipping and again, going back to the early approval or the COVID money, that could help reduce that dramatically. But as you can see, again, municipalities are a lot lower. And just one reminder, this is the first time you've seen these numbers with the 2021 assessments. So up until now, we've been using the assessments from 2020, and in some cases, depending on the growth in each area, that also increased. So some of the areas I looked at did increase above average. And it's not just, again, the market, or as I stated earlier with the hospital budget, it's had a lot of construction in the areas, and that helped contribute to the increase in the assessments in the electoral areas. Okay. So with that, I wanted just to talk about the electoral area grant, smart safe grant funding. These are the funds that we'll be looking at later in the agenda, which will help reduce your budget. However, with the reduction, there is a concern that you've got a curve in your budget or your tax increases. So there is a plan that I will be presenting to the electoral area directors on how to flatten the curve. And this will be after all of the board accepts or rejects the COVID recommendations. Okay. So with that, I'm ready to accept any questions that you may have. You've got the budget, as I stated. It is a worst case scenario, and I am here to make any changes that you wish. This is one reason why it's only first reading, because I see a lot of changes that the board is going to make, because you've got an opportunity. As I was telling the staff the last few days, I had a tough time looking at how to spend money and to make the recommendations for you on the COVID money. It's not normal. Usually it's how to reduce money, but you've got this opportunity to use the Safe Start funds. So one other thing is what's
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Zaffino. It looks like you froze. Yes, we lost him. Are there any questions, concerns? We do have a recommended motion here to take the 5-year financial plan to be read a first time. Do we have anyone willing to move that? Director Bauer, seconded by Director Obrick, I believe. Correct? Okay, thank you. Any questions or concerns? Director Gettens, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you to the chair. Actually, well, I wanted Mr. Zaffino to hear this part of it. Around the building inspection, we talked about this at the end of December, with the areas that pay into our building inspection. So that's areas A, C, E, D, I, F, and H, I believe. And I wanted to just get a few what-if scenarios created so we can figure out a plan on how we're going to handle. Oh, there he is.
Mr. Zaffino's in the boardroom now.
Oh, good.
We'll get Director Gettens to re-ask her question.
Yeah, well, I actually had spent some time with Jim on this earlier in the week, just figuring out the building inspection budget and what different scenarios that we could look at for the areas that pay into this portion of the budget. In the report that we got in December, there were some recommendations by staff about increasing the budget by 30% or trying to get it closer to the 70-30 split, and then what that would look like. So I was playing around with some numbers, and then we played around with some numbers together, and I wouldn't mind just seeing some different options for the directors who pay into it so that we can take a look over the next few years and how to handle that.
Go ahead, Mr. Zaffino.
And if the board wishes, yes, I would actually like to do that, because there are not only options that you're thinking of, but I could also look at options to look at B and G coming in. I went to BC Assessment, and I actually have what their new assessments are. Not just the assessment in the new market value, but new construction. So we can take a look at that, and there's a number of options. I've been talking to Laura about that. So I can give for the board a number of what-ifs based on the board's permission.
Okay, do I need to put a motion forward to that or just a request?
CAO, is it okay then that we just ask Mr. Zaffino to bring that back into the February meeting? Or do you need a motion?
We don't need a motion, Madam Chair. We'll bring it back, but there's other considerations there, so I'm not sure when it would come. Were we looking at changes in the 2021 budget, or is this a review of the service establishment bylaw that you want to do as far as the mechanism for funding?
Right, I was looking for the 2020 budget because I think there's quite a bit of reserve that we're using that we might want to look at spreading out a little bit, so we're not hitting our patients, our taxpayers so radically. So I would just like to see some of those different options spread out for the next few years, not the service bylaw.
All right, well, we'll see what we can do. I mean, B&G don't have OCPs or zoning bylaws, so they're not going to participate in the building inspection service, but we can look around at other alternatives.
Okay.
Great,
Thank you. We have a question from Director Rieger. Go ahead, please.
Sorry. Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, I think to start with, gosh, do we ever owe a lot of appreciation to Mr. Savino to have come in here with the short time frame and be involved in this. I did not, pretty similar in my career, and to move in that short a time into it, it's pretty incredible. I guess I'll say I'll be voting in favor of the budget since it certainly needs to move forward. But I would like to question or maybe clarify some specific areas of the contract. So it's a fact that the overhead percentages that were supported at the budget meeting in November needed to be increased, and that's partly due to a reworking of how the operating costs in the budget are calculated, and in fact, the total operating costs are quite a bit down. So no problem that that's occurred, but the four overhead rate categories, or tiers as they were called, have increased their costs by very different amounts. And for example, the tier category number 4, which includes sterile insects, in the December budget, the overhead cost for sterile insect was $12,200. And in today's budget, a month later, we're seeing $17,500, or about a 50% increase in the sterile insect. And that, of course, would apply as well to the Okanagan Basin Water Board and Okanagan Library. They also are up the same 50% because they're in the same category. So the other three categories are actually changing between 9% and 32%. So yeah, I'm uncertain why the change in the funds that have, or the change really in the programs that will pay the same amounts of money. Why major operations, partial service, and minimal service, etc. Why each one is being done differently? And if I could run through 2 or 3 other items, and Mr. Savino may choose to comment on it, but I would expect there's an answer for this, but it just appears to me that we talked a year ago quite a bit about sterile insect being hit with about an $80,000 charge, and how challenging that was to see that work through with for the responsibility of writing perhaps a couple of checks on the program, but even now being up to $17,500, that still seems pretty high to be doing this. Perhaps worth noting that in the overhead plan, when it was approved in November, there was 11 programs that were in this category, in effect called special contracts, and getting the absolute minimum charge. But today, there's actually been quite a sizable increase, that there are now 23 programs in there, and plus an additional 4 programs really are now down to a 0 overhead charge. The information in the December report also talked in terms of the new capital charges, and Mr. Zafino's just talked about the $295,000 that's going to be collected through that program. I think in fact, I know when the board supported this program, there was quite specifically a plan that there would be four categories of charges, and really more importantly than that, there was a commitment that the administrative work or responsibilities that would be done to support the capital programs would be part of the decision as what category they go into. And today that has changed, I think, quite a different context, really. It's now being charged totally based on the value of a contract. So, for example, I would consider that to be like an exponential type of cost increase on the service. So if you have a $10,000 project that goes through for about $121 worth of cost, if you increase that in effect 100 times up to $1 million, you'd expect the overhead to go up 100 times. But in fact, the overhead's going up 400 times the cost. And maybe to make it a little bit closer, if you looked at a $100,000 project compared to $1 million project, 10 times the size, one might expect 10 times the overhead cost. In fact, it's 22 times the overhead cost. And I just, I think probably there's a number of people who are directors who probably have been involved in capital projects. And I don't see how a $100,000 project versus $1 million project that it's 20 times the increase. That's pretty unfair, really, to the districts that do have larger projects. So I don't know. I think I'm not sure that things would change perhaps this year, but looking towards next year, there I would hope to be a bit more work on this budget plan. I think Mr. Zafino referenced that a bit, and some more transparency. It's a bit of a challenge working through this, but as I say, I will be voting in favor of the budget. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Director Reader. I'll go to Mr. Zafino to respond.
A lot of work there, Director.
Thank you.
I know how much work it is because I also did it. So first thing I want to address is there are, I believe, 5 or 6 services with 0 administration, and those services are mostly like Venerable Hall, the debt servicing only. So if the service has nothing more than a debt servicing or just a transfer of reserves, there is no administration. So you were right on the number. And that's not the only one. I believe there's Apex, the services at Apex is also debt servicing. So that is correct, based on the philosophy that the board approved. The other one is, you're asking why is there some increases in the administration budget? 2 reasons. One reason is in that there was an approved by the board for $285,000 of IT expenses, which turned out to be all funded through administration. So originally, the board was asked to consider using COVID money, 165 of the 245 for COVID money, which would have reduced the administration from what I originally gave you. But that didn't happen, and that's coming to the board in a few minutes. So
so that might change.
It may change, yes. So that's why you see the increase. And the other reason why you saw an increase is between the first and this budget, I had meetings with the directors, and the operational costs as well as capital costs were reduced materially. So, and that's because the directors didn't want their taxpayers to have a high tax increase. So that's another reason. So between the reduction in operational costs and the increase in operational expenses, you saw an increase, not materially, but an increase. And with that also, one of the things that I see coming through the CAO is a recommendation where you don't see these major changes from draft 1 to draft 3, where the budgets from budget 2021 to 2025 are going to be a little bit more consistent. And what I'd like to see also is having two budgets, an operational budget and a capital budget, so that you see a consistency. Right now, if you look at your budget, it goes up and down like a yo-yo, depending on your capital costs. So I'm used to having two budgets, and that's more, I think it's defendable, where you go to your constituents and they say, what's going on here? You can say, well, you have to explain that the capital is here and not here. And having two different budget sheets, it's doable. And the way that the program has been set up for the future, it's going to be very easy to do this. So that's something that I see envisioned, and you'll see that in my Q2 wish list. You're talking about what was the third? There's four questions. The capital one, I just want to talk about that. Yes, when it was presented, that 20% is to be fair, because there is a time allocated for capital projects. The bigger the capital projects, the more time and the more staff that is involved. So with that, I looked at how can I determine what the percentages should be for each area. Well, the best way to determine it is make an assumption is that the more the cost, the more time's involved. And I think that is along the same philosophy that the operational administration cost is. So the administration for the operation has 4 tiers. On the 4 tiers, that is similar to the capital. And I was trying to be fair. And one of the issues that happened this year is the tier B for capital is 0. It just happened to be that way. It doesn't mean it's going to be that way every year. But at the end of the day, I use the philosophy as the same as the operational cost. Going forward from year to year from now on, based on looking at having an operational budget and capital budget, if the board approves that, it's not just up to me. CAO and the board has to say that, okay, we want to see this, because now you're not talking 155 pages anymore. You're talking 300 pages and maybe more. So with that, you're going to have a consistency in that if the administration cost all of a sudden goes up 40%, 30%, whatever, you can come back to the finance manager and go, what's going on? This should be consistent. Makes it more transparent. Right now, it's not. It all depends on the operational wish list for the 5 years and the capital wish list. And with the 5-year project and reserve tracker, it's going to be easier to follow because that will be linked to the 5-year budget. So if there's a change and you as a director, you see a park in 2024 in the 5-year plan, you can start thinking about it. Do I want it? Can I afford it? Because it's going to be you're going to be able to see if it's affordable. And you're going to be able also to see what the administration charge is for 3 or 4 years from now, not in the year that you're considering. So that's as much as I can defend the administration charge.
Okay. Thank you very much for that, Mr. Zaffino. We have a question from Director Holmes.
Yeah, thank you. My question's a little simpler, I think. I was just wondering if the COVID funds that aren't taken into account the budget, is that just for the funds going to the electoral areas, or does that include the corporate funding as well?
Thank you, Mr. Zaffino.
So I listened to what the board's objective for the COVID funds were, and I had, as far as the recommendation goes, it benefits, I'll say 92% electoral areas, and the rest of it would be split between Karameas and Oliver, because there's some shared services there where the electoral area director would be having to consider using their COVID funds to reduce their tax requisition, but at the same time, Karameas and Oliver will also get a benefit without them having to use their COVID funds. And that's something that directors will have to vote on today. But in one case, I've already had a meeting, and I see that they are for it.
But there was a portion. Sorry, there was a portion that wasn't allocated to the electoral
Right.
errors. It was for changes in corporate in office headquarters and whatnot.
IT?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so the IT portion was, wasn't accepted. What was accepted was the lease of property, $50,000 a year for 5 years. So that's $250,000. That's separate. That's already been approved. There was a $35,000 approval for I believe it's for this building and looking at the structure and COVID compliant and etc. And $15,000 for the board management software. And this is where I'll put a plug in for Christy is one reason why you didn't get the whole budget, and I felt bad and embarrassed for it, was because when you received the copy, the software we used pretty well didn't like it, I guess, and deleted it, didn't send it to you. So this is, I was told by the clerk's department that this is one reason why they're asking for early approval and for the software, which the board already approved.
Okay, so my question is that money already taken into account in the budget that we're presented now, or is that has to be added later?
Sorry, that is taken into account. So it's an expense side, it's under the expense side, and it's under the revenue side.
Okay, thank you.
So there's no.
Great, thank you. Director Obert, go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you to the chair. And sorry, I have trouble finding my mouse cursor sometimes, so sorry about that. I have a question for Mr. Zaffino, and it's arising out of the previous question regarding overhead charges. I just was hoping to get some help to understand. I don't know how many tiers there are now, if it's 4 tiers, and the assumption is the more money it costs, the higher, the more overhead would be there. But does each tier go up in percentage? And then if that's right, my question is it more fair to have a flat rate or that increasing rate? Because, you're already building in, if you're charging 10%, for example, on a $100 project, that's $10. On $1 million project, it's $100,000. But if you're charging 4 times more for the $1 million project, it's like a double cost or a double penalty. It multiplies. And I was just having a little trouble understanding if my understanding is correct. So I was just hoping you could help clarify. And if it is a double impact, in other words, the more expensive the project, the higher the percentage. I just wondered what the why is that considered more fair? That's all I'm trying to understand. Thanks.
Okay, Mr. Zaffino.
So the philosophy that I presented to the board was that the more the budget, the more the work's involved. The more work's involved, the more staff's involved. And the board can choose any philosophy it liked. This, as far as the philosophy goes, yes, there was an increase in administration costs because the recommendation was include labor, include wages, and have it split the 20% off for capital. But the philosophy for most regional district is a tier base. And I looked, when I was looking and challenging the RDCO, they have the same thing. They don't have the 4th tier that I recommended to this board, but that's what I would like there. Again, it's up to the board. I could do some what ifs, but however, what is fair based on this philosophy is, as long as you've got a $10 million budget, you may be using 30% of the staff's time. And is it fair just to charge 10%, 5%, whatever it is, as a weighted average cost? Your overhead is something that no one can never be 100% happy. There is, I've taken stats, I've tutored stats. You can make numbers say and do anything. And that's why I don't look at the number first. I look at the philosophy. And the philosophy should dictate the formula.
Right. And Mr. Zaffino, did just to clarify, in November, the lakeside, is that when we reviewed The philosophy?
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. And if I may.
Yeah, go
is
ahead.
I actually started with the philosophy, and that's what the board looked at and voted
Right.
on.
Yes, so this is the option that we voted through back in November to proceed with. Director Olbrich, did you have another question, or is that a leftover hand? Oh, good, okay.
The hand was left over, and just thank you. I'm trying to sort out the philosophy still, but thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? We do have a motion on the floor. And that motion is for the 5-year financial plan as per Schedule A to be read a first time. Director Monteith, you had a question?
To the chair, I really appreciate what Jim has done with the budget. I find this year has been a lot easier to kind of navigate it, even though it's been confusing as always. But one thing I am hearing from residents is that because my area has so many satellite communities and we all have different services, and you know, like Apex is different than Caledon, and you know, Falder is different than Twin Lakes, right? So they're all so different. I'm wondering if we could have, when we go out to the public, if it would be possible to have the satellite communities identified based on their services. So when residents are looking at it, they understand what the impact directly is to them. Because when you look at my area budget overall, when it's a 3.48% increase, but residents at Apex are not going to experience that. Residents at Falder will not, you know, like it's just different in each community. So it's confusing to residents. So just a request.
Mr. Zaffino?
Awesome question, because I plan to talk to each one of you and ask how you want the roadshow done. So for yours, I've got yours, but for the rest, I'd like to know, and that's how I'm going to present the roadshow.
Okay, thank you. Great.
Awesome.
Any other questions? Director Monteith, leftover hand, is it?
Second question.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm wondering about planning for future years. So this year, when we had the budget presented to us, we had lots of opportunities for additions. I'm wondering if we have opportunities to look at service level changes as well. Like I feel that we get the good side, but I feel like we sometimes maybe need to be looking at the other side and opportunities for savings. And I don't feel like we've explored that. So just a request.
Mr. Zaffino, any feedback?
I'll ask the CAO to comment on that. How's that?
Okay, CAO.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, so when we do the budget workshops, that's the time. So we shouldn't always be looking at additions or deletions. Typically, administration will bring in a budget based on what we've done the previous year. And if a director is interested in reviewing that service or reducing it, then you got to let us know.
Okay. Thank you. So even as we get through this budget, you know, I think the point might be to bring things forward sooner than even waiting till November. If there's requests that can come in the spring for service reviews, or, you know, we should be getting on it. Yes, Mr. Zaffino?
Madam Chair, I'm starting the budget process in June this year.
Right. Earlier start. Yes, Director Gettins.
Yeah, I think just following up through the chair, please, with Director Monteith, it might be one of those conversations that we could have when we just sort of want to talk about different rural services. Because I think what happens is to talk about something that big, because it involves all the directors, and it's a bigger conversation than just coming in and kind of quickly trying to get it through at a board meeting. Because we've got to talk to the directors and how it impacts them, and you know where we can share and save costs. Maybe when we have those extra times to chat with one another, like the one we had in December, I think it was, then that might be a good time to explore a few of these concerns, because maybe Director Monteith and I share a concern that we didn't know we shared around some of the service costs.
Okay, good. Thank you. Any other questions, directors? We have a motion on the floor, and it is a weighted corporate vote. Okay, I'll call the question then. All in favor? Okay, thank you. Hands can come down. And is anybody opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you. We'll go to F2, which is early budget approval for specific items, CAO.
The budget is required to be submitted by March 31st. Typically, we try and get it in a little bit earlier than that, either at the first or second meeting in March. And we've had some requests from some department heads to move some projects forward that are funded either out of reserve or from our COVID funding in order to take advantage of either economies of scale or to get moving on something that we may not be able to accomplish in 2021 if we don't start at this point in time. So there are 5 projects identified in your report, Madam Chair, and we're looking for authorization to proceed on those prior to final reading of the budget.
Okay, thank you very much. So Director Bauer, are you moving that? Yes, okay. No, Director Sentis is seconding, thank you. So that's moving the 5 items. Anybody have a question on these? This is a weighted corporate vote again. Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Hands can come down. Anybody opposed? Motion carries. And then we're going to go to F3 that was added to the agenda, and you were sent out a separate email on this. It's the COVID-19 restart allocation of funds. CAO?
With the allocation out to each of the 9 electoral areas for the majority of the COVID restart funds, Madam Chair, Mr. Savino has been working on a plan. We have to use them this year, as was mentioned earlier in the meeting. We have to have them expended by the end of 2021 or return them. So we were interested in setting out a plan as to how to use them. So I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Savino. And this was a late report that went out, so he can take you through it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Zaffini.
Thank you. First of all, I apologize it's late, but I was working on this right up until probably a couple hours before you received it. There's a lot of support from the managers in this organization, and I thank them. So I'll quickly go through this, but I'll ask the chair how you want to see this, because do you want to review them line by line or just ask questions regarding the report that I sent out? What I looked at mostly when I did this report was lost revenue for last year, anticipated lost revenue for this year, and additional costs that are incurred for COVID. Now, because we're a regional district and the funds are allocated for each electoral area, the challenge is finding eligible costs that I could use to reduce the amount that was given and try to get it down to zero. As if you looked at the summary of the report, I achieved that, but I also looked, there's some electoral areas where I had to use something called Fund Electoral Area NIM. And I looked it up in the provincial government guidelines, and we could use that to reduce taxes. Mm-hmm. So in those areas where I could not be specific, that was my filler. That was where I put it in to make it your area's zero balance. So yeah, on the top far right-hand corner of the summary report, it itemizes if the request affects taxes or tax reduction. And in the cases that it doesn't affect taxes, because it would be an expense and funded on the revenue side, we were asked by some directors to look at portable smart boards. Mm-hmm. So you can have pick it up and have meetings, and when COVID can't last forever, it is a COVID eligible expense. And Area D asked for their own. However, Area D is also, if this does pass, paying for a portion of the portable, and I'm sure that they would be able to also use it at times. The other area where there's no tax implication would be the fire departments. There's $7,500 allocated. I just didn't pick a number out of the air. Did some research, talked to our staff, and originally it was lower, but they asked if it could be 7,500. It's more realistic. Tulameen was one of the areas where I'd had trouble finding eligible expenses. And I had a talk with the fire chief there, and she asked, they're using a lot of personal protective equipment, and at $700 a pop, they're having trouble getting the number that they needed. So theirs is actually $14,500, where everybody else $75,000. However, you as directors can change this around. And
Can we just look at that then, Jim? Because it has Willowbrook as 14,500, not Tulameen.
Willowbrook?
In the, yeah. I see the 7,500 for the fire departments, each of them, but the last one listed is Willowbrook Area C at 14,500. Is that a typo then? It should be Tulameen Area H.
You see 14,000 under which, under?
Item 9.
And item 9. If you go to H, you'll see 7,500 and 7,000.
Okay, so I'm looking at the 5-page report that was sent out.
Oh, sorry, that's a typo on the 5-page report. That was
Yes.
a typo.
Oh, it is. Okay, so
But under H, under the summary, it's correct.
I see. Okay, so
Sorry.
we need to go down.
Yeah. So that's the only area. The other tax reduction, the biggest tax reduction would be the funding for the electoral area administration, which is all together specifically to there's 5 areas for 107,500 and an additional 8,300. So with that, there's some concern that you're going to have a huge reduction in your tax rec, and you can if you use this as it is. However, I have a recommendation to flatten out that, because you as directors can look at your reserves, and all of a sudden you go from a restricted funds to more ability to spend those reserves any way you want in each area. So that's something that I would need to talk to you one-on-one after I post this, and you look at what your tax requisition is. And in some cases, in one case, it went from over 5% to 3.1%, if this is accepted. I just did a what if. So that's your call. So I don't know how you want to look at these one at a time, or just ask questions or concerns in your area.
I think we can just go to questions because they're pretty area specific. So I'll go to Director Monteith.
To the chair, how does changing or adding COVID funds now, after we're just approving the budget at first reading, now I feel like we're mucking with it when we've already just approved it. So how do we go out to public consultation when we're already changing it from what we've already just approved?
Mr. Zafino.
Like, is it?
So I couldn't put it into your budget for first of all, it's first reading, and the reason it's first reading is because I anticipated all these changes. So what you do is you can take it for public consultation and state it's a worst case scenario, or you can wait until this can be turned over very quickly for the next meeting and go second reading. And just as you did first and second reading for the hospital, you'd be at second reading and it goes to public consultation. The hospital is going to public consultation after 2 readings. You can wait for the second reading and have a more accurate number. But as far as changing this, the majority of these will be on the revenue side and not on the expense side, except for the fire department and the smart boards.
All right, so we got this report after the agenda went out with the document for first reading. And traditionally, we've approved first reading at the first meeting in January, so we're a little bit behind. We often kick out then for public consultation and come back with further reductions. So it's not a bad thing to kick out the way we are and advise in public consultation that we have some COVID money that will be applied. Okay, Director Bush, you're next, please.
Yeah, so Number 11 says Area B Community Parks. It says 4,000 will reduce tax requisition. And then further on in number 17, same thing, Area B Community Parks. 1,026 will reduce tax. So I don't understand why the two of them, what's the difference or?
You've lost $4,000 per year. So I'm asking for $8,000 for last year and this year.
Does that make sense, Director Bush? So one is from 2020 and one is 2021.
If you go to the detail, it will show 2021.
Okay.
And I double checked that. It was because I did them independent, and they both came out to $4,000 and one reason why is the budget was $4,000 for last year, and the revenue was $0, and it would have been probably even more than $4,000.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Director Obert, go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you. And I have a comment and then a question. The comment, first off, is thank you very, very much to Mr. Zaffino for, I'm echoing what has already been said, the excellent work on the budget. I'm very appreciative of this information and work done on the COVID restart funds. And information came to my attention on Tuesday at Rotary. Mayor Tony Boot was a guest speaker, and as she discussed many interesting, inspiring, and impressive things that Summerland is doing, she commented that they were putting $900,000 of their COVID restart money into historical recapture, 1.2 million into infrastructure reserves or other reserves. I'm not sure. I think it was infrastructure. And as I listened, I became aware very quickly what a difference there was for a municipality versus us in the electoral areas. And so I asked her what the total was, and I mentioned this earlier today, 2.724 million for Summerland, 1.59 million for Oliver. On a per person basis, I think Oliver, that's $318 per person. For Summerland, $227 per person. This amount that Area D is getting is $21 per person. It's much less than what municipalities get. That speaks to a whole other issue. But it did cause me to speak to Mr. Zaffino, and so I had a little bit of an understanding of what was being changed. My question, this goes back to December 17 when this first came before us, and then January 7 we had a motion. I don't have all the numbers in front of me, but we received 770,000, I think, COVID restart money. And of that amount, is the full 770 now going to the electoral areas, or is it only a percentage? And if a percentage, what percentage? Is it half, a third? I just wanted to get the breakdown. And balance, is that all going to admin or Martin Street things, which means the municipalities all get a share of it? I'm just trying to understand where the 770 is going. Is it all going to the 9 electoral areas, or is it split? And that's the clarification I'm looking for. Thank you.
Mr. Zaffino?
300,000 went to the, like I stated earlier, the lease of the building, the study for this building, and 15,000 for software. So 300 did not go directly to the electoral areas, but the rest did. And each one was separated based on what the board approved in the last meeting.
So if I can follow up, all the municipalities get a share of that 300 and some thousand, and that's that's different than what they're already getting. And they're getting a much larger amount as well. So I just wanted to get that clarification. So thank you very much for the information.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Zaffino? From this report, we are looking for a motion to approve the staff recommendation as per Schedule 8. Director Gettens, are you?
Yeah.
You're moving that? Okay, thank you. Director O'Burke was seconding. Thank you. Are there any further questions or concerns? Okay, I'm therefore going to call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Hands can come down. Anybody opposed? Okay, motion carries. We're going to go on to G, Legislative Services. G1, Naramata Water Advisory Committee Terms of Reference, CAO.
So this is an amendment to the terms of reference, really moving it from an ongoing commission, Madam Chair, to more of an ad hoc committee where it'll be called together on demand when they have something to talk about. As the Naramata water system matures, it's mostly a technical, operational type of program. If there are large capital projects, then certainly we'd call the committee together. But at this point, we don't need them to meet on a regular basis. We're recommending that the terms of reference as proposed be adopted, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Looking for someone to move this for me. Yeah, Director Gettens is moving it. Thank you, Director Robinson seconding. Any questions or concerns? This is a corporate vote. Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor? Hands can come down. Anybody opposed? Motion carries. We'll go to G2, South Okanagan Technical Advisory Committee recommendations of the January 7th, 2021 Environment and Infrastructure Committee, CAO.
Yeah, so this is back before the board now for approval. It was the recommendation from the Technical Advisory Committee along with a approval of the Vassal Lake Stewardship application, Madam Chair. So we're recommending that those expenditures totaling $472,345 be approved.
Okay, great. This came forward from our last meeting. Looking for someone to move this. Director Canola moving, Director Roberts seconding. Any questions or comments? This is a weighted corporate vote. Call the question. All in favor? Hands can come down. Anybody opposed? Motion carries. G3, support for 2021 census, CAO.
Yeah, so we have a letter from the Director General for Census Management for Statistics Canada. He's preparing to do his next census in May of this year. And I actually heard advertisements on the radio. They're recruiting for census takers. They need 32,000 of them to do the census. It's going to be electronic this time. They're trying to raise the percentage of people that reply on the census to electronic response instead of the door-to-door. So what he's looking for is local governments to support the census and encourage their residents and citizens to fill it in so that we get that valuable statistical information necessary for our future planning. So we're recommending that we go ahead and do that, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. So this is simply encouragement support, no financial support, correct?
No financial support. We'll do some advertising as it comes around, encouraging our residents locally to participate.
Okay, thank you. Director Obrick, were you moving this? Yes, okay, thank you. Seconder, Director Roberts, thank you. Any questions or comments? Director Obrick, did you have a comment or is that a leftover hand?
It's a comment. Yeah,
okay,
I took my hand down, put it back up, but ever since I heard the story of Joseph and his pregnant wife Mary on their way to Bethlehem for the census, I've been a huge fan of census, and I think it's real important, and it's important for planning, it's important for economic development, it's important for business. I've been involved with lots of clients who've used census data in their business plans. It's a real big deal. And so I strongly support this, do whatever I can to help and pass the word out there. But I think it's a really good thing, and happy to support this recommendation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anything further? We do have the motion on the floor. It's a corporate vote. I'll call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Hands can come down. Anybody opposed? Motion carries. We're going to go down to G4. G4 was the item that was pulled from consent agenda. It's Electoral Area G, Official Community Plan Project, Citizens Advisory Committee Appointments, CAO.
I'm going to have to refer to Director Roberts on this, Madam Chair. I thought it was just the appointment, so there must be something else going on.
Yes. Okay, thank you. I'll go to Director Roberts. Go ahead, please.
I'd like to move the staff recommendation. It was just that there was a typo originally.
There was a missing name, so what was listed in here is missing the name Andrew English from our agenda, but I believe we have that correct name in the report. But on the agenda piece, we were missing Andrew English, so we just wanted to make sure that 10 were appointed, not 9 members. Is that correct, Director Roberts?
That is correct.
Okay, so you're moving that. Is there a seconder? Director Knodel seconding. Thank you. Any comments or questions? Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Hands can go down. Anybody opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you. That takes us down to H, CAO report.
Just a note that you and I, Madam Chair, had the opportunity to meet with Graham Statt, the new Summerland CAO, last Friday, talk about mutual interests. Really enjoyable. Looks like a good guy. Looking forward to working with him.
Great, thank you. Chair's report, yeah, I was going to mention that. So really nice to meet Mr. Statt, and we do look forward to a productive relationship with him. Many members of our board participated in the Sickle Point Town Hall on January 13th, which ended a little bit earlier than we had hoped due to an outside technical glitch. So there is a second town hall meeting coming up on January 27th. So hopefully folks will join in for that one. And also just recently on January 18th, Director Monteith and myself met at Sickle Point with Chief Greg Gabriel, our new MLA from the South, Rolly Russell, and MP Richard Cannings, along with Irina Randy from Caledon. So that was a really nice meeting, and you may have seen some of the photos in the press. They're really excellent photos. I saw the portfolio of them that were done with the drone, and just really beautiful photos. So we're looking forward to see how things progress with that AAP. And that's everything from me. We'll move on to board representations. Director McCordoff, is there anything with developing sustainable rural practices communities?
There is nothing.
Okay, thank you. We've got nothing new with MFA or MIA. Go back to Director McCordoff with OBWB.
We did not have a meeting this month, so I have nothing new to report.
Okay, thank you. Director Gittins, I'm not sure if you have anything else to add from Okanagan Film Commission.
No, I can't top John.
No, okay, so not going to try and top John. No, great. ORL, there's nothing for me to report. Director Monteith has taken over for me, with the exception that technically I'm still chair and hanging in there until February when Director Monteith attends her first meeting. ORL, oh, no, sorry, Okanagan Sterile Insect Release Board. Director Bush, anything from you?
We have a meeting coming up on the 29th this month.
Okay, great, thank you. With Silga, Nothing new to report from what you've seen over the past few meetings, other than if you are interested in being elected to the executive, you do want to get your nomination in, a bio with a photo to our general manager, Allison Slater, so she can get it into that booklet. And if you miss getting it into the booklet, you can still be nominated from the floor at our meeting at the end of April. We'll go to
Chair?
Oh, yes. Go ahead, Director Sentis.
Thank you very much. I'm wondering the appropriateness of that continuing to be a board representation.
Yeah, and Director Sentis and I just talked about that at break, that really it shouldn't be on our list. I think Ms. Malden and I talked about that once, because the board doesn't appoint to SILGA. So SILGA, you're elected to, you choose whether you want to run for it or not. So I'm thinking that maybe it doesn't need to be on there, but if we, have something from SILGA, we can always bring it up during our board members' verbal updates. Mm-hmm. Great, thank you, Director Sentis. We'll go to Director Knodel on SIMIA. Is there anything new?
Nothing new at this point.
Okay, thank you. Director Bush, anything with Starling Control?
Yes, we just had a Zoom meeting last week, and this year's budget is very similar to previous years. We had a little bit of wind damage with quite a few of the traps, so we might have to build some more traps or repair them. But other than that, there's not much changes.
Okay, thank you. Director Pendergraft, anything further from this morning with Fire Chief Committee?
No, I don't think there's anything to add right now.
Okay, thank you very much. And Intergovernmental Indigenous Joint Council, I have chatted now twice with Chief Gabriel, and we want to get going on more meetings, staff to staff, as well as the political level. So we're working on booking some meetings coming up so that we can share mutual concerns, issues, projects. So looking forward to those meetings. That takes us, board, down to director's motions. Did anybody have a notice of motion to present today? Not seeing any. Okay. Then we'll go down to board members' verbal updates. Did any board member have an update they wish to provide from their area? Yes, Director Bush, go ahead, please.
Yes, I got to join well, actually, Mayor Bauer and I got to join Similkameen Independent Wine Growers for their annual general meeting, and I got to help out with the election. The chair is still the same, Mike Clark. Treasurer is Jesse Basler, and secretary is Kaylin Schneider.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Anybody else with an update to provide? Okay, not seeing any. Okay, so folks, that takes us to the end of our board meeting today. Our next board meeting is on February 4th. So please stay safe, and we'll see you on the 4th. And if there's nothing further, then I am looking for a motion to adjourn. Moved by Director Sentis and seconded by Director Gettens. All in favor? Excellent, thank you. Anybody opposed to leaving us today? Doesn't look like it. Well, Director Bush has his hand up still, but I don't think he wants to stick around. Thank you, bye.